Hello. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, Sujata. Hello. Good morning, sir. Hello. 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 So, good morning, Dr. Ambarish. How are you? Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. So, how are you?
I'm good. How about you?
Fine, thank you, thank you.
Great to see you again.
All right, fine. Me too. So, how is your little one back at home?
Yeah.
She's doing well, you know?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. What
But
about family, mother, father, everybody?
all are good. Just everyone is little busy with their work,
Okay,
and
okay, fine.
winter is coming, so everyone is in full laziness mood.
Of course, it is that. So,
Uh,
we will start within a while. So, we are also streaming it because in YouTube.
okay,
So what
nice.
happens is that many are so the many could not join this with what is called mobile. This
Okay.
AirMeet is having some issue like that.
Yeah.
So we
Every
will,
time I'm also getting disconnected from here.
yeah, it is there. Some
Hello,
issues are there, I think.
Okay.
hello,
But lovely. Good
Yeah,
communication.
yeah. So otherwise, it is the setup is very good for conference.
Okay.
hello.
Meet, AirMeet. We will start within a while. So we are in the groundwork. Okay. Please.
Hello. എന്ത്? Hello, hello. Am I audible? Hello, sir. Can
Yes,
you hear me?
audible.
Good, right? Okay. A very good morning to everyone, and thank you for joining us at the 6th Venier International Conference on Emerging Trends in Engineering, Science and Technology. Taking our evening further, and to begin with the conference, I, on the behalf of everyone present here, heartily welcome the dignitary of the prizes event today, the guest of honor, Dr. Amrit Singh, who is a professor in the School of Material Science and Engineering, Southwest Petroleum University, China. His research interests are mainly focused on corrosion, electrochemistry, green chemistry, quantum chemistry, smart coatings, polymers, nanomaterials, composites, and petroleum engineering. He got the prestigious Sichuan 1000 Talent Award from the Sichuan government China for his outstanding research contribution as a faculty. He got the President's Award for exceptional postdoctoral research work. He has received the Young Scientist Award from UPCST Lucknow, India. He has published more than 100 SSCI peer-reviewed research papers in high-impact journals. He is acting as reviewer for more than 40 high-impact journals and editor for few journals. He is included as board member in several journals due to his contributions in the field of corrosion. He is the author of several book chapters and he is the editor of a book which is ready to be published in Tech Publishers London, United Kingdom. He has drafted 5 patents based on his new and innovative findings. He has finished several state and provincial projects in China and India. He is a member of NASI, National Association for Corrosion Engineers, Houston, USA, Society for Petroleum Engineers, and American Chemical Society. I'm delighted to welcome Dr. Amrit Singh to present the topic about new techniques to monitor corrosion in oil and gas industry. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much for the nice introduction. Good morning to everyone. It is a great pleasure to be here as a keynote speaker and to share some of my research ideas and research work with you all. So, I will be talking Professor Ram, are you there?
I'm there. Some connectivity issues are there, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it is disconnecting automatically.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay, we think it will be all right. Let us hope it will be all right.
So should I continue?
Please, please.
Okay.
Otherwise, here there is no technical issues.
Okay, so now my presentation is visible.
Yeah, no, it's not yet loaded. There's screen share option, but yeah, I think. Yeah, it is visible now.
Don't know, some issues with this.
Is a firewall is installed in your lab?
No, 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 no.
If firewall is there, then it will be an issue. Otherwise, normally if net connection is fine, there won't be an issue.
Okay, so are you able to see the presentation?
And now it is getting loaded. Yeah, now it is okay. I think it is getting cut frequently. Now it's all fine.
Okay, so shall I start now?
Yeah, please, please.
Okay. So good morning everyone again. Sorry for the issues we are having. So I will be talking about some techniques what are used in.
Yeah.
Hello.
We see, we'll be joining in the technical issue.
Hello.
The echo is coming in. And he's telling that he's having absolutely no problem there because net connection is perfect, broadband, laptop is using, but still getting disconnected.
എന്റെ ഇങ്ങനെ കട്ടായി കട്ടായി പോയി.
I think now, please try to load your PPT. I think it's all right.
Hello. So
Now it is fine. It's visible.
okay. So let's just start from now.
I think it is fine now.
Okay.
I think there was a, in fact, there is a parallel, audience also was there. Now it is okay. Now it is not there. I think it is fine now.
Okay.
Let us
Okay.
hope the best. Okay,
Okay.
please continue. Sorry for that, in fact, for the audience. Sorry for that initial interruption.
Okay.
Technical issues. Okay,
Okay. So
please.
sorry for the delay, and again, a very good morning to all of you. I will be talking about some advanced techniques to control corrosion in industries. What are the traditional techniques, and what are some advanced techniques that are being used nowadays to control corrosion? So to start
So
with,
you may please put it in the slideshow. Oh, yeah, fine.
I come from Southwest Petroleum University in Sichuan province, Chengdu city, and Chengdu is famous for the pandas, the only research and breeding place of the world. Apart from that, the famous hot pot, the Sichuan cuisine, and our beautiful campus there. So after that, directly to what is corrosion. Corrosion is deterioration of material due to its environment. Now, corrosion is everywhere. Wherever there is metal, there is some sort of corrosion. And still, no technique is there to fully stop it or to fully control it. So it is a hot topic of research to find some solution how we can stop this. not only in ships, in pipelines, causing different accidents, stopping of productions, failures, loss of lives, choking the pipelines due to scaling and rust. Also, the military Okay, so there are so many disturbances, but I think we can continue. So, as I was saying, that in China there are different reservoirs with
Hello. Due to some technical issues, Dr. Ambed Singh cannot continue his session. The remaining session will continue as per the schedule. Thank you, Dr. Ambed Singh, for being present here.
അടിപൊളി.
നമ്മുടെ റൂം നമ്പർ 214 അല്ലേ കണക്ട് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്? അതല്ലേ നമ്മുടെ കണക്ഷൻ, ഇവിടുത്തെ കണക്ഷൻ ടു
We regret for the inconvenience caused due to technical reasons. We will start our third technical session of icetest 2020 on the topic production and operations management very soon, exactly at 10 a.m. I invite the chair, Dr. Ramkumar PN, Assistant Professor, MEA Engineering College, and co-chair, Dr. Amblikumar Sir, Professor Mechanical Engineering, Government Engineering College, for the session. We will start the session exactly at 10. This is to verify whether Soumya, Nirmal, Shalini, Himabindu, Pradeep, and Srivas are present. So please respond when we call your names. Soumya, Soumya, are you available? Soumya, are you available?
Yes, sir. Hello, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So please wait.
Yes, yes, sir.
Nirmal, are you available?
Sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, you are audible. So please be available when your name is being called. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Shalini, are you available?
Yes, sir. Sir.
Okay, please wait. Himabindu, are you available?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Thank you. Please wait. Pradeep sir, are you available?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. I am available, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. I can hear you.
Yeah.
वो इसमें चाहिए हम्म।
Now we will start the session. Chair and co-chair, please note there.
Hi, good morning all. The topic of my research is impact of TQM practices on firms' performance, investigation of spinning mills. Overview of my presentation: Introduction, Literature Review, Objective, Methodology, Proposed Framework and Research Model, Expected Outcomes and References. Introductory part. Total Quality Management. W. Edwards Deming, Joseph M. Juran, and Armin V. Feigenbaum jointly developed the concept of total quality management. They are considered as the gurus, TQM gurus. Total quality management originated in the manufacturing sector but can be applied to many of the organizations too. Total quality management ensures that every single employee is working towards the improvement of work culture, ensuring process, services, and systems to ensure long-term success. Total quality management can be comprised of plan, do, check, act cycle. They are also referred as PDCA cycle. Total quality management is an integrated management philosophy for continuously improving the quality of products and services delivered through the participation of all levels and functions of the organization. TQM is being applied by many quality-oriented firms to achieve objectives such as enhanced customer satisfaction, improved quality of goods and services, productivity and profits, and it also mainly reduce the waste and reduce the cost among other benefits. Not it doesn't reduce the quality at all. It is always helping in terms of enhancing the quality of the product or services that a company is providing. So it's a widely applied strategy for improving competitiveness around the world, but with mixed success. Coming to the next slide. Textile manufacturing industry. The textile industry in India, traditionally after agriculture, is the only industry that has generated huge employment for both skilled and unskilled labor in textiles. The textile industry continues to be the second largest employment generating sector in India. Textile industry plays important role in industrial growth and provides job to rural people with spinning, handlooms, etc. Literature review. An extensive literature review of the previous studies on TQM has been examined. That is, what is TQM? What are the critical factors required for the successful implementation of TQM in organizations? Thus, various studies have been carried out for the identification of those critical factors, ensuring its success. As a way to develop a theory of quality management from three different areas, that is, contributions from quality leaders, formal evaluation models, and empirical research. And these are the critical factors that have been identified in the past TQM literature: leadership and top management commitment, continuous improvement, supplier quality, supplier performance, customer focus, teamwork, communication, and it goes on like this, and process management. And this is the past TQM literature which helped me for my research, which mainly helped me. Extensive literature review has been done. Then objectives. Initially, it is proposed to investigate the extent of implementation of TQM in the spinning sector. Subsequently, this research analysis the impact of TQM in selected South Indian textile manufacturing industries and assess their relevance for cooperative spinning mills in Kerala. And the precise objectives would be, first one, what is the level of adoption of quality management techniques by the textile industry of South India? Next one, how do this quality management techniques is interrelated with this work culture? And the third one, how does this adopted quality management is linked with the performance measures of the spinning industry? And last but not the least, to identify and bridge the gap that occurred in the work culture of the spinning sector in terms of TQM practice in the pre-COVID and the post-COVID scenario. And this is the methodology that I've been using for conducting the research. Literature review on TQM practices in textile manufacturing industries, which is being carrying forward. Study on tools and techniques for implementation of TQM, and develop a structured questionnaire to measure the implementation of TQM practices, work culture, and organizational performance. Identify organizations in the population and select suitable sample to conduct the research study. Data analysis using multivariate data analysis techniques using suitable statistical software. And finally, conclusion based on data analysis, validation, and strategy proposition. And these are the critical factors have been selected for my present study: top management role, teamwork approach among the employees, employees training, communication quality, process, employees involvement, performance appraisal system, customer focus, customer relations, supplier, investment in quality management, benchmarking, use of statistical process control. And critical factors selected for the present study also include work culture and performance indicators. Under work culture, supervisor support, task clarity, task orientation, innovation. Performance indicators include profitability, market share, sales volume, rejection rate. And these are the past TQM literature which helped me to identify the performance measures indicators from Anderson et al., Flynn et al., Mormon et al., and Powell, and so many TQM literature is there, for helping me to identify the performance measure indicators linking with the TQM constraints of the spinning industry. And then this is the proposed framework and research model. Based on the literature review, a conceptual framework is developed and a research model has been proposed to explore the relationship between identified TQM practices and spinning mills performance by measuring multiple performance indicators and the work culture. So this is the framework in which we are identifying the TQM practices and spinning mills performance by measuring the multiple performance indicators and also the work culture, and how this work culture is also linked with the performance indicators of the spinning sector in India. expected outcomes to examine the extent to which the TQM practice is practiced and implement in the selected South Indian textile companies with the aid of the developed framework and the research model. With the help of this model, I would like to introduce this one to the managers and decision makers of cooperative spinning mills in Kerala so that they can suitably introduce or implement the TQM in organization with empirical evidence for their success. And this is the reference that I've been used for my research. That's it. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Soumya, for a great presentation. Now the session is open for discussion.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So, I think the presentation was good.
Yes,
Uh,
thank you, sir.
uh, I I would like to question that how many spinning mills are there? Means our population within South India, similarly within Kerala.
Sir, 500, more than 500 spinning mills are there
Okay.
in South India, and cooperative spinning mills in Kerala that I am, looking into is 8 cooperative spinning mills in Kerala, in Malabar, Koilon, Trichy, Trivandrum, like that. 8 cooperative spinning mills are there, and they are under losses.
Okay, okay. Then what is
Yes.
the sample size we have taken for this study?
I'm going to take only, sir. This is only a review paper. I'm going to take it. I'm thinking for selecting only 500, 350, 350
Okay,
samples. Yes.
okay, okay. We are getting the data from there and we are trying the developing the model and implementing it in cooperative spinning mills.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Then one more thing. Uh, yeah, okay, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Hello,
Yes, yes, sir.
Soumya. Good work, good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Uh, One small thing. On what basis these critical factors are selected?
Critical.
Critical factors.
I have done an
Critical.
extensive literature review, and from that literature review, I've selected only little of the, for my present study, critical factors for work culture, total quality management constraints, and performance indicators. And remaining I've taken from EFQM, European Foundation Quality Management Model is there, no? From that also I have selected
Any basis?
20.
I mean, from the literature you have selected or
Yes,
any
yes, sir.
from literature? Just like okay, okay. Now, one of the critical factors is customer satisfaction, right?
Yes,
Customer
yes, sir.
satisfaction.
Yes.
How will you quantify it for the analysis?
Through bivariate analysis, correlation analysis, I would like to do it, sir.
Now, how will you explain it? I mean,
That one, Likert scale instrument I have to develop, sir. 1 to 5 Likert
still to
scale.
develop. Still to develop.
Yes, sir. Still, I have to do a pilot study, sir. Due to this COVID pandemic, I'm unable to, go to the spinning mill sectors. So right now it's going to end, right? So I'll go for a pilot study in the spinning sectors and just I'll go for the study, sir. And then it will go for the standardized instrument and then carry forward my research. I hope for the best.
How will you get the data from any database software or directly you have to contact?
I'll just directly I'll contact, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All the best.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Soumya. Thank you, professors, for
Thank,
being part of us.
thank you, sir.
Now, inviting our second presenter, Mr. Nirmal M. Mano, who will be discussing about influence of Roger's theory of innovation of diffusion on customers' purchase intention, a case study of photovoltaic panels.
Respected judges on the dais, today I am going to present my paper on the topic Influence of Rogers' Theory of Innovation of Diffusion on Customers' Purchase Intention, a case study of solar photovoltaic panels. Myself, Nirmal M. Menon. I am from Department of Production Engineering, Government Engineering College, Thrissur. Contents. These are the contents that I am going to describe in my presentation. Introduction, Rogers' Theory of Innovation of Diffusion, Methodology, Results and Discussions, Conclusions, References. Introduction. The key objective of utilizing sustainable energy in a developing country like India is to enhance economic growth and development, energy security, access to clean energy, and to alleviate environmental problems. Sustainable growth of a nation is possible only through the adoption of renewable energy technologies and by providing access to these technologies to all the citizens. This paper discusses how the product attributes described by Rogers' theory of innovation of diffusion, such as the relative advantage of technology, compatibility, complexity, observability, and triability, influence consumers' intention to adopt solar panels. Rogers' theory of innovation of diffusion. The theory states that an individual's interest to purchase a new product or a service depends upon the way that an individual observes the product in terms of some of the characteristics of innovation, such as product's relative advantage of technology, compatibility, complexity or user-friendliness, observability, and triability. Relative advantage of technology. It defines the degree to which an innovation is seen as better than the idea, program, or product it replaces. Compatibility, how consistent the innovation is with the values, experiences, and needs of the potential adopters. Complexity, how difficult the innovation is to understand and or use. Trialability, the extent to which an innovation can be tested or experimented with before a commitment to purchase is made. Observability, the extent to which an innovation provides tangible results. Methodology, the research methodology employed in this study is a questionnaire survey. The questionnaire was prepared based on a 5-point Likert scale format ranging from 1 strongly disagree to 5 strongly agree. The questionnaire survey has been conducted for 63 adopters of solar panels in the Thrissur district of Kerala by employing the method of convenience sampling and random sampling by taking into account the user's readiness to participate in the survey, their time of convenience, geographical limits, etc. The responses were collected and analyzed using IBM SPSS software. Now we are moving on to the results and discussions. Reliability analysis and factor analysis. The reliability analysis has been conducted in order to determine whether the questionnaire is reliable and consistent. The value of Cronbach's alpha obtained for all the factors such as relative advantage of technology, compatibility, complexity, observability, trialability, and for the dependent variable, that is customers' intention for adoption of solar panels, are all greater than 0.7, which means that the questionnaire is reliable and consistent. Now moving on to the results obtained from the factor analysis. For both the product attributes specified by Rogers' theory of innovation diffusion and for the dependent variable, that is customers' intention for adoption, we have got a KMO value greater than 0.6, which means sampling adequacy, and the Bartlett test of sphericity value obtained is also less than 0.05, which depicts the relationship between the variables. From the results of reliability and factor analysis, it can be seen that the factors are reliable and consistent with their factor loadings. Before conducting multiple regression analysis, some of the assumptions need to be satisfied, which includes linearity, homoscedasticity, normality, and multicollinearity. Linearity. The linearity of a relationship is examined through residual plots, and it represents the linear relationship between the independent and the dependent variables. Homoscedasticity. It represents that the variance around the regression line should be constant across all the independent variables under study. Normality. The normality tests are employed to determine whether the residuals of the independent variables are normally distributed or not. Multicollinearity. These tests are employed to determine whether there is any similarity existing between the independent variables. The results obtained from the homoscedasticity, linearity, and normality are shown below. From the scatter plot, that is from the figure 1, we can see that the residuals are randomly distributed without a curvilinear pattern, which indicates homoscedasticity and linearity to a great extent. And from the figure 2, that is from the normal PP plot of regression standardized residual, we can see that the residual line closely follows the slanting line, and there is only a slight deviation from the slanting line, which indicates normality to a great extent. Test of multicollinearity. We have employed variance inflation factor method in order to determine whether there is any similarity existing between the independent variables. Under collinearity statistics, that is from the last column under VIF, we can see that all the values lies in the range between 1 to 10, which indicates that there are no multicollinearity symptoms in the data. Results of multiple regression analysis. Multiple regression analysis has been conducted to determine the relationship between independent variables and the dependent variable. The formulated hypothesis for analysis is given below. Null hypothesis: there is no significant relationship between the product attributes specified by Rogers' theory of innovation of diffusion with the purchase intention of customers. Alternate hypothesis: there is a significant relationship between the product attributes specified by Rogers' theory of innovation of diffusion with the purchase intention of customers. From the results obtained from the table 1, under multiple regression analysis summaries for hypothesis, we can see the Durbin-Watson index value of 2.026, which lies in the range between 1.5 to 2.5, which indicates that there are no autocorrelation problems in the data. The R-square value, that is the coefficient of determination R-square value obtained, is also 0.519, which means that 51.9% of the performance can be predicted by the independent variables. Now from the second table, that is under ANOVA output of hypothesis, we can see a significant value of 0.000, which indicates goodness of fit in the data. Now from the table 3, that is under coefficient summary of hypothesis. From the last column, that is under significant value, you can see the significant value for all the factors except compatibility and trialability is greater than 0.05. Which indicates a strong evidence for accepting the null hypothesis. For the two factors, that is for compatibility and trialability, we have got a significant value less than 0.05, that is 0.003 for compatibility and 0.046 for trialability, which means that compatibility and trialability of a product significantly influences the purchase intention of customers. Now, under unstandardized coefficient, we have got a B value of negative 0.104 for the factor observability, which means that when the observability increases by 1 unit, the dependent variable, that is the customer's intention for adoption, decreases by 0.104 unit. Now under standardized coefficient beta, we have got a negative value of 0.145 for the factor observability, which is a smaller and negative value. It does not have any significant influence on the dependent variable. Now moving on to conclusions. Compatibility and trialability of a product significantly influences the intention to purchase solar panels in the case of adopters in the Thrissur district of Kerala. If a product has got more compatibility, which is consistent with an individual's work interest, values and requirements, etc., it will lead to higher purchase intention among customers. The results also prove that more trialability among customers, that is a demonstration of the actual performance of a product or service before purchasing it, can also increase the purchase intention among customers. So companies should manufacture products which are more compatible with the existing values and beliefs of customers, and also should conduct public campaigns and awareness programs to enhance the purchase intention among customers. These are some of the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Nirmal and Mano. Now the session is open for discussion.
Hello, good morning. This was a good presentation. Okay, Nirmal.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Then my question is, you have taken 63 samples, right?
Yes, sir.
So is it all from domestic users or commercial or industrial users? These are from solar panel users, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it domestic, means it is used for home purpose or industrial?
All are home purpose. I have collected the data from users. They are using in their homes.
Okay.
Not from industrial persons.
Okay. Then one more thing. Did you consider the efficiency, similarly rating of these mechanism, means solar, otherwise battery, like that, it will also contribute to the purchase intention, right? Did you
Yes, sir.
consider these factors?
No, I didn't go for that factors. No, sir.
Okay, okay. Then, did you omit any, means, do you have to omit any variable due to factor loading and or all variables are selected?
Yes, sir. I didn't omitted any of them.
Okay, thank you.
So, thank you, sir.
Hello, Normal.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Morning. The topic is very much significant in this present scenario.
Thank you, sir.
And okay. So, how this study is useful for the society?
Sir, this is only a small part of my MTech project. That is, we can determine what are the factors. That is, it will help the companies to determine how much we can uh, enhance the performance of the panel. That is the necessary things that we have to consider. Since some of the factors such as relative advantage, compatibility, complexity, observability, triability, etc. So, from the survey, if we are increasing the sample size of the study, we can determine what are the necessary factors that will influence the purchase intention of customers.
What is the present sample size?
Present sample size is only 63.
Only 63.
Definitely, we have to
Okay.
increase the sample size.
You have to increase. It is relatively less now. Very less. 63 means you have to increase it. That's it.
Yes, sir. We
Sample
have
size,
to.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Okay then. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, do you have any question? Abdul sir, do you have any question?
Praveen, my side it is over. Already I have introduced the speaker. My turn is over. Am I audible, Praveen?
Hello, sir. Say it's audible.
Over. Yeah, my questions are over.
As per the instruction given to the author, the presentation time should be 12 minutes. If it exceeds this time, the video will be stopped and it will be open for discussion. Next, I invite Ms. Shalini C. Vijayan, who will be discussing about sustainable product development using balanced scorecard perspectives.
Hello everybody. Good morning. I am Shalini C. Vijayan, Research Scholar of Production Engineering Department, Government Engineering College, Thrissur, guided by Dr. Shalish PR, Professor of Government Engineering College, Thrissur. Today, the topic of my presentation is Sustainable Product Development Using Balanced Scorecard Perspectives, co-authored by Dr. Shalish PR and Dr. Biju PL, Professor of Mechanical Engineering, Jyoti Engineering College. This is the overview of my presentation. It includes introduction, literature review, objectives, proposed methodology, model development, case study, results, conclusions, and references. Now, the introduction. To reduce the environmental and economical impacts and risks, and to gain a positive brand image and competitive advantage,
Many industries and organizations are now using the philosophy, the sustainability philosophy in their product development practices. So the sustainability and sustainable product development is becoming an important factor or important philosophy in the recent times. And the three pillars of sustainability are economic, social, and environmental. Sustainability often referred as 3 Ps, that is P for planet, people, and profit. The sustainable development can be defined as the development of or the development which meets the needs of present without compromising on the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. The sustainable manufacturing is defined as the creation of manufactured products that use the processes that are non-polluting, conserve energy and natural resources, and are economically sound and safe for all the people. The term sustainable product is originated from sustainable development, and it has little impact on the environment during its entire life cycle, and it has to ensure the customer satisfaction also. And moving on to literature review, the Balanced Scorecard (BSC) is a strategic planning tool and management system used extensively in business and industries, and it helps to align business activities to the vision and strategy of the organization, and it will improve the internal and external communications and monitor organizational performance against strategic goals. Mainly the BSc view, there are 4 perspectives or 4 features. They are learning and growth, internal business process, customer, and financial. The Balanced Scorecard System or BSC can easily incorporate the other aspects of 2 aspects of sustainability, that are environmental and social aspects also. So there comes the importance of Sustainability Balanced Scorecard System. So SBSC, Sustainability Balanced Scorecard, helps to overcome the limitations in environmental and social management systems. It provides high potential for the integration of environmental and social aspects and objectives into core management of companies. And it provides a strong tool for an integrated and value-based sustainability management. Now, these are the objectives. The main objectives are to develop a new product development tool that helps in designing a customer satisfying, profitable, and sustainable product, to develop a new technique that incorporate both sustainability requirements and balanced scorecard perspectives into new product development, to develop a tool that weighs the sustainability requirements and balanced scorecard perspectives separately and evaluate different options in the product design stage based on the fulfillment level of these aspects, to investigate the most sustainable design option from the possible options available in the industry. These are the objectives. And coming to methodology, it consists 2 stages, stage 1 and stage 2. In stage 1, the steps are: first one, the identification of the product and the PDC stages, and select the first PDC. PDC means product development cycle stages. Mainly, the PDC may vary for different products and depending on the industries. Mainly, it consists design stage, material selection stage, the manufacturing process, then distribution, usage and disposal, etc. Based on the product and the company, it may vary. So first one, identify the product and PDC stages. Then identify the 6 aspects requirements. Then rank these 6 aspects, 6 dimensions aspects requirements according to the expert viewpoint, expert committee viewpoint. Then assign weights to these 6 aspects requirements. Then develop weightage matrices for these 6 aspects or 6 dimensions of SBSC. And in stage 2, find the policy weightage that is given by the company to each of these 6 dimensions, and calculate the customer, financial, environmental, social, internal business process, and learning and growth requirement scores. Then calculate the SPSC score, that is Sustainability Balanced Scorecard score, by using the SBSC matrix, and find out the most sustainable PDC option and select the next PDC for repeating these steps. This is the conceptual model. SBSC matrix has 6 dimensions. They are customer, financial, environmental, social, internal process, and learning and growth. And now, after identifying the product and their PDC stages, consider the design selection as first PDC. And now we have to develop the weightage matrices for these 6 dimensions of SBSE. Here, for example, customer requirement weightage matrix is tabulated and using these equations. That is total weightage of customer requirement of kth design option CRTW. AK is equal to sigma I equal to 1 to n AKI. So these are the design options and these are the customer requirements. So this customer requirement total weightage is calculated by using this equation. And in the same manner, the other 5-dimensional total weightage, that is a financial requirement total weightage, environmental requirement total weightage, and social requirement total weightage, internal business process requirement total weightage, and learning and growth requirement total weightages are calculated in the same manner. And now this is the conceptual SBSE matrix. Here, these are the design options, and this is the total weightage that is tabulated from the or derived from the previous slide. And PW is the policy weightage. Policy weightage is given by the company, and this CRD1, that is the score of customer requirement score for the design option 1. And thereby the SBSE score, that is SPD1, SBDK, is find out by using these equations. SBDK is by adding the all 6 requirement scores of the design stage. And CRDK, these scores of each dimensions can be calculated by using these equations. CRDK is equal to AK into P1, where CRDK is the CR score of kth design option. AK is the total weightage of the customer requirement for the design option, and P1 is the policy weightage given to the customer requirement by the company. So P1 to P6 are the policy weights given to each SBSE aspects by the company. So these are the equations used in the study. And moving on to the case study, the manufacturing firm selected for the case study is the IBIS Industries Private Limited. Now, the expert team members, that is owner, manager, design engineer, production and planning supervisor, and sales executives, these are constituted by the top management to apply the SBSE matrix in that firm. The product we select for case study is plastic bucket, and the PDC stages of this plastic bucket includes design selection, material selection, manufacturing process, and distribution. So here the first PDC stage is design selection. So consider the design, different varieties or design options are tabulated. Plain body with metal handle, plain body with plastic handle, body with ribs and plastic handle, body with ribs and metal handle. These are the possible 4 design options in that company. And now identify the different 6-dimensional aspects or requirements by the expert committee discussions and from the previous literature reviews and all. So these are the second table, the SBSE matrix dimensions, attributes for each of these 6 dimensions are identified. These are the attributes under these 6 dimensions. That is for customer requirements, better appearance, better comfort, low price, more durable, low weight, etc. Like this, all other 5-dimensional attributes are identified. Now, the ranking is done for each of these attributes with respect to the design options by the expert team. And ranking is carried out carried out based on the capability of the design options in fulfilling these attributes. And now the weightage is done by ROC weightage method, rank order centroid weightage method is used to find out the weights of each design options among the attributes.
So the equations, and WTA represents the weight of ith rank and N represents the total number of options that are ranked. Now, 6 weightage matrices we are getting by using this equations and all. So by calculating the ROC weightage method, 6-dimensional weightage matrices have to be developed. The first is the customer requirement rankings, and the second table is customer requirement total weightage matrix. So for each 4 design options, these are the possible customer requirements: BA, BC, LP, MD, and LW. The rankings are done by the expert team, and the weights are calculated by using this equation, and total weightage is calculated. In the same manner, the other 5-dimensional total weightage matrices are developed. This is the financial requirement weightage matrix. This is environmental requirement weightage matrix. And this is social requirement weightage matrix. This is internal.
Now the session is open for discussion.
I think the PPT is not right.
Sir, actually,
The result is
every presenter was expected to complete the session within 12 minutes. So he
Okay.
has extended the schedule.
Yeah. Okay. Then can you briefly explain the result what you obtained?
Yes, sir. In the design options, the value. The body with trips, we got the highest rank, that is SBSC score 1.378. For the option,
Okay.
body with trips and plastic handle. So that is selected as
Body
the
with
most profitable, customer satisfying, and sustainable product.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Body
Then
with trips
one
and
another
plastic handle.
with lips and plastic handle. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Then one. Can this tool be applied to cradle or cradle to grave life cycle aspects?
Yes, sir. Actually, this tool can be applied to all PDC stages, but in this case study, this product options or PDC stages are only material selection, design selection, manufacturing process, and distribution only. And the usage, disposal, or recycling is not in the scope of that company. That's why I couldn't apply this to that stages. The options, the attributes are selected for each stages. In the material stage, the recycling, easy recycling material like that, that is contained in the matrix.
Okay. Then one more thing. You have given learning and growth requirement as a SBSC dimension.
Yes, sir.
Under that, you have given variables as less employee education, then more change in business strategy. So what it means, less employee
Yes.
education?
Less employee education means the knowledge or the less knowledge we have to given to the employees in each of the design or material selection stages, the steps or and more.
Okay.
Another option is, sir, what is the another option you asked?
More change in business strategy.
Yes, sir. That is in the to stay in the competitive world. This company, that is more options in the plastic packets are now coming, like in the design and all, in the aesthetics looks. So they are forced to reduce their material volume in the manufacturing process. That is, initially they are using 30 to 40 grams per liter in the that is material in the manufacturing process. But to reduce the cost, they are now reducing the volume, that is 23 to 25 grams per liter, the material. So like that, they are reducing prices. So that is the change in business strategy. So that's why the options
Okay,
are given by the top management.
okay, okay, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Sir,
Okay. You explained customer aspects only, right? Customer
No,
aspects.
sir.
You could not explain that
Customer
other
aspect.
one, environmental and social, financial aspects. What are the factors you have considered under these three areas?
Sir. Okay, sir. I will explain. In the
Just, just tell in short. That's
sir,
all.
in the financial requirements, the attributes we selected are more asset utilization, more sale profitability, more cash flow, low financial risk, and more profit. These are the attributes selected, identified for financial requirements. And for environmental requirements, the attributes selected, identified are minimum product waste, maximum waste recovery and reuse, low content of additives, less harmful to environment. These are the attributes selected for environmental requirements. And like that, in the internal business process, we selected less employee education, more research and development, more employee knowledge sharing, and more sustainable consciousness top management, more change in business strategy. These are the options in the learning and growth. And in internal
Now
business
regarding
process, sir,
yes,
can I audible?
yes, yes,
Yes.
yes, audible, audible. Yeah,
So like
I'm
that.
able to hear you.
Okay, sir.
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir.
Now regarding the methodology, other than SCBC, any other evaluation system, perform value system is there existing in the literature?
In this study, only I used only in ROC method, but in the material selection and the next steps, I am using TOPSIS and AHP method.
Okay, thank you. Work is good, good,
Okay, sir.
good work.
Thank you, sir.
thank you, Ms. Shalini. Now I invite Himabindu to present the topic on modeling and cost optimization.
Good morning, one and all. Myself, Hima Bindu, from Reva University, Bangalore, is here to present my work, modeling and cost optimization of a community microgrid. With the socio-economic development of human life, electrical energy has become an essential factor and hence led to increased energy demand. Also, with the exhaustion of fossil fuels and growing environmental concerns, alternate energy sources had to be brought in. There is a huge potential for renewable energy sources like solar, wind, which are cleaner, cheaper, and sustainable. But these energy sources are stochastic in nature. They are not reliable. They are not continuous. That is why they are stochastic in nature. In order to have reliable power supply with these renewable energy sources, which are stochastic in nature, we should opt for storage systems like battery storage systems, which involves high capital or investment cost. To meet the required load demand, a hybrid renewable model has to be designed with optimal feasible combination of available energy resources. The objectives of my work include to evaluate the available resources and the load demand of a locality, to design hybrid renewable energy model with these data like available energy resources and the load requirement. A model has to be designed with minimum cost of energy and net present cost. To compare the off-grid and grid-connected power system models in terms of cost and renewable penetration. So to achieve these objectives, we are using Homer tool, that is a hybrid optimization of multiple energy resources tool. So in that the annual averages of resources and loads, cost per kilowatt or units of equipment will be provided as input, and the features which we can expect from Homer tool will be like the optimal system design, the operational analysis, the resource analysis, cost breakdowns and comparisons of various sources. A community microgrid located at the geographical location with the latitude of 14.135 degrees north, longitude 76.239 degrees east in Chitradurga district, a South Indian state of Karnataka, was considered for the study. Coming to the load requirements of that particular location, it has an average energy consumption of 1147.59 kilowatt hour per day and the peak load 136.30 kilowatt. The maximum load varies between 100.75 to 136.3 kilowatt throughout the month. The following figure gives us the energy load profile of the location per annum. So each month, what is the load profile? Here you can see the kilowatts, and on x-axis we have the month. So each month, what is the maximum, the minimum load requirement has been represented through this figure. In the selected locality, the potential, the resource, the renewable energy potential is huge when we go for the solar energy and the wind energy. As per the survey it has been done. So talking about the solar potential available in the site, the average solar radiation per annum is 5.55 kilowatt hour per meter square per day. And the following figure gives us the monthly average solar radiation and the clearness index at the selected location. So it can be observed from the figure that the average monthly solar radiation is highest in the months of March and April, so which are around 6.803 kilowatt hour per meter square per day and 6.810 kilowatt hour per meter square per day. The wind potential, when it has been taken, the monthly mean data of the wind resources, the monthly wind speed of the site on an average is plotted, average wind speed and the month, and it can be observed that it is highest in the month of June. The wind speed is highest in the month of June, so which is around 5.15 per second. And the lowest 1.73 meter per second. So all this data is required to analyze how much resource has to be used in order to meet the load requirement, and the remaining how to compensate. That is what is going to be analyzed. with the available energy resources. So we have designed two models. So one is grid connected model and standalone model, and they are compared. So here the grid connected model consists of the solar, the wind resource, and the storage system, battery, and grid. It is connected to the grid, and this is the load, peak loaded daily load. In case of standalone system, apart from solar, wind, as we are not using the grids, as we are not connecting to the grid, to meet the load requirement, we are going to use a DG, which is mandatory to meet the load requirement, and a storage system. So these are the configurations of how we are going to use a grid connected model and standalone model. In terms of cost analysis, when we talk about the investment cost of each model, so we have photovoltaic model, wind turbine model, battery system, power converters. And what is the capital cost? What is the investment cost we are going to spend? So we are using 3 units of 25 kilowatt, and as per the ratings, the cost is mentioned in dollars as Homer software accepts works in terms of dollar. It is around 24,000 and it comes to $72,000 of capital cost, and the replacement cost 60,000, and operation and maintenance cost per year is $300. For wind turbine model, again 3 units of 100 kilowatt units are considered, and the capital cost comes around $1,35,000. The replacement cost also the same, and the operation and maintenance cost is $1,500 per year. Battery energy storage, 1 kilowatt hour, the capital cost is $300, replacement cost $250, and the operation and maintenance cost $10 per year. 25 kilowatt power converter with $300 capital and replacement cost and $10 O&M cost per year has been selected. The main aim here is to verify or to compare the net present cost, to analyze the net present cost and the cost of energy. Here, the net present cost represents the life cycle cost, and it includes the capital, the replacement, the maintenance cost per annum, and also the fuel cost. The expression to find the net present cost is TAC by CRF, where TAC is total annualized cost and CRF is the capital recovery factor, which again is given by the expression I into 1 plus I power n by 1 I by 1 plus I power n minus 1. These are all given by the Homer software, and n is the total number of years. With all the available resources and the load requirement and all the cost required for that modules, when we use Homer software, in order to achieve the optimal system configuration, it simulates and evaluates for minimizing the NPCN cost of electricity. So here our main aim is to compare the grid connected with standalone system. So first, coming to the grid connected system, the production, energy production from each module per year has been projected like this. So from solar module it is 89,429 kilowatt hour per year. From wind module it is 84,640 kilowatt hour per year. And in order to meet the load requirement, the remaining energy should be taken from the grid. So it comes around 2,78,759 kilowatt hour per year. The total production is projected like this. And the percentage contribution of the production is mentioned here.
Now the session is open for discussion.
Yes, sir.
This session also, I think conclusion is not done, right?
One more last slide.
Yeah. Can you conclude?
Yes, sir. In this, I just wanted to compare the net present cost and cost of energy. And it has been observed that when we calculate with all the inputs and cost available in investment cost and all, a grid connected system is more viable. That is because in order to meet the load requirement, solar and wind alone, we cannot invest so much, sir. For the capital investment cost is very high. So for a community microgrid, we cannot invest so much to meet that load requirement with the available technology. So the remaining thing we have to purchase from the grid. So if you compare with off-grid system where we need to use a diesel generator, DG, we have to spend for the fuel. So that is the reason why we can conclude that the grid connected system is more viable. That means it can meet the load requirement with less cost, less investment cost and cost of electricity. So it has been observed that grid connected system is more economical, sir, cheaper.
Okay, then what do you mean by community microgrid?
So community microgrid, what I meant was like if we consider a small village or some area, so we have a separate system. We can consider a microgrid for but that particular location or community where the load is defined for that particular segment.
Okay, your study is done in Chitradurga, right?
So that actually wind we have collected, sir, and load requirement we have taken from that place, sir, some village. Yes, sir.
Is there any this community grid area available? Means
Wind is provided, sir. Like solar, it is not there. Like it has not been implemented. Like community microgrid with the hybrid model.
okay, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, finally, what is your conclusion? Which system is good?
Sir, as per the investment cost and the cost of electricity, if we consider with the available resources and the load requirement, grid connected system is more viable, sir.
Practically feasible.
Right, right now, for time being, with the cost,
What about other one?
other one is off grid when we are not connecting to when electricity is completely being taken from solar and diesel generator. That is not so optimal, sir.
Cost wise?
Cost wise, because we are using diesel generator to meet the load requirement, the cost is high in case of off grid systems, sir.
Okay. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Himabindu. Now I invite Mr. M. Pradeep to present a methodology to analyze undergraduate engineering students' campus startup activities and its scope to B2C companies.
Respected teachers and my dear colleagues, my research area is on engineering students and their entrepreneurship. Title of this paper is A Methodology to Analyze Undergraduate Engineering Students' Campus Startup Activities and its Scope of B2C Companies. I am a part-time research scholar under Calicut University with the guidance of Dr. Sadish Kit. Introduction. Business is a passion for the educated youth in the current global market scenario. Most of the engineering students are doing parallelly their business during their studies. Marketing trends are changed to e-commerce, B2B and B2C ventures. B2C means business to consumers ventures. Here I am focusing on these two activities. When going through the job opportunities in our nation, an average of 1.5 million students graduate in engineering every year across India. It's a report from Human Resource and Development Ministry. And out of these 1.5 million students, 20% of the populations are employed in their core domain, and most of them are not satisfied with their jobs. This will create a huge challenge as well as great opportunity. Challenge in the sense, the educated youth, if they are idle, it will make a lot of problems in the society and for the nation. And if we can channelize these young educated minds in the path of entrepreneurship, it will develop or it will enhance the GDP of our nation, and it will give a living status for the educated youth. We know that engineering students are pursuing themselves into the emerging technology trends and market dynamics. And while we are going through the markets, we can see that emerging markets are in the electronics and information science arena, and mechanical engineering team has a huge potential that is waiting to be explored. We know the demand and supply equations have become fully transparent to everyone. There are a lot of demand which is related to mechanical engineering stream like automobile, agriculture, etc. The literature review, I had concentrated on the literature review based on the campus startup of engineering students and the importance of B2C marketing of marketing and in the startup culture. And we can see that central and state government are withdrawing their role as employers, but are supporting the youth to go for entrepreneurship. Coming to Kerala, Kerala Startup Mission is actively participating in the colleges through the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development Center (IEDC) for promoting the knowledge-based activities and supporting the startup campus startup culture and developing an entrepreneurial culture for the engineering students. Startup is an entrepreneurial experiment and implement unusual and risky ideas. Startup has a potential for exponential growth, but also unforeseen and repeated failures. That's why the success rate of startups all over the world and India is in between 5 to 10%. But some of the startups like Amazon, Google, all these are startups have exponential growth. We can see all these things. The success rate of student startups in the mechanical engineering stream is relatively less when compared to the ones spawned by other engineering streams. Through the literature, the different independent variables have identified such as from that I have selected attitude of ME students, involvement of campus startup activities, policies of university, influence of government and its organization, barriers on IEDC activities are selected for the betterment of nascent entrepreneurship. The importance of B2C ventures have also discussed. In the research, primarily we are focusing on the possibilities of campus startup, and secondly, the business to consumers ventures. The products developed through the startups has to be marketable through the online method. The objectives are the attitude of mechanical engineering students towards nascent entrepreneurship, policy of KTU and colleges, influence of government and other organizations, involvement of ME students, barriers on IEDC activities for the engineering students. And also we examined IEDC and its campus activities to develop nascent entrepreneurship. Also, the scope of startup in B2C companies. The hypotheses are formulated based on the objectives. Attitude of mechanical engineering students towards campus startup has a positive impact on nascent entrepreneurship. Involvement has a positive involvement, and policy of KTU and colleges has a positive impact, and influence of government organization has a positive impact, and barriers on IEDC has a negative impact on nascent entrepreneurship. To find out all these things, the methodology structured is the various engineering colleges under APJ Abdul Kalam or KTU have selected, and data collection was done using the questionnaire that is eventually based on the literature, feedback, and market research. The analysis was made by using a statistical SPSS tool. Data collected from 392 final year mechanical engineering students across Kerala, because the final year students have more aware of the campus startup, campus activities and the support from IEDC. Out of 392 students, 380 responses were selected after error checking. A 7-point Likert scale ranging from 1 strongly disagree to 7 strongly agree was selected. IBM AMOS is used for this study. Maximum likelihood estimator is used as the data analysis technique through the structural equation modeling. This is the structure of the system. Out of this, we can see that attitude, policy, and barrier factors, involvement, Kerala government and other institutions support to the nascent entrepreneurship. And the barrier factors of the system can be minimized by enhancing the involvement of IEDC in the campus. All these attitude, independent variable attitude is defined by using 7 factors. Like that, all these independent variables are defined by different number of factors, and IEDC is used for minimizing the barriers for the campus startup activities. In the first stage, it is examined the dimensional structure of the scale using exploratory factor analysis. Then CFA is for validity and reliability, and SEM is used for the hypothesis analysis, and regression analysis were made. And we can see that after analysis, we observed that the overall correlated CFA model indicated a good fit, and the different values are satisfied with the limiting values. All these directed the study that the scales used to measure different dimensions are valid and reliable. Therefore, proceed for the hypothesis testing. The SEM was used for the hypothesis testing, and it is endogenous and exogenous variables as well as unobserved variables are simultaneously handled by using SEM. The data available after the SEM analysis was excellent, and all are within the limit. We can see that CFA is above 0.95. And hypothesis test results, attitude to nascent entrepreneurship, beta value is greater, and we can see that all these values, policy of university, barrier factors is negatively gives a negative relations with the barrier factor is negatively influence the nascent entrepreneurship. Involvement of IEDC activities is positively supporting the nascent entrepreneurship. Government organizations have a positive impact on nascent entrepreneurship. And the scope of startup products from the business to consumer is positively accepted, and findings highlight the participation of mechanical engineering students on campus startups and its support from various organizations. And the responses find B2C venture supports startup economy. The conclusion, it's a new model to find out the entrepreneurial activities of students. Campus startup activities are supported by the IEDC, which acts as the catalyst for the growth of nascent entrepreneurship. KSM, IEDC, KTU, state government are promoting the ecosystem through the workshops and hackathons through the IEDC, and barriers of the students can be eliminated by IEDC network and between the and making the students of different engineering discipline and venture support from the financial agencies will leads to minimizing the barriers and risk of the students. And B2C entrepreneurs should be familiar with the intricacies faced by the people, but it is impossible to get a referral with the actual purchase. In future, the survey has to be extended to all engineering discipline on all the products. And these are the references which I have gone through. And thank you for your attention.
Now the session is open for discussion.
The presentation was good, and the topic also it is very relevant. That means, as we know, getting a job. Similarly, entrepreneurship is very, important to our students.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Then I would like to ask that how much percentage of ME mechanical engineering students are becoming entrepreneurship as per your data collected approximately?
At present, the campus startup activities happening in engineering colleges are very less, and the success ratio is, I have already told that it is in between 5 to 10. And we can see that most of the campus activities are coming from other than mechanical stream, like computer, electronics, and something like that. So it has to be enhanced. Now we can see that around 1 to 2% of the mechanical engineering students are actively participating in the campus startup activities. Some success are there, like Gen Robotics are some Gen Robotics are basically from mechanical engineering students. Some success startups are there, but compared to all these things, it is very less, I think.
Then how is there any suggestions for mechanical engineers to improve, or mechanical engineering students can improve? How can they improve? Any suggestions are included in your study?
Yeah, sir. Basically, if they are incorporating all their activities with their other students, or if they are participating actively in the IEDC activities, they can be easily achieve all these things, because most of the products are not now. The most of the products are from interrelated discipline. That means mechatronics, mechanical and electronics discipline, and programmed by computer or software related activities. So most of the mechanical students are not that much aware of the coding or something like that. But if they are actively participating in IEDC activities, they can take the knowledge from other discipline.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Sir.
Yes. The topic is really nice, relevant.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. From your analysis, in which area students are more interested for entrepreneurship?
Yeah, from the literature and through the interaction with the colleges or nodal officers through across the Kerala, I learned that most of the students are coming from IT sector or computer related branches, electronics related branches are coming forward, and most of the products are also like that, like apps. Or Byju's Learning App is some best example for startup from our Kerala state. And engineering students are mostly interested in this type of products.
Okay, one more thing, Pradeep.
Sir.
What is the present status of entrepreneurship in Kerala compared to other states? Did you conduct any study like that?
Yes, sir. For the past few years, I am actively participating in this ecosystem, and I am linking with the Kerala Startup Mission and KDIS and some other government agencies, and I have connection with all the nodal officers, most of the nodal officers across engineering college in engineering college across Kerala. And from that, I have learned that Kerala has comparatively other states like Gujarat and Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka. There are a lot of activities are happening, but we have a very good ecosystem, and the startup activities are going on. But most of the students are not taking the risk to become an entrepreneur or to actively participate in the startups. Right? So there is the importance of capital investment or angel funding or like that. If such investments are given to these students or financial and technical supports are given to these students, they will become they will be more interested in these activities, I think, sir. And Kerala has a very good ecosystem.
Because that kind of extensive studies will help to
Yeah.
suggest some of the ways in which or by which students can get attracted in entrepreneurship area. So
Sir.
that will be good, I think. Okay, I hope you can do it.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Mr. Pradeep. Now I invite Mr. Srivas, PA, to present assessment of psychological and musculoskeletal risk among bicycle riders during riding at different postures.
Distinguished dignitaries, most respected faculty members, and dear friends, good morning to all. Today, I would like to present a paper on the topic of analysis of physiological and musculoskeletal risks among cyclists during riding at different postures, international conference. So these are the contents included in my presentation: introduction, objectives, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion, and references. So coming to the introduction part, we all know that cycling is one of the most popular sports in the world, and it is very widely used due to its economy. It is very cheap. The rider should bend forward in the entire duration of ride. So due to this posture, the chances of physiological and musculoskeletal risks are very high. So a thorough investigation is needed to check whether any physiological and musculoskeletal risks are associated with the different riding postures. So my study mainly conducted in two stages. The first stage is heart rate variability analysis, and the second stage is digital human modeling. To analyze the physiological risks of bicycle riders in different postures using HRV analysis method. These are my objectives. I have set at 3 objectives. In the first objective, analysis of physiological and risk using HRV method. And the second objective is analyze musculoskeletal risk using digital human modeling. And the final objective is to identify the posture of lesser risk. Coming to the methodology, this is the schematic diagram of the methodology implemented. So this shows the methodology. So next, coming to participants, we have followed convenience sampling method for selecting the participants. Initially, we have selected 58 number of participants. After selecting that, we have done an initial screening in which the screening criteria are more than 2 years of experience in cycling and body mass index range in between 18.5 to 23 kilograms per meter square. So based on these two categories, we have limited the sampling size to 40. So this shows the experimental setup. The experimental setup consists of a polar heart rate sensor unit, a polar training computer, a between cycle computer. So next is experimental protocol. So before starting the experiment, we have taken concern from each participants in the study. A between cycle computer was fixed on the road bike, and polar heart rate monitor, it was fixed on the body part of the participant. The path selected was from Kulattur to Kovalam in Trivandrum district. The participants were selected at a random and was instructed to do cycling for a duration of 1 hour, adopting any of the three postures. That is, the pace of the commute was set as 18 plus or minus 2 km per hour. So a trial session was conducted. The trial session was conducted in order to get a familiarization of the route for the participants. Then a warm-up session of 15 minutes also conducted. After that, heart rate of the participants were noted. Then heart rate data of every participants were taken for three postures, that is hoods, tops and drop postures. After completion of the ride, heart rate data of participants was exported to the Polar Trainer 5TM software for analysis. In that software, we have divided the 1 hour duration into 6 segments, 6 equal segments of 10 minutes. Then HRV indices like RMSSD, SDNN, LF to HF ratio, average heart rate of 10 minutes duration was analyzed. Next, coming to results and discussion. This is a graph showing SDNN versus time period. This is also another graph showing RMSSD value versus time period. From this figure, it is clear that the RMSSD and SDNN values of drop posture were lower than the values of other two postures. So that is an indication. That is, the lower value of RMSSD and SDNN of drops posture is less. That indicates that in this rider posture, the rider experienced more effort during cycling than the other two postures. So which indicates that drop posture is much more strain posture than the other two postures. So this is a graph showing between average heart rate and time period. It is clearly evident that average heart rate for drops posture was always greater than other two postures. This indicates that more effort was put by riders in drops posture than the other two postures. So this is a graph between LF to HF ratio and time period. LF to HF ratio mainly indicates mental stress. There was no significant difference in average heart rate between drops and hoods posture. So these are the digital human modeling developed in Jack software for 50th percentile mankind for the three postures adopted. The postures are drops, tops and hoods. So this is the posture evaluation graph. This graph clearly indicates that for tops posture, the Rula score is very less. That is, in every percentile it is 4, and it is highest for drops posture. Drops posture, in case of drops posture, the Rula score obtained is 7. In hoods posture, it is in between 5. So several journals, several literatures mention that if Rula score is less than 3, then that posture can be adopted. But here in hoods posture, it is 7. It is very huge value. That indicates that it is a highly risking posture. So this is a table showing Rula score for different body segments. were almost similar among all postures except in the trunk portion. In the trunk portion, highest value for drop posture, then comes hood posture, then come top posture. Then individual Rula score for neck and lower arm were same in all posture. Neck and lower arm is same in all posture. Neck, lower arm and trunk are, we can say neck, lower arm and trunk as critical segments. Now finally come to the conclusion. The results of HRV analysis indicated that the drops posture is the most strained posture of all. Rula assessment showed the drops posture has the highest final Rula score, indicating that the drops posture has the highest severity of risk of all postures. Immediate action is required to mitigate the risk involved in drops posture. From the individual Rula score, it is identified that the lower arm, trunk and neck were the critical body segments. So now coming to the future scope. Modification in posture to resolve issues addressed in this study can be done as a future work. In order for a posture to be accepted, the Rula score of the posture should be less than 3. Here, all the cycling posture require improvement because in all the posture we are getting more Rula score. This can be achieved by improving the individual Rula score of critical segments. These are the thank you.
Now the session is open for discussion.
Yes, the presentation was good. Then the topic was also good. Then my question is, you have considered 3 types of postures, right? Then you have considered only one model of cycle or different models, or seat height different, or means cycle design you have taken various values, or with a single model you have done all these?
Sir, in this work, we have done all this one based on a single model.
Okay. So it may vary the result, no? When we are using different models or something, it may also vary, right?
Sir, before the digital human modeling, we have taken data from participants regarding the details of the road bike. Then based on that, we have constructed one.
Means cycle you have designed, cycle dimensions and all.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Then one more thing, in the conclusion somewhere you have written route used may also vary the effect. So did you study it based on that? Means changes in road, like climbing a hill or something, it may also vary, right? So did you study it?
Yes, that. No, we have not go to that level.
Okay, in future studies it is a part, or is it a part
It can
of
be
future?
done as a future work, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, Srivas.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Regarding cycle, you could have taken mostly commonly used cycle. You have taken such kind of cycle or commonly used cycle?
Commonly used cycles of the Surveyors.
Ah, oh, okay. One more thing. Overall, which posture is good?
Drops posture is
Considering
the
all
most
properties.
awkward position. Overall,
Ah,
tops posture is the among these three. Tops posture is the good one.
I could have given image of that poster, so that will be more interesting. Could have more interesting, is it not?
Sir, in the digital human
At the end,
modeling, I was included that in the
now at the
slide.
end, you could have given a image of that acceptable
Okay, sir. Okay.
posture, right? What are the ergonomic factors you have considered in this study? Any other ergonomic?
Ergonomic factors. We have mainly studied these three postures only in the DHM.
Okay. Now, okay. Regarding this screening factors, body mass index, something like that, two things you have considered, no?
Yes, sir. Body mass index and
Uh, body mass
one
index, the unit what you have given, body mass index unit,
kilograms per meter square.
unit. How it comes that kilogram per meter square, body mass index,
Kilograms.
how it comes kilogram per meter square?
Sir, it is kilograms per meter actually.
Kilogram per meter.
Weight to height ratio.
Body mass index is something different, no? You have given, you check it out, that unit. Body mass index is,
Okay, sir.
unit is different. Let's check and confirm it.
Okay, sir.
That's all. The topic is good. Okay. Thank you.
Now I invite chair and co-chair for their session remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This has been a wonderful. We have gone through different sessions, means different papers. It's a great pleasure that we had a fruitful discussions on various concepts of production and operations management. So I can say that the purpose of this session has been completely accomplished. I'm sure we all have benefited in some way from this session, and what we have learned through this session can be helpful to our future research activities. So similarly, the research in production and operations management are very essential in meeting objectives of any organization and fulfilling the customer needs. So this session was totally helpful. Then finally, I would like to thank Professor Sujata, Professor Satish, and all organizing committee members for making part of this conference. And I extend my thanks to Professor Ampli Kumar. Thank you. Have a great day.
Hello. Okay, the sessions were really good. I hope all these suggestions made of will be useful for the participants, speakers. Let them complete their work in future, especially this topics were really good and very relevant in this present competitive and dynamic business environment. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you, these organizers, for selecting me as a chair. And also, I thank Dr. Ramkumar for chairing all these sessions. Thank you once again to all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I want to extend my generous thanks to our chair, Dr. Ramkumar PN, Assistant Professor, Yami Engineering College, and co-chair, Dr. Ambali Kumar CK, Professor Mechanical GC Thrissur, for their extreme support and cooperation. I also thank you, faculty, for the leading supervision and efforts taken up of organizing this international conference, icetest 2020. On the behalf of GEC Thrissur, I thank all participants who have taken up the efforts in presenting the finding to us. Now we enter session 3. Thank you for all your participation. Now I welcome Dr. Kavya S., who is a researcher at the Department of Applied Chemistry, Cochin University of Science and Technology. She has pursued MPhil in Physical Chemistry from University of Madras, PhD from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, and postdocs completed from Indian Institute of Bangalore. She has received various prestigious awards such as Inspire Fellowship, Cefiprof's Astronaut Fellowship, Endeavour Research Fellowship, the Shastri Research Student Fellowship, and served National Postdoctoral Fellowship for postdoctoral scholars have been received for her spectacular performance as a researcher, and she was selected to BRICS Young Scientist Forum Alumni Conclave 2018, Bangalore, and second BRICS Young Scientist Conclave, Hoshu, China, for her outstanding research contributions. She has published more than 15 journal publications and reviewer of more than 30 journals. I'm heartily welcome Dr. Kavya S. to present the topic about advancement of zinc-based photocatalyst for water treatment. Welcome you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, how can I share my screen? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. It's audible.
Okay, how can I share my screen actually?
At the bottom, you see, good morning,
Okay,
Ravi.
okay,
At the
okay.
bottom, there is a vertical arrow, it's the
Yeah,
share screen. Yeah,
yeah,
please
yeah.
click on that. So, good morning, warm welcome to ISIS 2020.
Yes. Thank you, sir. It's hanging. That's what. Sorry for the delay actually. Okay. Are you able to see this?
Not yet loaded. You see, maybe loaded. You go to that and
Yeah, yeah. I have done actually. It's showing like sharing.
yeah, screen sharing. Then you select your file.
Yeah. Is it able to see
Now
now?
it is gone. Yeah, it's coming now.
Okay,
Press.
okay. Thank you for the introduction. Like before I start, I would like to say my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. I'm going to talk about advancement of zinc oxide based photocatalyst for water treatment. Let's get started. The brief outline of the talk is I'm going to discuss about water treatment and why do we need water treatment and various methods for the water treatment I'm going to discuss in this session. Then since this is about zinc oxide nanoparticles, so I'm going to discuss about various methods for the synthesis of zinc oxide nanoparticles and its limitation on photocatalyst, and then I will be focusing in detail about how to increase the performance of zinc oxide nanocatalyst. Finally, conclusion and followed by challenges and future perspectives. Let's see why do we need wastewater treatment. Like here, this is the figure depicts the contamination of natural resource by dye injection from the various industry. You can see the intense color from the water bodies. So industrial effluents, especially dyes, cause serious problems towards water contamination and environmental problem, because it has a stable and aromatic structure which is very difficult. The photocatalytic degradation of pollutants under direct sunlight in irradiation would be a better option by using an advanced oxidation process. Let's see what are all the methods available for wastewater treatment. So based on the process, the methods are categorized as physical, chemical and biological method. Each method has its own merits and demerits. In the case of physical method, it is listed as adsorption, ion exchange, membrane filtration, coagulation and filtration and reverse osmosis method, and subcategories also. If you wanted to merely decolorize your dye, then you go for adsorption method. So this is the best option. Then coagulation and flocculation method also have been used widely for wastewater treatment in industries. Like in this method, if the contaminated and dispersed in the water body, and it will be bring the particles together and it will make a large particle so that it will be deposited, and you can easily remove the particles by simply sedimentation method. But here the cost associated with the process, and again the second recycling process also it requires, so the cost associated with is high when compared to other method. In the case of chemical method, you are using chemicals for bringing the particle closer and it will be precipitate. Most common methods are like oxidation, electrochemical treatment and chemical precipitation. In the case of chemical precipitation, you are adding hydroxide, carbonate and sulfide into the system so that the particles will be insoluble, and you can easily separate the contaminated dispersed particles from the contaminated water, and you will get the pure water. Another important thing is oxidation process. This is the effective oxidation of contaminant by using sunlight irradiation or light irradiation in the presence of photocatalyst would be a better option, because it will give you the non-toxic product like water and carbon dioxide, and the process also very easy when compared to other methods. It is categorized as ozonization and photocatalytic degradation. Here also you can use a homogeneous catalyst and a heterogeneous catalyst. In the case of homogeneous catalyst, that is called as Penton process, so that in this process you are adding Fe2 plus and hydrogen peroxide, so that it will produce hydroxide free radical. It will decompose the pollutant into carbon dioxide and water. On the other category, you can use semiconductor material like zinc oxide or titanium. That photocatalytic radiation, you have to irradiate the light and it will produce superoxide anion radical and hydroxide radical, so that it will be decompose the material into carbon dioxide and water. The other category is biological method. Here two processes are there. One is aerobic and another is an anaerobic condition. In aerobic condition, you are using microorganism in the presence of air, and another thing is using microorganism in the absence of air. In both the conditions, you need the bioreactor. In the case of aerobic condition, it will convert the contaminated water into water, carbon dioxide and biomass. In the anaerobic condition, the polluted water is converted into methane and carbon dioxide and biomass. So in all the methods, photocatalytic degradation will be attractive if the degradation process is under direct sunlight irradiation and with the cost effective catalyst. We will discuss in detail later. Okay, let's see why zinc oxide photocatalyst. As I said, photocatalytic degradation, it is like homogeneous and heterogeneous catalyst. Homogeneous catalyst, it will be a Fenton reaction. In the heterogeneous catalyst, you are using the semiconductor photocatalyst. So for photocatalytic process, so many semiconductor materials have been used, like titanium, zirconia, and lead oxide, copper oxide, and so many semiconductor materials have been involved. But zinc oxide is here have some specialty based on the degradation potential with the dye molecules and the pollutant. The first main thing is it is a low cost and biocompatible, and it has a good photo stability and sensitivity as well. It has a band gap of around 3.37 electron volt and large binding excitonic energy, approximately 60 milli electron volt. And it has high electron affinity also. That's what people are preferring zinc oxide photocatalyst for the decomposition of contaminant in water. Next, I'm going to discuss about the various synthesis method available for the preparation of zinc oxide nanoparticle. Here also it depends on the process. It is categorized as three, like physical, chemical and biological method. In the case of physical method, in the absence of solvent and it will produce monodispersed particles. So this is the advantage in the physical method, and disadvantage, if you see, like it requires like large energy and pressure and equipment also needed for the preparation of particles. The most common methods are electrospinning, laser ablation and spray analysis, and vapor deposition method under this category. Next is chemical method, and in chemical method you are using chemical reagent like reducing agent and capping agent in the chemical form that will reduce and the particle size into the nano, and the particles will be grow in different solvent like water or alcohol, whatever the solvent medium, it will grow and it will be self-assembled finally, and it will give the particles, zinc oxide nanoparticles. So the most common methods are listed here, like hydrothermal, microemulsion, chemical precipitation method, wet chemical method, electrochemical and so on. In the case of biological method, you are using the biological materials like peels and microorganism or biotemplate like albumin in eggs. So these are all the things you are using for the preparation of zinc oxide nanoparticle. This is like eco-friendly method because you are not using any toxic material for the preparation of nanoparticles. So in this case, you are using leaf extract or a peel extract for the preparation of nanoparticles. This is cost effective and economically viable also. So these are other methods available for the preparation of zinc oxide nanoparticles. Then we will see different morphology of zinc oxide nanoparticles. As we know, like different methods are available because of the formation. Like we need different size and shape of the particles for various applications, because size and shape are highly influenced for the application. So we can synthesize different size and shape of the particles by simply varying the reaction parameters, like varying the concentration of the precursor or varying the concentration of reducing or capping agent, or reaction conditions like different pH, solvent or temperature or calcination temperature, radiation time or contact time. Like you can vary the parameters so that you can produce different size and shape of the nanoparticles. Like you can vary 0-dimensional to 3-dimensional size of the particle, but mostly like you can combine 0-dimensional, 1-dimensional and 2-dimensional particle into bigger particle. Similarly, the 3-dimensional particle have more performance because of its high surface to volume ratio, and it has high permeability and more light absorption capacity. So if you synthesize the nanoparticle, if it is more like highly defected one and it has less crystallinity, then it will be good for any kind of application, especially for photocatalytic application. So next I'm going to discuss about the mechanism. Like you can categorize the light, like it may be like UV light you can use, or visible light, or either the combination of UV and visible light. For example, sunlight maybe you can use direct sunlight or artificial sunlight for the photocatalytic degradation of pollutant. When you use sunlight, it has both UV and visible radiation, so it follows like both mechanism, direct band gap excitation and sensitization mechanism. If it is only UV, it will follow band gap excitation, and if it is a visible category, it will go to sensitization. Since sunlight is combination of UV and visible, so it will go for both a band excitation and sensitization mechanism. When you irradiate the light on the zinc oxide particles, maybe the structure may be vary from spherical to cubic, whatever may be. When you hit the light on the surface of the zinc oxide nanoparticle, the electrons from the valence band go to the conduction band. So this is the charge transfer process. When it is divided into electron and hole, that is called as exciton. So here the hole in the valence band react with water, it produce hydroxide radical, and the electron react with oxygen, it produce superoxide anion radical. So continuous formation of this kind of radical will hit the pollutant and it will be degraded into carbon dioxide water. In this way you can completely degrade the pollutant. Similar case, there is a sensitization mechanism. When the light is absorb the visible radiation, because your dye absorb the visible radiation, it will go to the excited state and it ejects the electron to the conduction band of zinc oxide nanoparticle, and it will react with oxygen and forms a superoxide anion radical, so that it will enhance the performance of the catalyst. So these are the mechanism. involved for the reaction. These are the reactions involved during the catalytic process. You radiate the light like superoxide anion radical and hydroxyl radical. It will decompose the pollutant into carbon dioxide and water. So what is the limitation of using zinc oxide photocatalyst? Actually, many limitations, like one or more simple limitation like light absorption, charge separation or charge migration or recombination process. But the two main thing is the main limitation. One is the rapid recombination of charge carriers. Like rapid recombination when the light hits, there is a formation of hole and electrons. When it is recombined, there won't be a proper photocatalytic reaction. So the rapid recombination is a problem in zinc oxide, and another important thing is zinc oxide is incapable of absorbing light in the visible radiation. It able to light only in the visible UV radiation. So this is the zinc oxide particle. When sunlight has both UV and visible, but it is not able to absorb visible radiation. It only absorb the UV radiation. So that the dye molecule have to perform the have to absorb the visible light. So this is the main drawback for the performance. So how can we increase the performance of zinc oxide nanoparticles? Even like two things. If you want to improve the performance of zinc oxide, you have to consider about two things. One is surface charge transfer process should be increased, and recombination rate of electrons and holes should be decreased. These are the main important things. How can we modify? Like surface modification can improve the performance of the catalyst, not simply by varying the size and shape of the particles. It will give you the some extent, but not completely. So that you have to dope with the some other external element or material, so that the performance will be improved, because it absorbs the light at higher wavelength. That means like visible radiation, and it will give you the band gap, low band gap, so that low amount of energy is enough for the photo excitation. Like it will give you the photo excited electrons and holes. So how can we do doping? Like if you use the suitable element, that will be improve and control the structure and electrical properties of the zinc oxide nanoparticles. So if you are using the proper dopant, that may act as an electron or hole acceptor, but depends upon the energy state and the redox potential of the dopant if you add. So usually if you add dopant, maybe it is an acceptor level, maybe in the conduction band, or in the donor level related to valence band, you are going to reduce the band gap. So low amount of energy is required to excite the electrons and holes. So obviously it will give you the enhanced performance. So what are all the possible doping of zinc oxide nanoparticles? You can dope with zinc oxide with transition metal, non-metals, metal oxides like other copper oxide, or non-metals like nitrogen, oxygen, or nitrogen, sulfur, or carbon. Transition metals, silver, gold, like that you can incorporate. Then rare metals, actinide, and the polymer systems. Then hybrid or composite system. That way you can increase the performance of the catalyst. But here I'm going to only discuss about the doping of zinc oxide with transition metal ions and how it improves the photocatalytic performance. We are going to discuss here. Here I am going to discuss about eco-friendly synthesis of zinc oxide nano pencils and zinc oxide nano custard oil. These are the morphology of the nanoparticles we got, and we have used these nanoparticles for the photocatalytic degradation of pollutant. Here the model pollutant is methylene blue, that is a dye used for the industrial paper industries and cosmetic industries as well. And we degrade the methylene blue under direct sunlight. But here the preparation we have used like kitchen waste, that is a pomegranate peel we have used. We prepare the extract from the peel and used for the synthesis of zinc oxide nanoparticle, because the peel contains like phytochemicals, polyphenols, punicalagin and punicillin. These are responsible for the formation of zinc oxide nanoparticles. So we have used here the simple reaction method. This is called under the category of biosynthesis method. So here the zinc acetate is the precursor, and simple reaction. Just add the extract into it and kept under the sunlight for 15 minutes. It produces the zinc oxide nanoparticle. Since we want to prepare the different size and shape of the nanoparticle to examine the photocatalytic performance, we calculate different temperature from 300 to 600 degrees centigrade. So we got different morphologies. This is the asynthesized one. This is the pencil morphology we got, and this is also uniform at 300 degree of calcination. These are the image of the particles, and these are the particles which is prepared at 450 and 600 degrees centigrade. So we got the uniform morphology at 300 degrees centigrade. use these particles for the photocatalytic integration. Then we want to improve the photocatalytic performance because it is incapable of absorbing light under the visible radiation. So we have added different weight percentage of silver from 0.2 to 0.2 weight percentage, but at 0.6 weight percentage we got the cluster of the kind of morphology. The surface, so this is also a uniform kind of thing. So we have utilized it for the photocatalytical activity. So these are the XRD pattern of the synthesis particle. You can see the diffraction peak of zinc oxide is getting reduced, getting weakened when you add the silver dopant into the system. The particles are showing like eutrisite structure and silver nanoparticles showing FCC pattern. And this is the DRS spectra of the zinc oxide agent nanoparticle. As I said, zinc oxide is able to absorb light only in the UV region. When you add silver, it will give you the absorption peak at visible radiation around 430 nanometer. Because this custard opal having the uniform morphology, and it has shown good absorption in the visible radiation. So we have used for that photocatalytic performance. So here we have used various catalysts like commercial titanium and zinc oxide nanoparticle with different loaded zinc oxide nanoparticle. At 0.6 weight percentage shows higher photocatalytic performance. The photocatalytic degradation happen at 60 minutes of the radiation. This is only decolorization. So we have varied the quantity also, like 0.5 gram per liter shown better catalytic activity. If you increase further, there is an emergence of light scattering, so the performance will not be good. So this is the mechanism happened. This is zinc oxide nanopencil. So it is incapable of absorbing light in the visible radiation. Dye is absorbing, but in the case of silver nanoparticle, both like dye also absorbing the light and silver nanoparticles also absorbing the light. Here the recombination rate is reduced by the charge transfer from zinc oxide to silver nanoparticle. So in this way, the performance of the catalyst is increased. And here the performance of like formation of OH radical in the solution was examined by using terephthalic acid. Higher performance was got for 0.6 weight percentage of silver agent nanocastor opal. And we have improved the performance of the catalyst by using external oxidant like peroxomonosulfate and peroxodisulfate and hydrogen peroxide. And the higher performance was got with the peroxomonosulfate. So these are the complete mineralization also we have done. The complete mineralization is different from decolorization because complete mineralization takes 2 steps and more time also, because it have to fragment and degrade the component. So we got 3 hours. It taken 3 hours for the complete mineralization. It will give you water and carbon dioxide. So we have tested the reusability of the catalyst, and it is able to reuse up to 5 consecutive cycles. After that, the activities reduced because of the leaching of silver from the surface. So finally, next conclusion. Since we have discussed various methods to improve the structure and like surface morphology and structure of the particle, but the size and shape of the particles are highly influence the performance of the catalyst. The another observation is like doped zinc oxide nanoparticles shown better performance when compared to the undoped zinc oxide nanoparticles, because when doped nanoparticles, you can increase the light absorption at higher wavelength so that it extends the lifetime of the charge carrier, so that the charge transfer process would be high, so that finally overall the performance of the catalyst also high in the case of doped zinc oxide nanoparticle. And another important thing is optimum loading of dopant, that is highly preferable. Next, challenges and future perspective. Like though we have improved the performance of the catalyst, but it is not sufficient for real-time application, because like when you do recycle, like reaching of dopant is possible, and you are increasing the charge carrier recombination center, so the performance will be automatically low. So it is not good for practical application, and we have to focus on the cost, lifetime, and operation of the catalyst as well. Under these conditions, finally, the photocatalyst should be balanced between efficiency, energy, and economics. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enlightening presentation. Now, we will start the fourth technical session of icetest 2020 on the topic Material Science and Manufacturing. I invite the chair, Dr. Rajkumar, Professor Mechanical Engineering, GECT Trivandrum, and co-chair, Dr. Sunil Jerome, Professor Mechanical, GEC Thrissur. I find it to be my pleasure to address our participants for the session. First presenter is Arjun Mohan, who will be discussing about fabrication and dry sliding wear analysis of centrifugally casted A356 10% silicon cap function graded metal matrix composite at different rotational speed.
Fabrication and dry-siding via analysis of centrifugally caster A336 10% SICT functionally graded metal matrix composites at different rotational speeds of the machine. Is presented by Abdul Mohan, former MTech student, CET Toronto. Introduction. What is a composite material? Composite materials are the materials having two or more suitably distributed chemically and or physically distinct phases. The characteristics shown by a composite material varies from the base material, and the matrix is in the continuous phase and the reinforcements are in the distributed phase. The level of performance of the composites depends on the reinforcement particle used. What's a functionally graded material? A functionally graded material or functionally graded composite materials are inhomogeneous materials consisting of two or more materials engineered to have continuously varying spatial composition. There are lots of techniques for processing functionally graded materials, out of which most common methods are powder metallurgy, cold processing, sintering processing, centrifugal casting, vapor deposition method. Here, for the purpose of study, we use centrifugal casting. And what is a centrifugal casting? Centrifugal castings are emerged as the simplest and cost-effective technique for producing large sized engineering components of functionally graded metal matrix composites. We have got two types of centrifugal casting: horizontal centrifugal casting and vertical centrifugal casting. The main difference is the flow of mold into the die. That is the main difference between horizontal and vertical centrifugal casting. Here we are using a vertical centrifugal casting so that we can avoid or neglect the effects of the gravity on the material produced. Now, the literature surveys that I have followed are shown here. The first one is the work that have been done for the same work, and that is done with the 5% and 10% in silicon carbide particles as an additive particle. And here the main findings or the brief description is that the centrifugal effects have more importance on the properties at the expense of friction, and the centrifugal effects causes improvement in the properties. And the next one that I have for the key paper is by Dr. Jayakumar. The space distribution curves of silicon carbide reinforcements about radial direction shows the final position and magnitude of silicon carbide depends on the percentage of initial silicon carbide addition, and there is a shift in the position of the maximum concentration towards the outward direction with the higher percentage of the addition. Now, with rampts2020, the reinforcement provided using SICT increases the wear resistance and improves the hardness of the material. And with Dr. Radhika, the centrifugal action has a great influence on the microstructure of the component cluster, and the size of the reinforcement particle or reinforcement material have great effect on the hardening mechanisms. And some of the research gaps that I have found is that there are some works to be done on hypoeutectic aluminum F36 materials, and here that we have gone for what is the effect of centrifuging force or centrifugal force on the silicon carbide distribution on the matrix or on the functionally graded matrix that we have obtained. And for that, we used a F356 material T6 alloy, F356 T6 alloy of aluminum, along with silicon carbide particles by 10% by volume with an average size of 34 micrometer at rotation speeds of the machine 1100 rpm, 1200 rpm, 1400 rpm, 1550 rpm, 1700 rpm and 1950 rpm. And then after the casting, we analyze the microstructure and volume fraction density of the material. Then the microstructural analysis are validated using hardness analysis using Vickers hardness testing machine. Then wear analysis of the materials thus produced is done using a pin-on-disc tibor tester apparatus. And the material that we used for the casting and the fabrication are shown here. And here we used A356 T6 material as we have said. And these are the main properties of the material and the composition of the A356 is shown in the bottom side of the slide. Now, what are the results that we have obtained? After the casting at the different rotation speeds, we obtained the functional graded material and in the form of a disc. And for the microstructure analysis, we found we used three regions, that is inner, very near to the inner surfaces or inner region of the disc, and mid region, which is around 8 to 25 mm, then outer region. And for the same we have used the same areas are being studied for the different rotation speeds. And from the first two castings, that is the castings done at the RPMs 1100 and 1200, the centrifugal thrust is very minimum for the silicon carbide particles. Thus, the silicon carbide particles are not at all forced to the outer surfaces. Most of the silicon carbide particles are concentrated near the inner surfaces. Thus, we can conclude that the castings were a failure. Then the upcoming, that is then for the next forecasting at 1400 rpm, 1550 rpm, 1700 rpm and 1950 rpm, we obtain a good centrifugal force according to the speed of the machine, and we obtain a good gradation at 1700 rpm from inner region to outer region with a good gradation distribution of the silicon carbide particle. For the casting at 1950 rpm, more centrifugal force acting on the particles, and hence most of the particles are concentrated near the outer periphery or outer region for the third region of the castings. So we can conclude that for castings at higher percentage addition of silicon carbide particles, or if all other parameters are held constant, then we can go for castings with 1950 rpms. And for castings below, for very small rpms, we can go very small concentration of silicon carbide particles. We can go for castings at 1550 rpm. And for the 10%, it is very clear that you obtain a good gradation at 1700 rpm. So the best speed of the machine is 1700 rpm. Now the results are validation of results are done using density analysis and volume fraction analysis. Here optical microscope is used for the volume fraction analysis, and the same software is used for the volume fraction analysis, and density analysis is done with the help of Bernoulli's principle, and the density distribution of the materials at 1500 rpm, 1500 rpm and 1950 rpms are given in the table below. And here we can clearly say a gradation is obtained for all the cases, but a good gradation is obtained at 1700 rpm, and most of the particles are concentrated near the outer region in all the cases. Now for the hardness analysis, so we have done hardness analysis for all the casting just to validate our results or findings from the microstructure analysis. So for the first two speeds, that is 1100 rpm and 1200 rpm, we obtained higher hardness near the inner surfaces, because it implies that most of the silicon carbide particles are concentrated near the inner periphery or inner side of the disk, and it is that the centrifugal force, that is the centrifugal action, is minimum, or the effect of centrifugal action is prevailed over the casting solidification. Sorry, is minimum, and that's why the most of the particles, silicon carbide particles, are concentrated in the inner regions, and all other castings have a good gradation of most of the particles are concentrated near the outer surfaces. So some gradations are obtained for castings above at 1400 rpm, 550 rpm, 700, 1700 rpm, and 1850 rpm. And the after comparing with the base alloy, that is having 99 Victor Sarnes number, we have obtained about 1.113 times harness in the outer region for 1400 rpm, and for that for 1550 rpm it is around 1.257, and for 1700 rpm it is 1.356, and for 1950 rpm it is around 1.47, around 1.5 times improvement in the hardness due to the base alloy, that is A356 P6 alloy is obtained. Now, for the wear analysis, the various process parameters are shown here, and here the track diameter is varied for obtaining the different sliding velocities, and the sliding velocities are here we use are 0.4 meter per second, 0.5 meter per second, and 0.6 meter per second, and the speed is made constant, and the time for it was 1000 seconds, 800 seconds, and 666 seconds, and the equations for finding the specific wear are shown here. Now the results of wear analysis are obtained are shown in the graphs here. For the first figure, we drawn a diagram with the radial position, that is for a
All presenters were instructed to complete their presentation within 12 minutes. Now the time has exceeded, so the session is open for discussion.
Arjun, can you hear me, Arjun?
Hello, sir. Yes, I can hear.
Okay. I have few questions to ask you. Can you just go to the initial slides?
Sorry, sir.
Go to the literature survey part. I think slide number 2, or maybe slide number 1 or 2 or 3. Just go back to slide 2.
Varying spatial composition.
3. Next slide.
Yes. Out of
No, next one.
most common methods are
next one.
powder metallurgy.
Next one.
Here we are using a vertical centrifugal casting,
Arjun, this
so
is
that we can avoid or neglect the.
Arjun, please listen. Please listen what I'm saying. You just go to the literature survey part. You had mentioned some literatures.
So can you tell me the slide number?
Just move on. I'll tell you. 5. Okay, we'll stop it there. Now, is this the name of the journal? Fabrication and Characterization of Centrifugally Cast Functional Grade A356 SiC Metal Matrix Composite? Is it the name of the journal?
Yes, sir.
No, it's not the name of the. This is a work. This is
No,
a
sir,
work. Journal.
It's a journal published earlier in the last year.
See, my question is the name of the journal is not this. You have written journal name here and written something here. This is the work they have carried out. The journal name is something else. It may be Journal of Tribology and where something like that.
Hello, sir. The journal that is shown here is not the exact journal what we are discussing here. It has already published in last year.
See, Arjun, listen to what I am saying. You have put a heading here, journal name. Is this the name of the journal?
Hello?
Did you get my question? This is the name of the, this is not the name of the journal.
That's a topic or title of the journal.
So this title, this heading you've written does not match with this.
Sir, both topics are different. First of all, the author name and author names are same, but the journal that I have published.
Still, you are not understanding my question. The name of the journal is not this. The name of the journal will be, it will be a journal of tribology, and where it has got a, it may be, I don't know, it may be, it will have a reference number, it will have a volume number, it will have issue number, etc., etc.
Okay, sir, that's a mistake made by me. I just mean just to mention the title name only.
Please correct this. This is a mistake you have made.
Okay, sure, sir. I will do it. Okay.
Okay, listen to what I am saying. Don't say that you have done this because of so and so reasons. This is a mistake you are committed, and you try to correct this. Then you go to the next slide 6. Okay, 7. Move on. Okay. Now you said that you have measured, you have got a image that is what was the microscope? Was it an SEM image or optical microscope image?
It's an optical microscope.
No, if you look at that figure, if you go to that figure, just go to that figure. Figure showing the optical microscope images. Slide 8.
Slide.
Slide 8 and what happened to slide 8? Okay, okay, this one. Now I think it's very obvious that when you increase the centrifugal force, you are pushing this silicon carbide to the outside layer. So if you keep on increasing, what will happen? The silicon carbide keep on. Suppose I am doing it at 2500 RPM. Your concentration of silicon carbide on the outer periphery keep on increasing.
Yeah, there is some limitations to keep the speed of the machine to 2500 RPM.
What was the limitations? What was the limitations of your setup?
Because we have used a motor that can provide a maximum of 2000 RPM.
Okay, that is an external limitation. Does it mean that? Does it imply that if there is a particular limit at which you can do this, which means after a particular limit, what happens to silicon carbide? Does it some structural changes will take place if you keep on increasing the speed?
I think that I have already explained in the presentation that if we keep on increasing the speed of the machine, then most of the particles are concentrated near the outer periphery, so that most of the silicon carbide particles are concentrated. But the matrix will goes to a failure of the casting because we need some proper mixing for the matrix. That is the
so what is that proper mixing? How do you quantify that proper mixing? How do you say that your mixing is proper based on your properties? Did you do an analysis for that?
Yeah, it's done through microstructure analysis. That
you have only one microstructure, and from that, how can you say that this is an optimum speed only at which it can work? It can go beyond that. How can you say that?
The densities that we have obtained from the analysis, we can conclude from that from the density analysis, and also from the microstructure analysis itself, we can conclude. I think beyond 1700 RPM, there is
this. I know this is a national conference. You might not have put in so much of effort on this, but I think that this is only a small periphery of the work that you have done. You need more investigation to establish this. This itself will not completely substantiate your point. And one last question before I wind up, just go to the graph. Your hardness versus graph. Hardness versus one there. Hardness versus the radial distance.
slide number 11, I think.
Hardness
Next
versus.
slide.
No, this is volume fraction. Just go to the hardness versus radial distance. Okay. Now, if you look at 100, your curve. Okay, you said that your silicon carbide concentration outer periphery is less because your speed is low. Now you can see the hardness graph. It drops to a particular value. You can see there's a decrease and followed by there's an increase. What is the reason for that?
Actually, that centrifugal action has less effects than on before the solidification. So that might be the reason for the a dip and then increasing. And of course,
But for other speeds it doesn't happen. If you look at 1000, it's almost decreases continuously.
Sure, sir. That problem arises when I think during the casting itself there is an error in solidification, I think.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thanks.
Arjun, I have only one question. Why that RPM of machine is not uniform? That difference?
That is for obtaining different centrifugal forces. Different
No,
centrifugal
that
thrust
difference is not uniform. After 1400, it is not 1500. It is 1550 like that. It started uniformly 1100, 200, 300, 400. Then suddenly changed to 1550. Why is it so?
I think the step to pulley that they have fabricated in the lab is having that speeds that we can obtain.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Arjun. Now we invite Kiran Jacob to present his paper on high specific strength steel as an alternate material for heavy vehicle chassis and explicit analysis. കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് പറയാം.
Good morning, everyone. The title of the paper is High Specific Strength Steel as an Alternative Material for Heavy Vehicle Chassis and Explicit Analysis. Chassis is one of the major parts in vehicle construction. It is the fundamental structure of a vehicle that bounds all other parts. It's a skeleton frame on which several parts are bolted, like engine, axle, brakes, steering, etc. It provides the car with flexibility and strength. It undertakes all the stresses on the vehicle in static as well as dynamic motion. It supports the mechanical and body parts, and it maintains static and dynamic loads handling without any distortion. Generally, heavy vehicle is made of steel. Problem statement. Steel chassis usually have heavyweight chassis, which result in a lot of disadvantages, like weight contributes to loss of performance of vehicle. Other than that, there will be excess stresses introduced in the frame. There can be occurrences of creep failure and other limitations of existing materials. So the main objective is to reduce the weight of the chassis and also the cost of the chassis without compromising on the strength and rigidity, and to optimize the present condition. As existing materials may have some limitation, we here introduce an alternative material for the chassis, namely high specific strength steel, as it has comparatively very low density and higher resilience. Coming to the methodology, the first step is selection of chassis, then identification of existing materials, proposal of an alternate material, analysis, results and discussion, and finally conclusion. Coming to the first step, that is selection of chassis. To select the best type of chassis is one of the major requirements, because chassis is one of the major parts of a vehicle. It's the skeleton of a vehicle. The design of chassis varies with size and type of the vehicle. There are different types of chassis like ladder chassis, backbone chassis, space frame, subframe, etc. For heavy vehicle chassis, normally ladder type frame is used. So, coming to ladder chassis, it's one of the simplest and oldest of all designs. It consists of two symmetrical rails or wheels and cross member connecting them. And it's mostly seen on used in truck nowadays. Due to its conditions from front to rear, this design provides good resistance but with a low resistance to torque. Cross members actually help in increasing the strength and rigidity of the chassis. Next step is identification of existing material. Uh, that is to identify what type of materials are existingly used in the chassis to make the chassis, and to identify its advantages and disadvantages. Some of the commonly used existing materials are low carbon steel, medium carbon steel, and grey carbon. Coming to low carbon steel is one of the most popular type of steel, and it's also referred to as mild steel, and it has a carbon content less than 0.25 percentage. Its cost is also comparatively low. It has good formability and good weldability. Uh, but the problem is it is very soft and weak and has poor response to heat treatment, which can be strengthened by cold work. Next is medium carbon steel. It has carbon content roughly between 0.25 to 0.6 percentage. It has high strength and hardness, low ductility, good characteristics like high weldability, high machinability, high quality, and effects. Next, coming to grey cast iron, it has a graphical microstructure and it's a kind of solid metal. It is the most famous one in cast iron and has carbon content between 2.5 to 4 percentage. It has low cost, good machinability, good wear resistance, and excellent damping capacity. It is one of the most commonly used cast iron due to its ease of creating and appealing properties. But we know that all these existing material have high density, high weight, but in these days request for lower weight materials is increasing without actually compromising on its strength and rigidity. So which brings us to the most important step, or the next step, that is of an alternate material, high specific strength steel. High specific strength steel is an alloy which mainly consists of aluminium, manganese, iron, nickel, etc. It has low density and it has a very good combination of high strength or high quality and less weight. And it's almost similar to, but one advantage it has when titanium is that its cost is very less than that of titanium. Actually, its cost is around for traditional steels, which makes it a very ideal material for heavy vehicle chassis. Next is composite high specific strength steel. As we can see, it has 68.5 percentage iron, 16.1 percentage manganese, 9.6 percentage aluminium, 4.9 percentage nickel, 0.86 percentage carbon, and traces of titanium, silicon, and niobium. Next is comparison of mechanical properties of conventional metals, low carbon steel, medium carbon steel, and grey cast iron, and proposed material, that is high specific strength steel. From these comparison, from this table, we can see that high specific strength steel has better mechanical property. It has higher ultimate tensile strength, yield strength, modulus of elasticity, and it has the least density among the four. Coming back to the fourth and the most important step, that is the analysis. The component, that is the ladder chassis, is modeled using SolidWorks software, and ANSYS software is used for the explicit analysis and static and dynamic analysis. The 3D model of a ladder chassis. Here, each component is created separately and it's finally united into a single assembly to finally get the structure that is shown in the. Now, coming to the analysis part, ANSYS software is used for the analysis. The chassis model was subjected to various dynamic forces and the stresses and deformations were analyzed. Here the materials are applied one by one to the structure. Left end of the model is constrained and forces are applied in the Z direction. Then meshing is done with fine mesh size. Finally model is solved and the following figures are obtained. Here, first of all, we can see low carbon steel. First figure is total deformation, and the second figure is of von Mises stress. Von Mises stress is used to predict the yielding of materials under complex loading from results of uniaxial tensile test. Next, we can see the figures of medium carbon steel. First one is deformation, and second one is von Mises stress. Next is grey cast iron, and finally the newly proposed material, that is high specific strength steel. Coming to the results, after doing the analysis and tabulating the information that we get, it is clear that high specific strength steel has the least deformation and the least stress among the four, as we can see in this table. And it can be clearly seen that HSS is the most ideal alternative material that can be used for heavy vehicle chassis. Next, we do result validation, that is by showing that among all these material, high specific strength steel has the least mass or least weight among these four. For that, volume is kept constant for all the materials and corresponding density is applied. And it can be seen clearly from this table that high specific strength steel has the least mass or weight. Finally, coming to the conclusion, from an analysis results obtained and the result validation, it can be concluded that high specific strength steel has the least deformation and the least von Mises stress. Since it has lower density and weight also, it can actually help in weight reduction of the chassis, which in turn helps in improving the overall performance of the vehicle. Also, it has high strength to weight ratio, so we can see it doesn't compromise in the strength and rigidity of the chassis or the vehicle. So overall, we can say HSS, that is high specific strength, is proposed as an alternative for existing chassis material. These are the references being used.
Due to time restriction, we chairs to confine the question within 2 minutes. Now,
Thank you.
Okay.
the presenter is
Andrea,
not
I have.
available. The presenter is not available.
Can I ask questions now?
Sir, actually, the presenter is not available because of internet issues.
Okay.
So I'm just starting the next session.
Okay.
Thank you, Atira. Now I invite Mr. Agesh Marcos to discuss about finite element analysis of response of V-shaped hull plate under blast loading.
Good day to everyone present here. It is truly an ebullient honor for us to be presenting our paper, Finite Element Analysis of Response.
The presenter is not audible. Tell the presenter to speak little louder.
Of virtuosos of their respective fields at the 6th Biennial Conference. The leader of this paper is our Professor Agesh Marcos.
Presenter is not audible. Tell the presenter to speak little louder.
Sir, actually this is a recorded video. So whatever is available in the video, that only can be played. Is the author available right now?
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
I will play the
Yes.
video. Please go on speaking. Okay.
Sir, I am actually a co-author. I'm not that well versed in the area, so it's difficult.
Without further ado, let's dive poses a major threat to the lives of civilians and soldiers in war-affected zones. Mobility in such a zone is really tedious and nearly impossible. The solution for the mobility problem is the use of armor-plated vehicles. But as you can see from figure 1, these are the kind of blasts an APV has to endure. The protection they facilitate against blast loading is the use of flat or shaped plate hulls. The preference and attention has always been focused on flat plate hulls due to their ease of construction. But studies have shown that V-shaped plates have higher blast load resistance as compared to flat plates. Hence, the effectiveness of different V plates of different angle provides a critical aspect in design of armor-plated vehicles. The parameters which have been monitored closely are included angle of the protective V plate, mass of the explosive, and of course the standoff distance between the explosive and the plate, which is the distance between the plate's tip and the explosive's location. So, let's go deeper. The objectives of our study are based on the foundational aspect of our study being the direct comparison between hull with large V angle and small V angle, and ensuring the right decision can be taken while choosing the hull design.
Sorry to interrupt the session because there is no audibility of the video. So can I invite the chair and the co-chair to ask the questions related to this session? The PDF has been already shared with the chairs and co-chair. So can you please ask the question?
Because I didn't go through this, so it's very difficult to ask questions based on this unless and until we have a presentation. Because 6 papers were sent to me, and because of the tight schedule in the college, it's very difficult to go through all the paper. The only thing is, once you have a presentation, only we will be able to ask questions on it. Otherwise, it's quite difficult to ask questions on it. At
I think you
least,
can.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
yes.
So I'll try to continue the presentation. I'll try what I know. Okay. So we'll keep on shifting the slides, and I'll just present what I know regarding the subject. Will that suffice?
No, I think. No, I think it is not required. That type of presentation is not conducive for a conference of this kind. I think better we will skip off. Sorry for this interruption. That will be best. You go to the next one because we have to keep the times out also.
Okay, sir.
Sorry for the inconvenience. Now I invite the next author, Mr. Subramanian. The effect of tool analysis offset and relative position of materials on the performance of dissimilar friction stir welding alloy joints and overview.
Most respected chair of the conference, I am Subramanian, research scholar, Department of Mechanical Engineering, GEC Thrissur. I am going to present a topic on friction stir welding, and my subject topic is effect of tool axis offset and relative position of materials on the performance of dissimilar friction stir welded aluminum alloy joints. It's an overview. So, first of all, I go through the presentation overview, introduction, literature, survey, objectives, methodology, conclusion, and reference. Introduction is, as we all know that the modern manufacturing industries are looking for a lightweight structure with a good corrosion resistance. And in this area, aluminum alloys plays a major role and an important role. And as per the aluminum alloy and the temper designation system, there are 8 series of wrought aluminum alloys starting from 1000 to 8000 series. And the combined use of different types of aluminum alloys are required in the above said field, and it warrants an efficient joining of dissimilar aluminum alloys. And efficient joining of dissimilar aluminum alloys by fusion welding technique is somewhat it is very much difficult due to the poor weldability of dissimilar aluminum alloys and some defects. And so, and thus in that area, a new welding technology, it's a green technology, friction shear welding was invented by Wing Thomas TWI, the Welding Institute, in the year 1991. And it is a solid state process, and the objects are joined below the melting point with the help of a mechanical mixing and forging. Here we can see that the friction shear welding, schematic diagram of the friction shear welding, and from the picture we can understand there are four simple phases. That means two phases, plunging and dwelling, and another one is a welding and retracting phase. And plunging is first the tool will be inserted to the fairing surface of the material. Dwelling means the tool will be intensely together for achieving the better frictional heat, and next is the welding phase, and the last is retracting means after the end of the welding process the tool will be removed from that place. And in this the friction shear welding has also some different types of parameters. Mainly they are classified into machine related, tool related, and other parameters. And from the fishbone diagram simply we can understand what are the important parameters which is affected in this process. And I'm going through the literature survey. And Cavalier et al. 2018 conducted a study on aluminum alloys 2024 T3 grade and 7075 T6 grade having 4 mm thickness. He conducted the friction shear welding at a different tool offset of 0 to 1.5 mm at a constant tool rotation and welding speed. And from the study, he discovered that the increasing tool axis offset beyond 1 mm resulted apparent decrease in the mechanical properties, that means the joint strength. And the Kumar et al. 2010 invented or conducted a study on 7020 T6 and 2024 T3 of having a different thickness 4.4 and 1.65 millimeter. And the investigation reveals that the best interface position is about 0.5 to 1.5 millimeter from the tool axis at the advancing side of the joint. In 2016, Mastania et al. Conducted a study on aluminum alloy 2219 T6 and 5083 of H116 strain hardened condition, and the thickness of 5 mm. And from the study, the defect-free joints were produced at a tool rotational speed in the range from 400 to 2000 RPM at a constant welding speed of 30 millimeter per minute and a tool axis offset in the range of -2 to +2 millimeter. And Ashok Kumar et al. 2018 conducted a study on 101 T6 and aluminum alloy 1350 T6, and the study they mentioned that when the relatively very soft alloy grade is joined with the moderate to high strength alloy grades, plastic flow heat generation is very much significant, and the tool offset towards the high strength material is essential for better joint integrity. Anil Kumar et al. Conducted another study on 5083H111 and 6082 T6 condition, and the material having 4 mm thickness, and he conducted a friction shear welding with the 3 different tapered square pin tools having a tool shoulder diameter of 16, 18, and 20 millimeter. And also he varied the tool tilt angle and tool offsets from -2 to 2 mm from the joint, -2 to +2 millimeter from the joint interface. And from the study, the highest joint tensile strength was observed for the joints produced using friction shear welding tool with a 80 mm tool shoulder diameter at a zero tool offset and 1 degree tool tilt angle. Kasirajan et al. Conducted another study, a 5052 T6 to a 6101 T6, thickness of 6 mm, and the tool axis offset of 1 mm towards advancing side is advisable for high strength. And another study from the same alloy group, 7000 to 5000 group, Halam Barakal, Abdul El Nabi, Setkin, and Hamad J reported that for a defect-free joint with the better mechanical properties, the relatively very soft alloy from the 5000 series should be located at the advancing side of the joint. And also they mentioned that the joint properties predominantly depend on the material at the rotating side of the joint, because the stir zone of the joint confines more amount of the material of rotating side, that means the rotating side material. And Sainlabdin et al., Dolly and Kazman et al. Also conducted these same studies. And here they reported that when the strength of the materials to be joined is significantly different, for the best joint and good performance, the high flow stress material should be located at the advancing side of the joint. So, Hazen et al. 2017 and Go et al. Are conducted the same group conducted friction welding in the same group. And they mentioned that for a best joint, a sound joint, the metal mechanical properties, the relatively soft alloys from the same group should be placed at the advancing side of the joint. And in the same hand, on the other hand, Rodriguez et al. Conducted another study, and he reported that instead of keeping the soft material on the advancing side, he kept the 7050, that means the higher grade, high strength alloy on the advancing side, and he achieved the best strength. So, the objectives of the studies to discuss the influence of important process parameters on the joint performance of differential welding on dissimilar aluminum alloys. And the two important parameters, one is tool axis offset and another one is the relative positioning of the material. And simple methodology is the relative position of material and a tool axis offset. And during the friction stir welding, in the case of dissimilar aluminum alloys, the material or the base material can be placed any one of the sides. That means either on advancing side or retreating side of the joint. That is what is known as the relative position of the material. And the tool axis is simply defined as the distance from the tool axis or tool center line to the fairing surface of the workpieces. And from the line diagram, we can understand what is a tool axis offset. And for the proper application of the best tool axis offset can avoid the defects like voids and tunnels in dissimilar friction stir welding. The important conclusions are there is no uniqueness in the reported magnet or sign of the tool axis offset that resulted defect-free joint with a good joint strength. And for certain combination of primary friction stir welding parameters, tool geometry and material thickness, tool axis of offset of about 1 millimeter towards the advancing side of the joint has resulted favorable results and vice versa. And for dissimilar materials with nearly identical mechanical properties, mostly zero tool offset has resulted positive results. And with regard to the relative positioning of the material, and also conflicting arguments are reported in the literature. In a few investigations, locating the softer material on the advancing side of the joint is suggested for better mechanical properties. And on the other hand, the higher materials is on the advancing side is applicable, is suggested for better joint integrity. And the dissimilar friction stir welding of aluminum alloys, it seems that both the above set parameters, one is relative position of the material or tool offset, depend on the thickness of the material to be joined, and also the magnitude of other FSW process parameters such as welding speed, tool rotation speed, axial load, and tool geometry employed for welding. So, and from the available literatures, in most of the reported works, the primary friction stir welding parameter axial force is either not reported or controlled, or the entire process was conducted under the position control board. Since axial force is a very critical parameter for the joint integrity, more focused investigation by controlling the axial force are required for meaningful conclusions on the influence of two parameters. So these are the references I have made for this work. Thank you.
Now the session is open for discussion.
Subramaniam, I have one or two questions. Can you hear me, Subramaniam?
I think there is some internet issue with Subramaniam.
Subramaniam has lost his connections.
Sir, can I play the next video?
Yes, then move ahead, go to the next one.
I invite Ashwati A. Narayanan, who has done a work on experimental study and optimization of thermal and typological properties of epoxy hybrid polymer composite reinforced with micro-sized zirconium diboride and PTFE particles.
Respected sir and friends, good morning. I am presenting the topic experimental study and optimization of thermal and tribological properties of epoxy hybrid polymer composite reinforced with micro-sized zirconium diboride and polytetrafluoroethylene particles. Paper ID is 501 and I am Ashwati Narayanan, doing PhD in Department of Mechanical Engineering, Government Engineering College, Thrissur. Introduction. The epoxy-based materials has been extensively used in the frictional and oil-free applications. So its high elasticity and lightweight and abrasive resistance characteristics. But high adhesive wear and high local temperature reduces the life of the major parts. So the introduction of some ceramic particles can improve the thermal and tribological performance. Compared to other ceramic fillers, zirconium diboride is a potential filler, is an ultra-high temperature ceramic particles. So it is offer high thermal conductivity and abrasion resistance and hardness due to its lamellar structure. And lubrication helps to reduce the heating and improve tribological performance. But under high temperature, the liquid lubricants normally break down. So in such situations, solid lubricants can be adopted. Solid lubricants will reduce the wear by reducing the adhesion with the counterface or by creating the transfer feeling with a low shear strength at the interface. So here PTFE was incorporated as a solid lubricant and frictional modifier. Low thermal conductivity usually leads to the accumulation of frictional heat. So, the high thermal conductivity improve the heat transfer and reduces the accumulation of the frictional heat. So the present work aims to achieve a novel composite with a high thermal conductivity and high wear resistance characteristics for tribological and frictional applications. So the objective of the present study: develop a novel composite which can reduces wear and high local temperature, frictional coefficient, and high thermal conductivity for tribological applications such as bearing, gears, shaft parts, etc. Develop a mathematical relationship to estimate the wear rate, coefficient of friction and hardness, and verify the mathematical model experimentally by conducting the hardness test and pin-on disk experiment with the optimum composition. To study the effect of load and sliding speed on tribological performance of hybrid composite. And the methodology adopted here is development of novel composite reinforced with zirconium diboride and PTFE fillers, and development of mathematical relationship and optimization to estimate the wear rate, coefficient of friction and hardness by using a design expert 11 software. This is statistical software which is specifically dedicated to perform the design of experiment. And then verification of mathematical model experimentally by conducting the hardness test and pin-on disk experiment with the optimum composition. And study of effect of load and sliding speed on tribological performance of hybrid composite, and study of thermal performance of composite using hot disk thermal constant analyzer. Then the experimental setup. The metrics used is the bisphenol-based Lapox L12 epoxy matrix, and then amino-based hardener K6 is used, and then reinforcement are zirconium diboride and polytetrafluoroethylene. The specifications of the reinforcement are given in the table. And then reinforcement, the fabrication of the composite is that is initially the reinforcement weighed as per the composition. That is the volume percentage of zirconium diboride is 357 and volume percentage of PTFE taken is 369. And this is preheated in muffled furnace at 120 degrees Celsius and then mixed with an epoxy using ultrasonic mixture in 30 minutes. Then hardener is added. Hardener, that is, and mix. It is stirred well to avoid the bubbles. And then mixture is then poured into the mold and allowed to cure for 24 hours in room temperature. Then the specimen, the cast specimen details is that is a pin 7 mm dia and 30 mm length and 2 cm cube is taken for hardness test. That is the Rockwell hardness tester is used for testing the hardness. A steel indenter of 1/4 inch ball dia is used. Initially, the preliminary load 10 kilogram force is applied. Then an additional load 60 kilogram force is applied for 4 to 6 seconds. Then wear test. Wear test conducted is pin on disc in pin on disc apparatus. The pin of diameter 7.5 mm and 30 mm length is used for the experiment. And then the test parameters are load 40 Newton and speed 299 RPM, track dia 80 mm. Then where height loss is measured. From that, the wear rate is calculated by using this equation. And then frictional coefficient is the ratio of the friction force and is determined by using a software. Then next is design of experiment. That is the response variables are hardness, wear rate, coefficient of friction are calculated or determined by using analysis of variance technique, and a quadratic model is used for modeling of response variables, and design expert 11 software is used for the optimization and design of experiment. Then experiments are designed according to response surface methodology. Then the response variables, the response of the hardness, wear rate, coefficient of etc. for the corresponding run is used for the optimization process. So in the table, the design layout and the corresponding responses are given. And then hardness, the 3D response surface of hardness is given in the figure. For base epoxy, the hardness value is 53.67 HRB. Hardness increases as percentage of zirconium diborate increases, because zirconium diborate is an ultra high temperature ceramics with a high hardness. But for PTFE it decreases, because PTFE is a solid lubricant and also it is a soft material. Then the mathematical model of hardness is given in the equation. So from that, the optimum hardness obtained is for 5 volume percentage zirconium diborate and 5.9 volume percentage of PTFE, that is 78 point. And wear rate, for base epoxy, wear rate is 0.0035 millimeter cube per Newton meter. The 3D response surface of wear is given in the table, given in the figure. Wear decreases as the reinforcement, that is zirconium diborate and PTFE both increases, because zirconium diborate will reduces the contact of the uniform contact of the matrix, because it act as a projections. So it will reduces the uniform contact. So the contact area will be reduced, thereby wear will be decreased. And also PTFE is solid lubricant and a soft material. It also help to reduces the wear rate. And the mathematical relationship of wear rate is obtained, is given in the equation. And the optimum wear rate is obtained is 0.0000335 for volume percentage, 5 volume percent of zirconium diborate and 5.9 volume percentage of PTFE. Next is the 3D response surface wear response of coefficient of friction is given in the figure. That is optimum coefficient is 0.183 for 5 volume percentage of zircon diborate and 5.9 volume percentage of PTFE. In the for the coefficient of friction, case also coefficient of friction decreases as the reinforcement percentage increases, because the hard zirconium diborate act as some projections, and also it reduces the uniform contact of the matrix from the surface, so it will reduces the coefficient of friction. And then the mathematical relationship from the response surface methodology is given here. From that, the optimum coefficient of friction is 0.183 milligram. Then experimental validation. The optimum percentage volume levels obtained using analysis of variance were 5.002% of zirconium diborate and 5.939% of PTFE respectively. This optimum volume percentage is taken for the experimental validation. The hardness test and wear test were carried out on the prepared composite under a load of 40 Newton and 1.25 meter per second sliding speed. So the predicted results and experimental results are given here. So the percentage of error is very less. So from that we can see that our model is valid. Then worn surface is examined through optical microscope. That is pure epoxy, and the figure A, B, C, and D given. Here the adhered material can be visible because this is due to the adhesive wear. But when the volume percentage increases, some grooves will be present. So this we can conclude that is the wear mechanism changes from adhesive wear to abrasive wear. This is due to the hard ceramic particles, that is zirconium diborate particles. And then the effect of the load. So when the load increases from 10 Newton to 60 Newton, then wear rate increases, because the when load increases, the contact pressure will increases, and also the contact area with the matrix with the count.
Due to time restriction, now the session is open for discussion.
Okay. Is Ashwati there for this 1 or 2 questions?
She is invited to the stage, sir, but I don't know whether she is available or not.
Then how can I answer? How can I ask questions? Because nobody is there to respond to my question.
Actually, she is invited to the stage.
Because her work was very good compared to all the presentations. But if she is not there, we can't ask questions. So,
Can I move on to the last presentation, sir?
you can move on to the last presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Ashwati. Now I am moving on to Roshita, who will be presenting on comparative fluidity study of AA7075 unreinforced alloy and Al2O3 reinforced composites.
Hello everyone. My paper is a comparative fluidity study of AA7075 unreinforced alloy and Al2O3 reinforced composite. These are the contents that I am going to go through today. Moving to the introduction, we know that in the industrial sector, aluminum alloys are being widely used. This is due to the high castability, low density, low shrink rate, and relatively high specific strength of the aluminum alloys. But now, aluminum composite materials are fast replacing aluminum alloys. This is due to the fact that the composite materials they offer better mechanical properties than the alloys. The main advantage of using aluminum composite is that we can choose the reinforcement material based on our requirement, and it can be chosen in such a way that it minimizes the deficiencies of the parent matrix and at the same time enhances the properties that we require. But the problem associated with metal matrix composites are that their viscosity will be typically 10 to 50 times than that of the parent material, and this will greatly affect the fluidity of the composites. Aluminum 7075 was chosen as the base matrix because they possess very high strength, higher toughness, and better corrosion resistance. They are preferred very much in the aerospace and the automobile sector. AA7075 composite offers high strength, fracture wear resistance, and stiffness. Alumina is selected as the reinforcement material because it provides increased wear resistance to the aluminum MMC, improves the strength and also the specific stiffness of the matrix material. Moving to the objectives, to stir cast aluminum 7075 alloy and aluminum oxide composite, then to conduct the sand spiral test with the stir casted aluminum oxide composite and aluminum unreinforced alloy and compare the results. This is a methodology that I have followed. Firstly, the casting of aluminum alloy and alumina composite was carried out. Then the sand spiral test was carried out for both of these cast samples and found out the fluidity length and compared these fluidity lengths. As I said earlier, composites have higher viscosity than the base material and hence have reduced fluidity. Now, poor fluidity, it induces a difficult filling, especially in the case of very thin and long sections. And they also increases casting defects. The tests which are usually adopted are the spiral test and vacuum fluidity test. Fluidity is usually measured as maximum length to which the metal will flow in a long horizontal or a spiral channel. The spiral channel makes the mold more compact, convenient, and less sensitive to leveling errors. And that is why I have chosen the spiral fluidity test for conducting this experiment. A typical sand spiral test apparatus consists of a sand mold with an archimedial spiral-shaped cavity. The figure 1 shows the typical sand spiral test apparatus. Figure 2a and b shows the sand mold that I have prepared for the experiment. Moving on to the spiral pattern model. In order to create the spiral-shaped cavity in the sand mold, a 3D pattern was first modeled in the Rhinoceros 6 software. Then the model was 3D printed from the lab of mechanical department. And for 3D printing, the material was used as PLA, that is polylactic acid. Figure 3a shows the model designed in the Rhino 6 software. Figure 3b shows the 3D printed spiral. Moving to results and discussions. First, the sand spiral test of AA7075. For conducting the experiment, 166 grams of AA7075 was added into the crucible and then melted. The melted was then poured into the spiral sand mold and left to solidify. The pouring temperature was chosen as 650 degrees Celsius. After breaking the mold and measuring the fluidity length, it was found that the fluidity length was 57.5 centimeters. Moving to the sand spiral test result of AA7075 reinforced with alumina composite. Firstly, AA7075 was added into the crucible and then melted. Then the preheated 10 weight percentage of aluminum oxide was added to the crucible containing the molten AA7075. Then stir-casting of the mixture was done with the stirrer speed of 300 rpm and a stirring time of 5 minutes. After taking out the cast sample, the fluidity length was measured and was found to be 38 centimeters. This is the spiral cast product. Figure 4a shows the Aluminium 7075 alloy and 4b shows the Aluminium 7075 alumina composite. From the figure itself, it is clear that the Aluminium 7075 alloy has traveled faster, and also it has traveled almost 1.5 tons in the spiral cavity, whereas for Aluminium 7075 reinforced with alumina, only a 3/4 of it has been completed. Figure 5 shows the side-by-side comparison of both the cast samples. Now the fluidity length of the aluminum alloy has decreased with the addition of alumina. Moving to the conclusions. In my work, the aluminum alloy 7075 without any reinforcement had a fluidity length of 57.5 centimeters, but when alumina was added to the base matrix, the fluidity length increased almost by 20 centimeters. Now, this is due to the formation of the clusters or agglomerates. Alumina particles have the tendency to form clusters inside the molten metal. Now, these particles, they adhere with each other and form these clusters, and they also increases the viscosity of the molten metal. Now, because of this, the fluidity length of the composite was decreased drastically. So, it is best to limit the content of the aluminum oxide in the A7075 matrix, even though it will yield better mechanical properties. So, these are the references. Thank you for your attention.
Now the session is open for discussion.
Hello, I have one doubt. What is actually the fluidity length? Hello, hello. Can you hear? Can you hear?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I can hear you. Am I audible also?
Yes. What is actually the fluidity length?
So, fluidity length is basically the length which a particular molten metal will flow before it solidifies. And
Okay.
yeah.
Then it depends on the heat transfer from that molten metal to the ambient.
Yes, it will also depend on the heat transfer also.
So how you have maintained the same conditions in all these experiments?
Um, I have taken the same pouring temperature, and also I have. Hello? Yeah, I have maintained the same pouring temperature as well as preheating conditions. Uh, and here only the alumina concentration changing. Like in one, there is no reinforcement, and the other one, it is getting reinforced.
Okay, that's all a question from my part.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Rajkumar sir. Hello. I think Rajkumar sir is having some internet issue. So we
Okay.
are moving on to the concluding session of this Sunil sir, please.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we had 5 presentations. So they have done very good work in the field of production engineering, especially the research scholars. So, thank you, the presenters, and also their guides in presenting good works.
Hello, Rajkumar sir, do you have any queries? Now we can conclude our section. I want to extend my generous thanks to our chair, Dr. Rajkumar, Associate Professor, Mechanical Engineering, CT2 Andhram, and co-chair, Dr. Sunil Jerome, Professor, Mechanical, GEC Thrissur, for their extreme support and cooperation. I also thank you, faculty, for the leading supervision and efforts taken up for organizing this international conference, icetest 2020. On behalf of GC Thrissur, I thank all participants who have taken up efforts in presenting their finding to us. Now we end up session 4. Thank you for all your participation. Now I welcome Dr. Olin Marco, who is a senior researcher. Hello. As per the request, we are waiting for Rajkumar sir. Hello, good afternoon. The next session will be start exactly at 1:40 p.m. Thanks.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Never mind. Let's make a function.
Yes, good morning, Dr. Marco.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm new on this application. Can you hear
Yes,
me?
I hear you. Yes, very clear.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to share a screen to see
Not
how
now.
it
You may
works.
please wait for a while. We were in
Okay.
our sessions were in fact delayed a bit, so we will start formally at 13:40.
Okay, no problem. I'm just trying to be sure that I'm gonna be
And
able to.
there is a bottom you
share
can
it.
see share screen is a vertical arrow on the bottom tab.
Yes,
If you click it,
I
yeah.
notice it. Okay. Okay.
All right,
Okay.
fine.
Thank
All
you.
right, all right.
Thank you.
Hello. The next invited session will start at 1:40 p.m. Thank you. Now, I welcome Dr. Olian Marku, Senior Research in NIL-PRF. He has pursued a PhD from University of Polytechnica, Bucharest. He has completed his postdocs from Osaka University, Japan in vapor liquid solid growth by pulse laser deposition. Also, undergone postdoc from Nagaoka University from Japan in special pulse laser deposition techniques. He started his career as a researcher at National Institute for Laser Plasma and Radiation Physics, Romania during 1993. He has authored a book titled Pulsar Laser Ablation for Solid, published by Springer. He has presented 30 publications in international journals and a reviewer of more than 30 reputed journals. I heartily welcome Dr. Olian Marku to present the topic about oxide nanostructure glowing for sensor. Welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon. I don't know if you can see my screen and if you can hear me.
Yes, sir. I can see your screen. You can continue, please.
The sound is okay? Because it's not very, it's kind of broken.
The audio is not clear.
Okay, so again, good afternoon. I would like to present in this afternoon some results on oxide nanostructure glowing for sensor applications. And since the audience kind of broad, I would spend some time of presenting a little bit about nanowires and various application techniques. I mean, to have an idea about what we are actually effectively talking about. And I will move to
excuse me. Excuse me. You may please. I
yes?
think there is some internet connectivity issues there. I think your sound is getting broken. You may please. I think switch off your video. It may be better.
Sorry,
video.
Sound is a little broken from my side.
Yeah. The net connectivity is weak.
Of video.
Yeah. Now it will be all right. I think.
Let me know if it's better now.
Yeah, definitely. I think.
Is it better? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, definitely. We could hear.
I switched to low definition and turn off
now it is
the
fine.
camera. Is it better?
Yeah, now it is fine. Now it is fine.
Okay. So I will again, but I'm going to say a few words about growing for sensors. And I will spend a little bit of time describing nanowires and then fabrication techniques. Then I will move describing the sensor which we are actually using. I mean, we are using a particular type with self-acoustic sensors, and describe a little bit their setups. And in the next step, I'll move to gas sensing experimental measurements, and a few words about why are we using or why are we trying to use nanowire sensors versus thin films, compare some nanowire-based sensors, a few hints about surface patterning, and just a little bit of theory about sensor, about sensor frequency shift and physical processes happening inside them. And actually these two steps are going to be a little bit mixed for hopefully a better understanding from the audience. And only a few words of conclusion and some perspective about this type of sensor from our perspective actually. Okay, so let's start with describing a little bit the nanowire which we are using and their growing processes. When we talk about wires, we have in mind some structures of few tens of nanometers diameters and a few hundred nanometer diameters, as you can see here in a TEM image. In the presentation is going to be only about zinc oxide nanowires. Our aim is to control their structure and property and morphology and eventually their position while being grown on a surface. You will see that all these parameters are important for sensor performances. As techniques, we are using vapor-liquid solid, so-called VLS growing techniques, and technique is combined with passive laser deposition. Just a short glance on this TM image, you see that the wires, it's this one, and top it's having a kind of head. This head is actually a droplet of gold. Why is this droplet here? It's because the growing technique does not have a role in the sensing properties, but it has a role in growing it, so this is why it's there. So, growing techniques rely on that droplet, which is actually a gold droplet, which during deposition it is melted and it's deposited on a substrate. In our case, it's quartz because this is our sensor. And as a growing mechanism, the incoming particles are basically reaching the substrate and diffusing, moving all around until it finds a place to stick. Either defect, or in our case, this gold droplets, which is melted because we are talking about 800 degrees during deposition, and that agglomerated inside the droplets, and after reaching a critical concentration inside, it will start being deposited on the base, and it's going to push the droplet. And this is actually the growing process which we are talking about. If you have any questions, I will be gladly asking later. I'm just gonna mention that the source of the particle in our case, it's not like a CD process. It's a vapor source. Our vapor source, it's a laser ablation process. Basically, we are using the laser and hitting the zinc oxide sintered target and producing a blaze, producing a plasma and an explosion. And this material, it's start spreading in the ambient atmosphere, which in our case it's a very low pressure, it's only 1 pascal oxygen. And when reaching the substrate, it takes place the process which I have previously described. And basically this combination of post-laser deposition and VLS vapor-liquid solid, it's what we are using for growing these nanowires which I described a little bit earlier. Okay, this much about the growing process and about the structure which we are using. Let's move a little bit to sensor and their setups. Few words about the sensor which we are using. The sensor which we are using is so-called surface acoustic wave sensor. Let's see how it's designed first of all. We are having a quartz substrate. We must notice that quartz is the piezoelectric substrate, and we are having two interdigits on site, both interdigits. Actually, you should image two brushes with very little space in between. Basically, we are applying an alternative voltage on one side, on one interdigits, and this is gonna produce mechanical distortion on the quartz because it's a piezoelectric, and this perturbation is going to start propagating all over. And in our case, it's going to cross this and reach the other interdigit where it produces the inverse effect. I mean, here it's going to produce a voltage which is going to be far connected to the device. So that's the idea. We are producing perturbation, and once I collecting them, one side while being propagating on this area, which is called active area. Our case, active area is affecting the wave propagation, and depending on the ambient atmosphere and the condition of the wires which are actually growing on this area, we are going to affect more or less this propagation. And this is actually how the sensor works. It's reading through the acoustic wave the active area condition. To measure these distortions, we are basically placing this sensor in a loop of an amplifier. This loop of an amplifier is actually an oscillator, and the oscillator will oscillate, of course. And this sensor, the whole sensor, is going to behave more or less like an impedance. And the ambient condition where we place the sensor are going to control the impedance. And impedance is going to control the oscillation frequency inside this oscillator. We are reading this oscillation with a frequency counter or oscilloscope or something else. We won't get to this detail today. And we are going to control the ambient atmosphere around the sensor with some flow controller in a dynamic mode. I mean, we have a pretty good response time and accuracy. And this is actually how we measure this data which are going to further present. We are going to measure the oscillation frequency shift of this loop. That's the all sensor data which we need to know further. Okay, now let's move to measurements. Here we present some frequency shift measurements for different hydrogen concentration with three sensors. The middle green one, it's a thin film. I mean, you image the previous sensor where we simply deposit the film. The black and the red lines are nanowires. Comparing the nanowires with thin film, basically we have less material. I mean, the 500 nanometers long wires layer is having about 1/3 of the thin film, which is a good one, and the upper one is having about 2/3. But as you see, the response is variable in the range of 0.5 to 2% concentration. So basically, first the idea coming into mind is, why do we struggle with doing that? Struggle because at low concentration, the green line, which is thin film, does not respond. And as you see here, it goes to very low concentration. So the main idea here is that the nanowires are going to work much better to lower concentration than thin films. So next idea coming to our mind is that we should use only nanowires. Actually no, because as you can see here, while comparing two nanowires of 300 and 600 nanometers, the lines above, And the other 100 to 200 nanometer films, we see that indeed the concentration are very good for nanowire sensor, but when it goes to high concentration, basically, we are going to start lapping, and we are facing the saturation of the nanowire film response. And this because, as you remember earlier, we have considerably less volume. It should absorb less. So basically, we should use the film for high concentration and nanowires low concentration. Okay, and let's watch a little bit more dedicated the topic in the sensing. How about when we try to have a look on two different gases and see the response? Here we have comparison between response for two gases, hydrogen and deuterium, and two nanowire lamps, 300 and 600. Basically, we have a half volume of sensor on 300 and 600, and we have half mass of hydrogen versus deuterium. And as you see here, it shows that half volume sensor 300 nanometer is more similar in the deuterium ambience than a double wire in hydrogen. So the is very simple. It's a gravimetric variation. So that means the frequency shift should be proportional with the mass and with the frequency. And that's good. We have confirmed that our sensors are working fine. The problem is that we cannot distinguish between gases, and this is a classic problem of the sensors. You have different influences, you cannot distinguish in between. And I think a little closer, we see that we have small differences between this point. Is it actually only a measurement error or not? And if we extend this line, you will see that this difference is increasing with the concentration and not only. So the next question coming into mind is that is it a saturation zone, or is it actually a non-gravimetric variation? Okay, we've been mentioned about gravimetric and non-gravimetric. Let's have a look what's this. The sense of theory, it says that we have two types of sensor response. Gravimetric, which means we have frequency shift proportional with mass and frequency, and non-gravimetric. Non-gravimetric has a much more complicated equation, and is definitely not a linear behavior. And the global equation is really complicated, as you see here. What's this non-gravimetric behavior about? If you remember from film functionality, we are talking about wires propagating on a piezoelectric substrate, and of course having waves, then we are going to have interferences, we are going to have motion, we are going to have absorption. So never mind this that representation of global equation, gravimetric and non-gravimetric, it should look pretty much like this. I mean, a pretty linear response with frequency, actually with the mass, and a very unlinear response of non-gravimetric. So that means we can distinguish the sensor response by changing not only mass but also frequency. And this is not by changing the resonance frequency of the circuit. I'm not going to get into details. It should be a little bit too technical, I'm afraid. So, the point is that a different frequency for different ambient gases will obtain different values. And so what? Since they are so different and no longer linear, what's the advantage? The advantage is that each of these cards is specific. What it means that to each analyte, to each substance, we have a different card. If we have a different card, then we can distinguish. But this data presenting here have been performed for films. How about wires? Is it worse? In the case of wires, our simulation is just a glance of some simulation. For this, the single oxide hydrogen ambient simulation, showing that the penetration of hydrogen inside the wires is static only on some some specific area. So what's that? This means we are not having a homogeneous absorption, and you should know that unhomogeneity is gonna give you different responses to oscillations and mechanical induction, and we should really endorse the idea that we can have a non-automatic response from this kind of wires and their absorptions, and this is a very good way of distinguishing between substances, between analytes. And that's the whole key in trying to use sensor for distinguishing the ambient composition, then not only pressure. And only one more detail I think I have time. As I mentioned in the introduction, it's important to control the wire parameters, but we can play a little bit with their position on the substrate. And what's this for? Here we are presenting the comparison between 4 sensors. All of them, all of them, we have the same material, the same type of wire, but they are disposing differently on the sensor surface. Here you have a pattern of half-life, here straight lines, rectangle, and vertical. As you see here, the detection limit of all this sensor is very different. It's very different. And the worst case is actually the simplest one with a tail, and the best case is actually the straight line. I mean, and this is what we were talking before, because of interaction, because of non-gravimetric responses, because we have interferences and we have better signal, so we have less noise. And if we have less noise, we have possibility to detect better low concentration, and that's the main advantage of nanowires. And check if it's not a mistake or if it's a true answer. We are simply depositing some thicker and thicker thin layers over the wires. And as you can see here, when you start covering the nanowire with a thin blanket, the noise is increasing to all of them, and at the end, when film get thick enough, everybody was actually the behavior will dominant. So, in other words, the displacement of the nanowires, the geometry of this the pattern, is really important for noise and it will enhance. And that should be the last detail which I wanted to present about sensor with wires. And it's a very brief conclusion. I should underline that nanowires are a better option for low concentration detection, and because of their fast absorption and in terms of sensibility, the sensor response is not only due to the surface, but it's also depending on the pattern of the wires. And the non-uniform gas absorption is good and has improved the support of gas discrimination. It's a very good issue, the sensor topic. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ready അല്ലേ
സജീവ് ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടാവും. Thank you, sir, for your
enlightening presentation. Now, we'll start the 5th technical session of icetest 2020 process control. I invite the chair, Dr. TV Professor, Department of Chemical Engineering, GEC Kozhikode, and co-chair Dr. Sajina Bibi P, Professor, Department of Chemical Engineering, GEC Thrissur. I find it to be my pleasure to address our participants for the session. The first presenter is Ms. Anisha MS, who will be discussing about simulation of methoxymethyl heptane production using Unisem design R460.
Good morning all. I'm Anisha MS from Chemical Engineering Department, Government Engineering College, Thrissur. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in icetest 2020. And today I'm here to present my work on the topic simulation of methoxymethyl heptane MMH production using Unisim design R460.1. With Associate Professor A. Manilal from Chemical Engineering Department, GC Thrissur. So let's start with the introduction. The fuel additives. As we all know, the fuel additives are used to increase the octane number of gas, thereby reducing the carbon monoxide and other soot emissions effectively. So a lot of fuel additives are there. In practice, we are using methyl tertiary butyl ether, diisopropyl alcohol, ethyl tertiary butyl ether, like that. And most prominent one is the methyl tertiary butyl ether. But there's a lot of studies recently studied the adverse effect of methyl tertiary butyl ether as a fuel additives because it is found as a groundwater contamination agent. So, and it's also carcinogenic to living beings. So in that context, after a lot of studies, one chemical compound is suggested as one of the good alternative to replace methyl tertiary butyl ether in order to avoid groundwater contamination. That is nothing but 2-methoxy 2-methyl heptane. It's called MMH. And this MMH involves reaction and with methanol and reversible reaction methanol with 2-methyl 1-heptene to form MMH. And there is also another aldehyde reaction to form dimethyl ether and 2-methyl 2-heptanol. So this reaction. And again here, we can see here the reaction kinetics. This is the reaction kinetics. And it involves a bounded esterification chemistry with reversible desired reaction. So these are the conventional MMH production synthesis flow sheet and reaction distillation configuration flow sheet. We are simulating both conventional and process intensified approach reactive distillation for MMH synthesis here. So this conventional approach consists of a reactor and 3 distillation column. The reactor is operating under 400 degree Kelvin, 15 atmospheric pressure and 12 meter cube volume, and MH and MEH is used as a reactor. And here in reactor distillation column, both reaction and separation is incorporated in a single column, and thereby we are going for a process intensified approach. In both cases, under C3 column, the top product is withdrawn as the final product MMH. And the objective to model and simulate the MMH synthesis process by using conventional reactor distillation configuration and reactor distillation sequences in Unisim design R460.1, and also reactive distillation, which is a process intensified approach that is also chosen to increase the yield of MMH and reduction cost. To study the effect of activity model like Wilson, Unicac, and NRTL on methoxymethyl heptane concentration is also is also an objective, and sensitivity analysis by variant reboilerability and reflex ratio. The simulation simulation platform is used to analyze the variations in operating conditions and variables also. And validation of steady state reactive distillation RD model with literature. That's a very important part of the study, is also an objective of the work. And methodology. Methodology as given identify parameters, data gathering, and here we have steady state simulation of MMH synthesis, and the software used is Unisim R460.1 software. And process intensification using reactive distillation column is also done, and comparison of both conventional and RD configuration for product purities is the other method, and analysis of thermodynamic models and the validation of steady state simulation with the experimental data and literature. So these are the result and discussion. This is a steady state simulation of conventional MMH production. Here in conventional MMH production, while simulating in the Unisim environment, this MMH and MHOH, these two components are not Unisim data bank. So we have to introduce these two hypothetically. These two components can be introduced as hypothetical components based on the characteristics and the reaction taking place here. And we have a recycle stream also, and MH recycle, and in C3 column, top product is removed as MMH, and the bottom product as MHOH, and dimethyl ether is also removed in between this with as D1 from C1 column. And these are the result of the simulation. And here per pass conversion of MHOH and per pass conversion of MH is given. Here the activation energy of two competing reactions support high reactor temperature, but the catalyst used here is the Amberlist 15 catalyst in real process. In simulation process, we are introducing these kinetics instead of catalyst. So this catalyst can withstand only up to 400 degree. Beyond 400 degree Kelvin, it will disintegrate. So the limitation of the temperature is also important, and the desired product yield can only achieved by either increase in reactor size or with excess of MH. That is one of the reactant to methyl 1-heptene. And these are the resultant discussion on case studies. So these four are the case studies which relates the reaction percentage conversion with MH recycle, MEOH, and reactor temperature and reactor volume. So while increasing the MH recycled flow rate, what happens? The reaction percentage conversion can increase, and MH that is one of the reactant MEOH molar flow. While increasing MEOH, that is methanol molar flow reaction actual percentage conversion, desired yield will decrease, because according to the stoichiometry that will favor undecided side reaction. And the reactor temperature, we couldn't increase reactor temperature up to a limit, even it increase the yield because of the catalyst activity. And reactor tank bowling can also be and the increase in reactor tank bowling can also result in more in actual percentage conversion. So from this we can identify only two things we can go for. That is, one thing is this MH recycle increase and MH recycle increase, and other one is the reactor tank volume increase. But these two will result in increasing operating cost in case of MH recycle flow rate increase, and increasing capital cost in reactor tank volume increase. So there comes the idea of process intensified approach like reactive distillation. This is the feasibility of reactive distillation approach can be verified by using following things. That is an equilibrium. This problem is an chemical equilibrium limited conversion, because the desired reaction is a reversible reaction. So there is an irreversible side reaction also. So that favor reactive distillation operation. And also the temperature difference between the main reaction and distillation temperature should be less than 50 degrees Celsius. And RD is financially viable for the production in the range of 0.5 to 1 kiloton per year. Here the MMH production capacity is 62 kiloton per year, which shows RD's process is economically feasible. And steady state modeling of reactive distillation column is the next part. Here both reaction and distillation is incorporated into a single column like RD. And there are other two columns like C2 and C3. Top product of C3 is removed as MMH, and this is a reactive distillation column characteristics. Here we are using 35 stages column including reboiler, and we have a reflex ratio of 3.61, and reactive stages are given in between 2 to 12, and the fluid package we are using Unicap, both in conventional case also. And here the feed stage is one is a feed stage for total MH, and 13 is the feed stage for methanol. And this is a temperature profile and composition profile of reactive distillation column. Here we can see the temperature limited below 400 degree Kelvin, that is below 180 degrees Celsius only. Then only we will get the desired yield. And in composition profile, you can see this MMH is obtained about 0.9 mole fraction, and the product purity of conventional and RD configuration is compared in the last section. That is, in conventional through reactor and one separation column, we will get only 37.061 product purity. In reactive distillation column, it is about 94.78, and in reactive distillation and other separation column, it is about 99.47. So it is very clear reactive distillation approach is more effective for MMH synthesis than conventional case to save energy and also to save the cost of the process. And this is the MMH composition profile for various activity model. Here we can compare the Unicat, Wilson, and an RTL model for MMH mole fraction. The effect of these models on MMH mole fraction is studied, and and also two reboiler pressures are also studied, and other reflex ratio range 0.5 to 5 is studied. And present steady state model was developed based on operating parameters like reboiler pressure and 190.5 kilopascal, reflex ratio 3.61, and Unicock activity model. This is the validity of RD steady state model for some operating condition. Here we have taken same operating condition from the experiment and literature data, and here these are the operating condition, and the steady state result for the literature papers and research model. This is the planned data, planned results, and other literature results is also given. And I just compared my result, which I had developed Unisim, with the experimental and literature data, and it is almost validated. There are some very small difference in values. It's only because of the difference in the software that we have used and the other convergence issues. And but almost it's equal, and the developed steady state model in Unisim is validated against the literature and experimental data. And let's conclude our topic. That's the production of methoxymethyl heptane, which is recently proposed as a gasoline additive, and that is simulated using Unisim design for R60.1 software, and both steady state simulation of conventional and the process intensified approach using reactive distillation studied, and the effect of variables studied as a part of case studies, and reactive distillation configuration was suggested as a appropriate method for MMS synthesis in terms of cost and energy, and also results revealed that reactive distillation configuration was better than conventional process method in producing high purity fuel additive MMH with low capital and equipment cost. These are references that I've left, and so that's all about the topic, the simulation of methoxymethyl heptane using R460.1. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Anisha. Now, the session is open for discussion.
Anisha.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. You said this is costly. This model affect the cost of the process, reactive distillation.
Here we are going for two processes actually. One is conventional and another is the reactive distillation one. In conventional process, in order to increase the yield or to achieve the desired yield, they have to give recycle MH, methyl heptane, and also have to increase the reactor volume. So both results in capital cost and operating cost. So then we go for a reactive distillation process where we can incorporate both separation and reaction in a single column. So thereby we can reduce the cost.
Okay, Anisha.
Thank
you. Anisha, what about the operating conditions between the conventional system and your reactive distillation process? Operating conditions.
In conventional process, in reactor, we have to maintain 400 degree Kelvin temperature and 15 atmosphere pressure, and we have downstream separation columns. But in RD column, we are maintaining a pressure of 1.77 atmosphere, and temperature is also limited here within 400 Kelvin because of the catalyst property. That are the operating condition of the both RD and conventional scheme.
In the separation column, the same operating condition we have to maintain?
No, actually, pressure is there is a difference in pressure. We are given 50 atmosphere pressure in the reactor, and in RD column 1.77 atmosphere is the pressure. And the temperature we have to maintain in both cases around 400 Kelvin, because the catalyst property, according to catalyst property, it can withstand only a temperature up to 400 Kelvin. So we are maintaining temperature within that limit by using controllers and all.
There will be variation in temperature within that column?
Temperature, there will be a range of temperature. We can see in the flow sheet itself. There is a temperature variation between around 400 Kelvin and 47.8. In result and discussion, we can see temperature is ranging in account tray section. Depend upon the tray position, it's ranging up to 175.5 degrees Celsius.
So what about the variation in properties? Significant change will be there in properties?
In
and temperature?
In temperature increase, there is not that much change. Actually, in conventional case also, we have separation columns, and but in C1, in conventional column, after a reactor, we have a separation called C1, and the amount of MMH obtained, the yield of MMH obtained will be less in reactor also. But in reactive distillation column, with reactor and distillation in single column, we can increase the yield. The yield of MMH is per pass conversion of MMH is increased. So that wise also reactive distillation is appropriate.
What about the property variation that is to be taken account, or is it negligible?
Property variation means in case of temperature and pressure. Sorry.
Temperature, sorry, the property variation with respect to temperature or the operating conditions, whether that much change will be there in that?
No, in case of temperature, there is not that much change. And also pressure, there is a difference in pressure. Reactive distillation, there is no, we are not giving that much pressure. Reactive distillation, the column is to be maintained at 1.77 atmosphere only. But in case of conventional, the reactor is to be maintained at operating condition of 400 Kelvin and 15 atmosphere, such a higher pressure. That's all the difference.
Okay, Anisha.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Anisha, for the question. Now, I'm going to get on the next presentation. Inviting our second presenter, Ms. Shamna A. Rahman, who will be discussing about UNISM-based simulation and analysis of crude oil distillation unit in petroleum refinery.
Hi all, the topic for this presentation is UNISM design-based simulation and analysis of crude oil distillation, presented by Shamna, and the second author is Dr. R. Anjana. We are from the Department of Chemical Engineering, Government Engineering College, Thrissur, Kerala, India. We know that atmospheric distillation is one of the first step in crude oil refining. Fractions in the atmospheric distillation process are done based on the differences in volatility. Since the distillation process is performed using different boiling points of the components of the crude. Petroleum or crude oil is naturally a mixture of hydrocarbons, generally in liquid state. We know that it is a mixture of hundreds of hydrocarbons to large compounds containing 300 and more carbon atoms, but only members of this series is got purity on a commercial scale. The objective of this paper presentation is to study to simulate steady-state simulation of crude oil distillation unit using UNISM software. Also to study about different arrangement of heat exchangers on preheat train in different steady-state simulation. This is the atmospheric distillation code unit. We are processing 1 lakh barrel per day of crude at atmospheric condition. It is first passed through first preheat train, then entering pre-fractionator over light and separator. Again heated by second preheat train, then entering the main column. Pre-fractionating column consists of 11 trays and main column consists of 29 trays. We have 3 strippers and 3 pump rounds. The kerosene product is drawn from 9th tray, diesel from 17th tray, AGO from 22th tray, and naphtha from AGO from 22th tray. The products kerosene are drawn at 81.4 degrees Celsius, AGO at 93.6 degrees Celsius, and diesel drawn at 27.8 degrees Celsius, and naphtha at 100.5 degrees Celsius. From the bottom of the CPU, residue products are drawn at 531.5 degrees Celsius, which mainly consists of higher hydrocarbon can be further processed to produce many different products. This is the one of the result of our steady state simulation. We know that this is a crude oil assay. The oil was characterized by true boiling point curve. TBP analysis is a single reliable tool for characterization of crude oil and petroleum mixtures in terms of their boiling point distribution. Because of the characteristics of hydrocarbon products, the unison operate with the pseudo components in place of pure chemical components. That is, in second figure, the first figure shows the distribution of our products. The red block shows the temperature distribution of naphtha. Green block shows the temperature distribution of kerosene. Blue for light diesel, pink for heavy diesel, again blue for atmospheric gas oil, and green for residue. This is the temperature cut point of the products. We have 5 products: naphtha, kerosene, diesel, AGU, and residue. Second column shows the initial boiling point in degrees Celsius, and the final boiling point is shown in the third column for our products. Main theme of our presentation is studying the arrangement, how different arrangement causes energy utilization. We have 4 cases: without preheat train, with preheat train. With preheat train we have again 4 cases. So let's discuss each and every one. This is the first case, without preheat train. No preheat train is used here, hence the energy flow is very high. It is very high, that is 1.12 into 10 raised to 9 kilojoule per hour. Here we are using 2 furnaces instead of heat exchangers, hence the energy is high. And this is the second case, that is series connection. We have 11 heat exchangers, 8 before pre-fractionating column and 3 after pre-fractionating column. The temperature for pre-fractionating column is determined from this case studies, that is temperature versus concentration. That is, the concentration of ibutane and N-butane are high at 260 degrees Celsius, and at this Celsius, the concentration of ipentane and N-pentane is very less. Therefore, here the energy utilization is 7.445 into 10 raised to 8 kilojoule per hour, and the overall UA is 2.575 into 10 raised to 6 kilojoule per degree Celsius hour. And this is the third case, that is series connection separator. Here we are using a separator, normal separator, instead of a pre-fractionating distillation column. Hence here energy flow is high, that is 7.312 into 10 raised to 8 kilojoule per hour, and overall UA is 2.4 10 raised to 6. And this is the temperature for separator. And this is the last case, parallel connection with the distillation column. That is, here heat exchangers parallelly connected, and we are using pre-fractionating column as a distillation column. That is, here we have heat flow of 7.449 into 10 raised to 6 kilojoule per hour. Overall UA is 2.64 to 10 raised to 6 kilojoule per degree Celsius hour. And this is the fourth case, that is, we are using a normal separator instead of a distillation column in case of pre-fractionating column. That is, here we have heat flow is 8.307 and into 10 raised to 8 kilojoule per hour. This is the comparison of our all cases. From these cases, we know that we found that is 2C, that is taken as the good arrangement because it have high UA. This cause high heat transfer and normally comparatively less heat flow is in this case of parallel arrangement. Also, it uses distillation column for pre-fractionating column, not separator. Our next is optimization. We are optimizing the overall UA. Here overall heat transfer coefficient is minimized by the overall optimizing the flow through each stream since it is parallelly connected. The optimizer determines the optimum T flow ratio such that the overall UA is minimized. The range of variable is between 1.1875 and 0.75. U is imported in the optimizer spreadsheet. Sum of all UAs are found there. An optimum flow ratio is obtained for the stream that is 0.39 corresponding to an overall UA of about 2.642 kJ per degree Celsius hour, and this is compared to the initial value that is 2.7 into 10 raised to 6 kJ per degree Celsius. Here we are using sequential quadratic programming, that is SQP, for this problem solved. Second figure shows the spreadsheet and the first figure shows the optimizer tab. And the conclusion for our presentation are: we have studied crude oil assay and analyzed what is the temperature distribution of our products using our refinery problem. We also compared the different arrangement of crude oil preheat train and found which is better for energy and in which have high overall heat transfer coefficient. From this arrangement we have found that parallel connection is found to be the good arrangement because here we are used distillation column for preheat train, not as a normal separator. Hence, we get high amount of overall heat transfer coefficient and comparatively less amount of energy utilization. Then next we done a overall heat transfer coefficient minimization by optimizing the flow through splitter. The optimized value of flow ratio is 0.469. Initially we equally split the flow through two streams because these are parallelly connected, and after optimization the optimized value of one is 0.4639 and the flow on other stream will be greater than this. Okay, then the minimized value of UA is 2.642 into 10 raised to 6 kJ per hour. Paper presentation, and this is also the references, and thank you for your attention and support. Thank you, thanks all.
Now the session is open for discussion. Due to network issue, Shamna is not able to attend the session. So shall I move on to the next presentation?
Okay.
Now I invite Kishore Bose to present dynamic simulation of manufacture of styrene by catalytic dehydrogenation of ethyl benzene.
Good morning, everyone. I am here to present my paper on topic dynamic simulation of manufacture of styrene by the catalytic dehydration of ethyl benzene. In the introduction part, we all know that styrene is a versatile organic compound and used for many purposes as the manufacture of carpets. It's a colorless aromatic liquid. It's mainly manufactured by the dehydration of ethyl benzene. In the dehydration of ethyl benzene, steam and ethyl benzene are expected a suitable ratio to a kinetic plug for reactor for the manufacture of styrene. The objective of this paper are the steady-state simulation of the production plant of styrene, dynamic simulation of the plant using different controllers, optimization of control settings and the dynamic analysis of the process. The methodology. I have used here a Unisim design software for the steady and dynamic simulation of the plant. The method used for obtaining vapor equivalent data is a Penck-Robinson equation. The kinetic the thermodynamic properties are calculated using the Penck-Robinson equation of states. The dehydration reaction is the main reaction involved here. There is ethyl benzene dehydrogenase to form styrene. The side reactions involved in the process are the production of benzene and ethylene as well as toluene and methane. This is steady and dynamic simulation PFDs. In the steady state PFD of styrene plant, we can see that ethyl benzene and steam are fed at a suitable ratio to a mixer. The suitable ratio is set by a set function. The temperature of the feed mixture from the outlet of the mixer is about 470 degrees Celsius. But if we have to raise the temperature from 470 degrees Celsius to 620 degrees Celsius, since 620 degrees Celsius is the optimal reaction temperature of the reactor inlet. Or the reaction takes place. So, in order to raise the temperature, here we use a fired heater. Fired heater is a Gibbs reactor with a methane and air of P2 reactor. The combustion of methane produces a temperature vapor phase of the output temperature of 970 degrees Celsius, which is used to raise the temperature of the feed mixture. The feed mixture is fed to a heat exchanger at the tube side of heat exchanger, and the vapor phase from the fired heater is fed to the shell side of the heat exchanger. Here it is heat exchanger, and the feed mixture is just fed to the first reactor. Here we use two reactors PFR in series because the product from the first BFR may contain some amount of leftover ethyl benzene, so it can be utilized for the production of styrene again. So we use a second PFR. The feed mixture is raised to temperature 600 degrees and fed to a PFR, and since the reaction is endothermic, temperature is decreased. So since the temperature decreases, the reactant product contains styrene, benzene, toluene, ethylene, and methane, as well as some amount of ethyl benzene. This ethyl benzene has to be fed to a second reactor after heating again because it's an endothermic reaction. So in the second heat exchanger is used here. The second heat exchanger uses the waste heat from the first heat exchanger to heat the ethyl benzene again to 600 degrees Celsius to be fed to the second reactor. The reaction product from the second reactor is cooled to about 65 degrees Celsius. The reaction product contains styrene, benzene, toluene, ethylene, and methane. It is then cooled in a cold 65 degrees Celsius and fed to a three-phase separator where the separation of gaseous phase, organic phase, and aqueous phase. The organic phase contains mainly styrene. It's then pumped to a distillation column. In the first distillation column, the benzene removal column because benzene has lower distillation temperature or boiling point. So it is the aqueous phase containing the organic phase contains styrene, benzene, toluene, ethylene, and methane is fed to first is benzene removal column where benzene and ethylene are removed at the top of the column and the toluene, methane, and the product styrene is removed at the bottom part of the column. The bottom part of the first distillation column or the benzene removal column is fed to second distillation column, toluene removal column. The toluene removal column, the top at the top toluene and some amount of ethyl benzene which is left is also removed there, and the bottom portion of toluene removal column contains the product styrene and cooled and taken off the product. The top portion of the toluene removal column containing ethyl benzene is cooled and recycled back to the feed part. In the dynamic simulation PFD, we can see that there are four controllers used. The first controller is the feed, the ethyl benzene fluoride controller. Feed for control is FAC 101. A second controller is the FAC 100, which is the steam fluoride controller. And TAC 101 is the temperature control of the reactor inlet. And the IC 100 is the controller. Ratio control of the methane and air to the fired heater. Here a selector block in combination with the a PA controller is used as a ratio controller. These are the servo part of the results. In servo problem, the input signal is manipulated to get the output close to a set point. Here the set point of the FAC 101 pH response is the pH response of the steam fluoride. So here the set point of steam is 3000 kmol per hour. Here the we raise the set point from 3000 kilomole per hour to 3500 kilomole per hour. It gets control at 3500 kilomole per hour. It's again set point is changed to 3000 kilomole per hour. We can see that it gets control at 3500 kilomole per hour, and when the set point is changed back to 3000 kilomole per hour, it is again controlled the servo power span. The FAC hunter response is the feed flow rate of ethyl benzene control. The feed flow rate of ethyl benzene is controlled at set point of 150 kilomole per hour. It is raised to 180 kilomole per hour. It gets controlled at 180 kilomole per hour and is raised to and decreased back to 150 kilomole per hour. TAC 101 PA response is the temperature controller. The set point of temperature control is 620 degrees Celsius. It is decreased to 615 degrees Celsius and gets controlled at 615 degrees Celsius and again raised back to 620 degrees Celsius. IC100 response is the ratio control. It's the same is the case in the case of IC control also. The set point is 0.04 and it's reduced to a lower set point of 0.0398 and it's again raised back to 0.04. It gets controlled and the servo properties thus done. These are the interactions of the controllers. That is the effect of one controller changing another controller. Effect of change in feed without change in feed. The feed flow rate change from 150 kilomole per hour to 155 kilomole per hour. Since the feed flow rate is changed without change in steam, the temperature will decrease at the reactor inlet. So we can see from this temperature graph that temperature is decreased. So in order to get back the temperature back to set point, what happens is the ratio controller opens the valve so as to increase the ratio of methane and air and get back the set point to 0.04. Thus the temperature here is also maintained at 600 degrees Celsius. After changing flow stream without changing feed. The steam flow is changed from 3000 to 3025 kilomole per hour. And the temperature is increased. The temperature is increased from 3000 to 3025 kilomole per hour. And we can see that from the temperature graph, the temperature is increased. So in order to reduce the temperature from above the 600 degrees Celsius, the ratio controller reduces the ratio of methane and air below 0.04 and thus the temperature is maintained at 600 degrees Celsius. Effect of change in temperature. Here we can see that temperature is reduced from 600 degrees Celsius to 615 degrees Celsius. So in order to maintain the temperature at 615 degrees Celsius, ratio control reduces the ratio from 0.04 and so the ratio of methane and air is decreased. So at 615 degrees Celsius, you can see that it gets control of 16 degrees Celsius and the ratio is maintained at 0.04. The ratio control. Effect of change in feed with steam. Here both feed flow rate of feed and steam are changed. That is the feed flow change from 150 to 155 kilomole per hour and the steam flow change from 3000 to 3010 kilomole per hour. So a higher amount of heat from the fired heater is required. We can see that the ratio control opens the valve, methane valve, to increase the ratio to increase the amount of methane and thus the air is also increased. Thus the ratio is minus 0.04 and the temperature which is decreased during the increase in feed and steam is controlled back to 600 degrees Celsius. Conclusion. Studying production ethyl benzene is simulated that steady and both dynamic simulations done. Dynamic simulation plan having studied with installation of the controllers. The effect of control action in one controller or other having studied in different cases. The interaction between controllers is also studied. This was fun. Thank you for your attention.
Kishore Bose is not available for the discussion, so shall I move on to the next presentation?
Okay, we can.
Now I will be inviting Mr. P.K. Madhukumar who will be presenting on modeling and simulation of CISO model prosthetic limb by Open, Modelica, and a casual and cyber physical modeling language.
Good day to all. Our paper, Modeling and Simulation of Single Input, Single Output Model Prosthetic Limb by Open Modelica and a causal and cyber physical modeling language. I am Madhu Martike, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Technology, Kottayam. So we know that a person with a limb amputation faces various problems in their daily life, and most do not have the fortune of affording the modern prosthetic. A need for low-cost transarterial prosthetic limb was recognized and was worked on. The design thus developed was based on a novel theory in the field of prosthetic called mirror theory, which allowed the motion of the natural hand to control the prosthetic hand. The objective of this paper is to conduct a simulation experiment of transarterial prosthetic limb PID controller system using Open Modelica environment. The actuation of the slave hand is through the movement of the master hand. The movement of master hand is detected with the help of a flex sensor as shown in figure 3. The output of the flex sensor circuit is sent to the motor input of the slave hand via a microprocessor with a PID and feedback system. Figure 4 showing the motor gear link mechanism. Open Modelica is a open source high level object oriented software is used for the modeling and simulation. It is component based modeling as opposite to the block diagram based modeling. Being an causal method of modeling, Modelica is not governed or operated by the laws of cause and effect. Figure 5 showing prosthetic limb CAD model and figure 6 showing prosthetic limb system block diagram. Modeling and simulation mostly take place in signal-oriented programs like MATLAB and or Simulink. The Modelica is created by Hilding Elmquist. The design approach builds on non-causal modeling with true ordinary differential and algebraic equations and the use of object-oriented construct to facilitate reuse of modeling knowledge. It is a high-level object-oriented modeling language which is component-based as opposite to the other block diagram-based program. Figure 7 showing a component-based modeling of link mechanism. The multi-domain capability of Open Modelica allows combining electrical, mechanical, hydraulic, thermodynamic, chemical, etc. model components within the same application model. Figure 8 showing a simple Open Modelica script. Hello world is the name of the script. It is a class or a model. It has a declaration part and equation or algorithm part. In the declaration part we can declare variables and constant. In the equation part we can write our governing equations. Here X is a real variable and A is a constant. The differential equation is dx by dt is equal to minus a into x. Figure 9 showing a chemical process model is a pressure swing distillation of toluene ethanol. In our problem, the DC servo motor and gear train and the linking mechanism is modeled as a component base. Table 1 showing the DC servo motor armature parameters and equation 1 is the equation of the armature circuit. Table 2 shows the given gear and load parameters. The equation 2 is the equation of motion of the DC servo motor and gear train and linking mechanism. Figure 12 is the component based model of the flux sensor circuit. R flux is the resistance of the flux sensor. A and B are the constant. R flux is a function of angle. V0 is the output of the flux sensor operational amplifier. We can obtain the resistance of the flux sensor from the manufacturer's catalog. B is the flat resistance, that is bend is 0. By using 3 and 4 we can find the constant A and B. Figure 13 is the equivalent algorithm model of the flux sensor circuit. Figure 14 shows the master hand angular position versus operation amplifier output voltage. Figure 15 shows the block diagram model of the Arduino Uno microprocessor. The processor has a analog input and a pulse width modulated output voltage. Figure 16 shows the operation amplifier output voltage versus analog read value. Analog read is a function used to convert analog signal into ADC value in the range of 0 to 1023. The analog read value is further mapped into full range of 0 to 1023. The DC servo motor required DC voltage, and DC voltage is obtained by analog right function. Analog right function required a value in the range of 0 to 255, and output of the Arduino Uno is a pulse width modulated signal. It is this equivalent DC voltage can obtain by using equation 5 or 6. Figure 18 shows the mapped analog read versus analog write function value. Figure 19 shows the closed loop feed system. The error signal is fed to the operation PID controller. Figure 20 shows a PID controller block diagram. K, Ti, Td are the parameters of the PID controller. We can adjust manually these values. We can tune the PID controller. Figure 21 shows the output voltage of the PID controller. Figure 22 shows the hierarchical model of the closed loop prosthetic limb system. It shows all the subsystem, flux sensor circuit, Arduino Uno microprocessor, PID controller, DC servo motor, gear train and link mechanism. Link is the prosthetic limb, angle sensor for feedback and for position feedback, and external load. Result and discussions. Figure 23 shows the output of the slave hand position with the time. This result is obtained by arbitrarily selecting gain of the controller K is equal to 5, time constant of the integer Ti is equal to 0.01, and the time constant of the derivative block T is equal to 1.1. Blue thick line is the angular position of the master hand with the time, and the dotted red line is the angular position of the slave hand. We can see a fluctuation of the prosthetic limb. Therefore, we tune the PID controller. Finally, we obtain the gain of the controller K is equal to 15, time constant of the integer Ti is equal to 0.01, and the time constant of the derivative block T is equal to 1.1. Figure 24 shows the final result. We can see that the prosthetic limb position is slightly leading master hand position, and at the end it is coincided with the master hand position. Conclusions. The overall simulation experiment has been found to be in good control. However, a slight variation is noted from the desired angular position. The primary sought after result was to obtain 0 to 90 degree rotation in 1 second, but as observed, the result is slightly leading from the desired one. Furthermore, it is inferred that the inaccurate friction model and assumption of idle gear might have affected the result. These are the references. Thank you for your kind attention.
Now the session is open for.
Sir, how do you experimentally validate this model?
Here we are only conduct the simulation experiment only.
Okay. You have any plan to validate this model?
Okay, we are planning to conduct experiment and validate the theory.
Okay, sir.
Sir, how the experiment is planned to validate the theory? How it can be done?
Actually, we are only model this problem into open molecular language. For experiment, we are actually make the positive limb mechanism and program the Arduino Uno processor and design the PID controller, and all are connected together and apply the external load and experimentally verify the angular position of the master hand and angular position of the slave hand.
Sir, one basic doubt. What is this master hand and slave hand?
Okay, master hand is the actual hand.
Actual.
Generally, actual hand. Sometimes some people have only one hand only due to some many reasons.
And the other one is what we are making.
We are making a prosthetic hand. So most of the time, our hand movement are mirror. So we can do simple work like holding some book or etc.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. So now I invite Miss Divya, who will be presenting on study of electrochemical oxidation of phenol of water waste remediation.
Myself Divya. I am going to discuss about our project on the topic a study on the electrochemical oxidation of phenol for wastewater remediation. As you all know, the present era is driven by the industrial revolution, but it caused a major outbreak of pollutants in the water. We human beings are responsible for such pollution, and it is our responsibility to find a solution for it. Here I am going to discuss about the treatment of phenol, which is highly recalcitrant and non-biocompatible in nature. Phenol is one among the 129 major environment-threatening pollutants. This is according to the US Environment Protection Agency. Phenol is highly toxic and has very low biodegradability. There are various methods for the treatment of phenol, such as electrofenton method, electrocoagulation, biological method, and advanced oxidation process. Among these, advanced oxidation process is the best method because it generates strong oxidizing hydroxyl radical, which can attack and destroy even the most persistent organic molecules. It can decompose many toxic and bioresistant organic pollutants without producing any additional hazardous byproducts. The electrochemical oxidation which is of concern to us is one among the AOPs, and it is becoming a new alternative for the treatment of industrial wastewater. Electrooxidation is amenable to automation and compatible with the environment because the reagent involved is electron, which is clean.
In Kerala, Hindustan Organic Chemicals Limited produces phenol at a rate of 40,000 tons per annum. Here the effluent is treated biologically. We know that biological treatment is very slow and requires huge times. So this problem can be solved by using electrochemical oxidation for the treatment of effluent. There are main three objectives of our project. First, to study the treatment of phenol by electrooxidation using cylindrical flow cell. Cylindrical flow cell is a apparatus used for the experimentation. Second is to obtain the best set of operating conditions that gives a maximum percentage removal of phenol. Third objective is to develop a quadratic model and study the quality of the model. The exact representation of the experimental setup is as shown here. It consists of cylindrical flow cell, peristaltic pump, DC power supply, and a beaker containing feed solution. The cylindrical flow cell consists of a stainless steel cathode and a mesh-type anode made of ruthenium oxide coated on the titanium. It has an area of about 40 centimeters square. Next, I am going to discuss about the experimental procedure. This phenol solution of desired concentration is made in 1 liter of double distilled water. Here the desired concentration are 10, 20 and 30 ppm. And the required amount of NaCl is also added to the solution and dissolved. Prepared sample is then taken in the beaker as shown here, and all the connections were made. The DC power supply is made to work in the galvanostatic mode, that is varying the voltage to get the desired current density. The treated solution is recycled back and the process is continued till the desired time is achieved. The treated solution is taken from this outlet and is analyzed using the fluorescence spectrophotometer. Fluorescence spectrophotometer is calibrated using various concentration of phenol, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20 and 30 ppm. The working parameters of fluorescence spectra analysis are an excitation wavelength of the range 240 to 360 nanometer and an emission range of 260 to 500 nanometer. The various parameters considered are time, current density, supporting electrolyte concentration, and initial phenol concentration. And we have done the preliminary experiments by keeping one parameter at one parameter constant and keeping all others, one parameter varying and keeping all others constant. And based on this preliminary experiments, we got the domain of the experiment as shown in the table. Time of between 5 to 15 minutes, current density of 2 to 4 ampere per decimeter square, NaCl concentration of 2 to 4 gram per liter, and initial phenol concentration of between 10 to 30 ppm. The effect of time, current density, NaCl concentration, and the initial phenol concentration on the fractional removal of phenol was investigated using the response surface methodology of Minitab 16 statistical analysis software. And based on the domain obtained, as I shown before, 27 runs of experiments were obtained from the runs. And these are 27 runs of experiments. This is a table which is obtained from the Minitab software, and it consists of the values of regression coefficients, t-value, p-value, and the significance. By looking into this table, we can understand whether the how far the parameter is influencing. The model can be generally represented as this equation, as we can see in the presentation. Here beta 0 is a constant, while beta 1, beta 2, beta 3, and beta 4 are linear regression coefficients, and all other coefficients are interactive coefficients. Here x1 represents time, x2 represents current density, x3 represents salt concentration, x4 represents initial phenol concentration. The values of these regression coefficients are obtained from the previous table, and our model is represented by this equation. By looking into this table, we can see that some of the interaction terms are highly influencing. Say for example, the interaction term, the beta 1,4 is the interaction coefficient between the time and the initial phenol concentration, and its p-value. Its p-value is 0. Its p-value is 0, which is less than 0.05. If the p-value is less than 0.05, then it is said to be significant. Hence, this is highly significant. And there are interaction terms which are less influential. For example, the interaction between the interaction between the time and the salt concentration. That is, the interaction coefficient is beta 1,3, and here the value of p is 0.839, which is much greater than 0.05. Hence, it is less significant and has a significant value is just 16%. And there is one more term which represents the quality of the model, called as the coefficient of determination, R-square value. R-square value of the model. And R-square value of the model reveals how well the model reproduces the observed outcomes of the experiments. Here, for our model, we have an R-square value of 0.977. Higher R-square value of the coefficient guaranteed satisfactory representation of proposed model when compared to the experimental data. Next, we are going to the response surface methodology plot. The first plot represents the combined effect of current density and time. We have a maximum percentage removal at this area. That means around these ranges of current density and the time of around 13 minutes. Here the whole factors are supporting electrolyte concentration of 3 gram per liter and initial phenol concentration of 20 ppm. Next, we can see the combined effect of initial concentration and time. Similar to the previous graph, we can see maximum removal of phenol in this area. That is at an initial concentration of about 3.25 and between around 13 minutes. Here the whole factor is current density and initial phenol concentration. Next represents the combined effect of initial concentration and current density. Here also we can see the maximum percentage removal at this area. Here the whole factors are time and initial phenol concentration. This graph represents the combined effect of initial phenol concentration and NaCl. Here the maximum percentage removal is obtained at the lower initial phenol concentration, say for example around 13 ppm and initial concentration of about 3.25. Here the whole factor is current density and time. These are the conclusions that can be drawn from the RSM plots. As we have seen before, current density and reaction times are directly related to the oxidation of the phenol. Higher current density produces more hydroxyl radicals, which is responsible for the phenol removal. Also, electrooxidation is more effective with a longer processing time. Next is the NaCl concentration. NaCl concentration, NaCl acts as a supporting electrolyte here, and it allows a better ion transfer in the vicinity of electrodes and increases the conductivity. Also, this NaCl electrolyzes to form a dominant active substances responsible for the fast degradation of phenol. Due to this, synergistic effect becomes predominant. These are the conclusion of our work. We obtained a best set of operating conditions such as time of 9.27 minutes, current density of 3.58 ampere per decimeter square, supporting electrolyte concentration of 3.29 gram per liter, and initial phenol concentration of 13.64 ppm. And we have obtained a satisfactory conformity of the second order equation with the experimental data, and hence we can conclude that the electrochemical oxidation is effective in removing the pollutant and reducing the content of the phenol to greater extent. These are our references. Thank you.
Now the session is open for this.
Okay, Divya.
Yes, ma'am.
Most of the time, the combined effect of two parameters have been studied. Why instead of study a single parameter, it is combined?
Because from this combined effect, we can understand how the phenol removal is affected by more than one factors. Because we know that in this case, synergetic effect is highly prominent. So we took the combined effect.
So the maximum parameters is 2 for combined effect, or we can add more?
So, ma'am, maximum is 2.
Maximum is 2.
These data are obtained from the RSM. These plots are obtained from the Minitab software.
Okay, then how did you prepare the phenol solution? The initial solution?
Actually, we prepared the stock solution of about 150 or 200 ppm, and from this we prepare the required ppm solution by an equation. That means by required ppm and from that stock solution we prepare the rest of the solutions.
And the maximum ppm was 30.
Yes, we considered up to 30.
Up to 30. Why 30? What is a standard, the discharge standard for a phenol solution? Or
And we took up to 30. It's for our convenience. Maximum permissible level is more less than that.
So for convenience, 30 was taken.
Yes.
And what is this mesh type anode? Why mesh type anode is used?
Mesh type anode, in the sense we know that anode here the anode is, we know that surface area increases if for the mesh type.
For increasing area.
Yes.
Excuse me, Divya, I didn't hear you.
Yes, ma'am, for increasing the area.
How the idea you got, mesh anode, is it from literature or?
Literature. Actually, I came to know about this mesh from our guide. From our guide, I came to know.
So you like that mesh type?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So if that is not mesh type, any study has been done?
Yes, ma'am. Various studies are done without mesh type.
And you compare?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Divya.
Thank you.
Divya, what is the significance of R-square value?
As I told, R-square value means it is a coefficient of determination. Higher the R-square value implies the proposed model is good. We have an R-square value of 0.977. That means 97.7%. So higher R-square value gives satisfactory representation of our proposed model.
Okay, your optimized value is only suitable for low concentrated phenol water, isn't it?
We treated up to 30 ppm. It can be extended to higher concentration also, but we did only up to 30 ppm.
Okay, it can be extended.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then different methods are there to remove the phenol. Which one is the best method?
Among this, AOPs are best, and from the AOP we consider only electrooxidation process. electrochemical oxidation. Because the
Okay.
only electrons are involved in it.
Okay, Divya.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Divya. Now, I invite Mr. M. Jishnu, who will be discussing on an experimental study on the effect of manganese dioxide and ferric oxide nanoparticle for sewage water decontamination.
Hello everyone, I am Jishnu. My research work is an experimental study on the effect of manganese dioxide and iron oxide particles for sewage water decontamination. Let us begin with the introduction. Sewage is a type of wastewater that is produced by a community of people. There are two types of sewage water, namely grey water and black water. Grey water is the kitchen outlet water and black water is the toilet water. And the pollutants present in these type of water can be removed by means of adsorbents. Herein we are using the two metal oxide adsorbents, namely
Ma'am, can you hear? Is the audio available to
Sometimes,
you?
sometimes not.
Is the presenter there? Jishnu, are you there? Shall I play you, ma'am?
Okay, okay. You can.
manganese dioxide and ferric oxide. For that, initially we collected the water sample and pre-cleaning is carried out to remove the solid sediments. The particles were purchased, the nanoparticles were purchased from Chemin Thrissur and initial characterization was done to identify the initial particles. The initial particle size characterization was done through scanning electron microscope and the image 1 and 2 shows the SEM photographs of manganese dioxide and ferric oxide. Here, the average particle size of manganese dioxide is 361 nanometer, and for iron oxide, it is somewhat around 100. The next stage is to conduct the pre-testing of water sample. There are certain tests such as dissolved oxygen test, alkalinity test, acidity test, chloride, sulfide, chemical and biological oxygen demand, oil and grease, and the very important heavy metal testing was carried out. Then the first one is dissolved oxygen test. Dissolved oxygen is the amount of free oxygen present in the wastewater, and for drinking water it should be greater than or equal to 4 milligram per liter. Unfortunately, the two grey water, that is one from kitchen outlet and other canteen water, is well below the reference line, and so we need to improve the dissolved oxygen level in these water. The next two test is alkalinity and acidity test. It is somewhat related to the pH of the water and the reference values are given. Similarly, chloride and sulfate tests were conducted to determine the presence of chloride and sulfate ions present in the wastewater sample, and to compare with the drinking water specification, the chloride specification is about 250 milligram per liter to 1000 milligram per liter. Next test is the important chemical oxygen demand test. For that, we are utilizing a COD digestion samples were given in the photographs, and for drinking water the COD value should be 0, but the polluted water, here the polluted water contain 102.72 milligram per liter COD value, and correspondingly much higher value in the second water also. The next one is the biological oxygen demand test. It is conducted by using a BOD incubator, and the results are shown in that slide, which shows that as we expected, the water is so much polluted and the BOD value is 857 and 70 milligram per liter. For a clean water, it should be in 3 to 4 milligram per liter. Nanoparticle characterization and preparation was done by means of planetary ball milling and scanning electron microscope. Initially purchased particles were higher particle size, and so that we have to reduce the size of particle by means of planetary ball milling. There are certain conditions such as speed of rotation, that is 250 rpm, and milling time 80 hour, 90 and 100 hour. There are three different time we are utilizing here, and the particle characterization was done by means of SEM. The following slides will shows the different SEM images of manganese dioxide and ferric oxide. And the table shows the milling time and particle size relation. While we improve the milling timing, the particle size is reduced considerably. That is, for a 100-hour milled sample, much less particle size when compared to 80-hour milled sample. For ferric oxide, 42.1111 nanometer size for 100 sample, and corresponding to the 80-hour milled sample, it is about 72.7 nanometer range. Next is the adsorption experiment. Adsorption is a surface phenomenon, and it is done by means of nanoadsorbent. Adsorbent dosage for general water quality test are 0.01 milligram per liter and 0.03 milligram per liter used randomly. Similarly, the adsorbent dosage for heavy metal analysis is 0.025 gram per 500 ml. Similarly, it is in green. Then there are two adsorption parameters such as retention time of 15 minutes and speed of shaking, that is 250 rpm. Then comes to the table shows the post metal test result of grey water 1. Initially the grey water contains the presence of magnesium metal, and after we are mixing with the nano adsorbents, then the nanoparticles adsorbed and the adsorption rate was higher. In case of ferric oxide particle, the maximum adsorption takes place in that material, that is somewhat around 65.83%, and minimum adsorption is manganese dioxide it is 9.61%, and the correspondingly the dosages shows different adsorption rate. The following tables shows the post-test result of grey water 1 and 2 with 100-hour, 90-hour and 80-hour milled nanomaterials, that is both manganese dioxide and ferric oxide. The common trend is that better adsorption is at 0.03 milligram per liter manganese dioxide particles, and minimum adsorption is at 0.01 milligram per liter concentration of ferric oxide particles. Similarly, 80-hour milled sample shows minimum adsorption, and 100-hour sample shows better adsorption because of the least particle size in 100-hour milled sample. Conclusions. Milling parameters such as speed of rotation and time causes considerable changes in particle size, that is, particle size decreases when milling time increases. Adsorption process depends on the type and concentration of the adsorbent used. Manganese dioxide and ferric oxide are sufficient enough to adsorb sewage water contaminants to some extent. In metal adsorption, namely ferric oxide of 42.11 nanometer shows better results, that is 65.83% adsorption is possible with 0.1 gram per liter dosage of ferric oxide. In general, water quality test, dissolved oxygen and BOD values are remain unchanged in all nanometer range, but dissolved oxygen improves from its initial value. In all other water quality tests except dissolved oxygen, nanoadsorbent trap contaminants and their concentration is diminishing. In general test, adsorption increases with increasing dosage, and particularly at 0.03 gram per liter dosage of manganese dioxide, maximum adsorption is possible than ferric oxide. The nano range of adsorbent also causes considerable changes in adsorption, that is, when size of the particle increases, adsorption decreases. Collectively, nano adsorbent treated sewage shows better water quality standards at 0.01 and 0.03 gram per liter dosages. Thank you all.
Now the session is open for discussion.
Okay, Jishnu, what about the recovery of nanoparticles after this absorption?
Ma'am, due to internet connectivity issue, I
Okay,
think
it's not available.
yes, yeah.
Okay, okay.
I invite the chairs to give their conclusion remarks.
Okay, I'm Binu, Dr. Binu TV from Chemical Engineering Department, Government Engineering College, Kozhikode. So we had 6 presentations, both simulations and experimental studies. And I would like to say all the studies were up to the standard, and the authors presented everything well, their results very well. Okay, then, thank you.
Sajina ma'am.
Okay, I am Sajina, Associate Professor, Department of Chemical Engineering of this college. Here, for simulation work and 2 experimental work, all the papers are presented well, but only 2. I think only 2 or 3 live sessions are there here now. But others recorded videos. Others are the recorded videos. Okay. So nothing more. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I take this opportunity to extend thanks to Dr. Vinu TV, Professor, Government Engineering College, Kozhikode, who was the chair for the session, and also I take my gratitude to Dr. Sajina BVV, Professor, Government Engineering College, Thrissur. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next session will start exactly at 3:45. അടുത്ത സെഷന് ചെയർ മിസ്സല്ല ഒരു സെഷൻ കൂടി ഇല്ല 6 സെഷനാണ്
Hello, Manilal. Hello.
മിസ് തുടങ്ങിയില്ലല്ലോ അല്ലേ മിസ്സേ? രഞ്ജന മിസ് മിസ് തുടങ്ങിയില്ലല്ലോ?
ഇല്ല മിസ്സേ,
ആ
തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടില്ല.
അല്ല കുറെ നേരത്തെ മ്യൂട്ട്, അപ്പൊ ഞാൻ എന്താന്ന്
Now we will begin our last session for the day. I invite Dr. Beulah, Professor, Government Engineering College, Kozhikode, and Dr. Ranjana Devi, Government Engineering College, Thrissur, to chair and co-chair the event. Thank you. I invite Mr. Suraj KS, who will be presenting on proposing a new design for segmental bone defect.
A warm welcome to everyone to my presentation on proposing a new design for SBDTPL implant unit cell. These are the contents today I am going to share with this presentation. Moving to the first section, introduction. Segment bone defect repairs of defective bone remains a challenge due to complications that arise from anatomic mismatch in long bones such as tibials. The defect, which is close to 2 centimeters, shows that the large amount of bones will not grow in such critical size. Accordingly, titanium is cheaper SBT tibial implant that mimics the segment bone anatomy. Titanium is the well-founded alloy in medical field due to its excellent corrosion resistance. Historically, orthopedic implants has been manufactured using cast or forged solid piece of metal that are 4 to 8 times stiffer than the natural bones. This traditional manufacturing process were barriers to generate a complex geometry cellular features that can be vary the strength of the titanium 64 implant to make the implant perform like a bone. Therefore, additive manufacturing enables to meet the desirable mechanical properties of the implant. Mechanical properties of the cellular structure at micron levels are highly correlated with the unit cell and the manufacturing process. Numerical simulation based on the finite element method are employed to predict the behavior of the cellular structure and the selection of the unit cell. CAD generated cellular models for the bones implant, which features a base unit cell that is then multiplied to obtain the desired globular geometry. This figure shows that the model of the globular geometry, which is obtained by stacking a unit cell one upon by one to obtain the globular geometry. Moving to the next section, literature review. On my first literature, more than 50% of void space should be there in the design to feature a suitable cellular structure, and they found that the Young's modulus of the unit cell, which is slightly lower than the bone, to allow stiffness matching. In my next literature review, in their work, the mechanical properties of titanium alloys were investigated, and he found that the yield strength is in the range of 334 to 1525 megapascal, and the tensile strength reaches to a range of 451 to 882 megapascal, and Young's modulus in the range of 40 to 70 gigapascal. These gradient micro-porous titanium alloys with the appropriate mechanical properties provide a bright prospect for the medical application, especially for implants. In the third literature review, in their study, two models of titanium 64 stem has been designed that mimic the natural structure of the bone. Because of the void or porous in the structure, the reproduction of trabecular structure is more easy because of the void inside the implants. After the literature survey, I found that there is a chance to reduce the weight of the implant by redesign the unit cell which have more percentage of porosity without compromising the mechanical properties. These are the main points which is challenge to select the unit cell. The relative density and the stress distribution have a vital point in selecting the unit cell, and the percentage of porosity should be in the range of 25% to 95%, and we should consider significantly the stress profile and relative density for the selection of appropriate unit cell. These are the main objective in my work to reduce the weight of the model, to modify the existing design, and analyze the new design using ANSYS. These are the methodologies I am carried out in my work. First, I identify the design, and I generated the 3D model using AutoCAD, and the model is then imported to ANSYS Workbench for the analysis, and I give the mesh size of 0.05 mm in the analysis stage, and the boundary condition was applied. The one side of the unit cell is fully constrained, and the force is applied axially in the opposite side, and the compressive stress is employed in the unit cell, and the result are verified. The material which is used in my work is titanium 64. It is a alpha beta titanium alloy with a high strength to weight ratio and excellent corrosive resistance. It is one of the most commonly used titanium alloy, and is applied in a wide range of applications where a low density and excellent corrosive resistance are necessary, such as aerospace and biomechanical applications. In this section, A1, B1, C1 is the 4 sample design of the unit cell, which is examined in the base journal of my study. And in his study, numerically evaluated the unit cell using finite element analysis, and compared the result by, and he found that the design D1 exhibit the lowest stress gradient. Von Moses stress at the lowest at all locations was compared, and the design also exhibited the second lowest maximum Moses stress and relative density of 43.65 megapascal, and they used D1 as the foundation for the cellular architecture of this SPD implant. And I found that the mass of the sample D1 is 1.09 gram, and my aim is to reduce it with a suitable modification on the design. The S1 shows the proposed design of the unit cell and unit cell. The table shows the result which is get from the base journal. Here they selected D1 as the best unit cell design for generating geometrical structure of the implant. At the initial stage of my analysis, I found that the maximum stress is exerted along the walls of the columns of the unit cell. So I need to reduce the stress exertion on that area, so I introduce a rib in between the columns with a thickness of 1 mm. In my analysis, I found that the mass of the proposed design is 1.0619 gram, and the volume is 241.35 millimeter cube. And I also describing the details of the mesh which I given in my design for the analysis. Here I analyzed the compressive stress and the deformation. The boundary condition is applied on the analysis is one phase of the unit cell is fully constrained and the axial load of 555.42 Newton is applied on the other side of the unit cell. And going to the next section, result and the discussion. The maximum stress and the minimum stress which I found from my analysis is 42.88 megapascal and 0.1517 megapascal respectively. And I found that the mass of the proposed unit cell is 1.06 gram and the maximum deformation is 2.07 into 10 raised to minus 6 meter. While comparing the result with the existing unit cell, here I am comparing the result with the existing design D1. And I found that the mass is reduced by a 0.03 gram and a relative density is maintained and compressive stress also maintained and the deformation is reduced by to 2.07. While concluding the section, a new design is proposed and the mechanical properties are compared with the existing unit cell. The 3D model of the proposed design were made with a mass of 1.06 gram, which is 0.03 gram lesser than the existing unit cell, and the relative density is 0.2413. And also exhibited compressive stress of 42.88 megapascal, which is maintained, and the deformation is reduced to a range of 2.07 into 10 raised to minus 6 meter. These are my conclusions, and these are the references in my work. And thank you everyone for the attention.
Now the session is open for the
hello, സായിച്ച് കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ട്? ഹലോ ഹലോ
ma'am.
സായിച്ച് audible,
Hi.
Sajid? Is it audible?
Yes, ma'am. It is audible.
Okay. Actually, you are using titanium 64. What is actually titanium 64? What does this number indicate? Titanium 64.
Sayuj has some network problem. He will be back in a minute.
Hello, excuse me, madam. Please hold. Sayuj is having a technical problem. Let us
Okay,
wait
okay,
for a
okay.
second. Let him
Okay,
get
okay.
in. Then we'll ask the question.
Okay, no problem.
Sayuj was available till now. So let us continue with the second session, and after the second session, I will ask Sayuj to come back and answer your questions, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Next, I invite Jishnu Narayanan on effect of titanium dioxide and iron oxide nanoparticles in industrial wastewater decontamination.
Good morning. My name is Jishnu Narayan. My paper was on the topic assessment on the effect of titanium dioxide and iron oxide nanoparticle in industrial wastewater decontamination. The main aim of the project is to decontaminate industrial wastewater using titanium and iron oxide nanoparticle. We know that industrial wastewater is one of the important pollution sources in the pollution of water resources. During the last century, a huge amount of industrial wastewater was discharged into rivers, lakes, and coastal areas. So the scope of this project is to reduce the effect of industrial wastewater discharge into the surrounding using nanomaterials. So we know that the particle size in the range 1 nanometer to 100 nanometer is termed as nanomaterials. And the nanomaterials used to remove the chemical and toxic contaminants mainly through adsorption mechanism. Adsorption is the process in which atoms, ions, or molecules from a substance adhere to the surface of an adsorbent. So in this project, titanium dioxide nanoparticle and ferric oxide nanoparticle were used as adsorbent. So these were the objectives of this paper, that is to prepare titanium dioxide and ferric oxide nanoparticle using high energy ball milling machine to test and evaluate the collected wastewater sample, to conduct adsorption experiment on the collected samples using titanium dioxide and iron oxide nanoparticle, to conduct post-testing of wastewater sample after adsorption experiment, and to compare these titanium dioxide and iron oxide nanomaterial characteristics and their effect on wastewater decontamination. And these were the methodology, that is first collection of wastewater sample. The wastewater sample was collected from Milma, Thrissur, and the collected wastewater was stored at a temperature of 15 degrees Celsius with a dilution of concentrated sulfuric acid. Next, I have conducted the pre-testing of the wastewater sample, that is to identify the contaminants present in the wastewater sample before the adsorption experiment. These were the tests that I have conducted, that is alkalinity test, acidity test, dissolved oxygen test, dissolved sulfate test, chloride test, oil and grease test, then heavy metal test. That is, this is the result for alkalinity test. That is, I got obtained a value 4567 milligram per liter. But the desirable limit for drinking water is 200 to 600 milligram per liter. So it is obvious that the obtained value is much higher than the standard value. And next, this is the result for acidity test. That is, we obtained a value 118.8 milligram per liter. So as per the standard, the acidity should be negligible, but this is a higher value. Then dissolved oxygen test. So the dissolved oxygen test should be at a range of 4 milligram per liter or more, but we obtained a smaller value, so 0.9 milligram per liter. So in water, we know that oxygen is very essential, so the value should be greater than 4 milligram per liter, but we obtained 0.09 only. Then chloride test, that is 27.17 milligram per liter, but the actual value is between 250 to 1000. Then it is dissolved sulfate test, oil and grease test. This is heavy metal testing. So in heavy metal testing, I have used this atomic absorption spectrometer for heavy metal testing. So the presence of zinc, magnesium, and cadmium was tested. From this table, it is clear that there is no cadmium, zinc, or magnesium present in the collected wastewater sample. But I have added cadmium and manually in order to determine the absorption rate of titanium dioxide and ferric oxide particles towards heavy metal. So I have added a 250 milligram per liter of cadmium and 20 milligram per liter of lead wastewater sample. Next is nanoparticle preparation and characterization. Nanoparticle preparation and characterization. That is, titanium dioxide and these ferric oxide particles were purchased from Thrissur, and these were synthesized using high energy ball milling machine. So initially the particle size of titanium and ferric oxide were 134 nanometer and 170 nanometer respectively, as seen in the picture. These pictures were obtained using scanning electron microscope. So for conducting the adsorption experiment, 3 different samples were prepared by varying the time for milling. That is, from the table it is clear that time taken were 80, 90 and 100 hours. So the corresponding values were written. That is for maximum 100 hours of milling, the size is reduced to 58.3 nanometer, and for ferric oxide it is reduced to 42.11 nanometer. So the images for the results obtained from scanning electron microscope is shown in these figures. From this graph, it is clear that as the time for milling increases, the particle size reduced. That is, maximum reduction is obtained at 100 hours than 80 and 90 hours. Then after that, adsorption experiments were carried out. That is two testing. That is general water quality tests like alkalinity test, acidity test, dissolved oxygen test, dissolved sulfate test, chloride test, oil and grease test, etc. were carried out, and heavy metal testing is also carried out. So for conducting general water quality test, two different quantities of nanomaterials were taken for experiment. That is 0.1 gram per liter and 0.3 gram per liter. And for heavy metal testing, four different quantities were taken: 0.05 gram per liter, 0.1 gram per liter, 0.2 gram per liter, and 0.3 gram per liter. And it were mixed with this wastewater sample using shaker cum heater machine for 15 minutes at 250 rpm. Then after that, these were the post-testing results of 100 hours milled titanium and ferric oxide particle. So this blue column shows the result for titanium dioxide particle, and green color column shows the result for ferric oxide particle. So from this table, it is clear that for alkalinity, acidity, and oil and grease test, titanium dioxide shows better result, and for dissolved oxygen and chloride test, ferric oxide shows better result. For example, let me take alkalinity as an example. So initially in our wastewater sample, 4,567 milligram per liter alkalinity was there, and when we add 0.1 gram per liter titanium dioxide, the value is reduced to 3,940 milligram per liter. That is 13.72% reduction is occurred. When I increased the value of this dosage, that is 0.1 to 0.3, I have increased the amount of nanomaterial from 0.1 to 0.3 gram per liter. So the percentage decrease is become 17.225 from 13.727. So as the dosage increases, the adsorption rate is also increasing. Then this table shows the results for 90-hour milled titanium and ferric oxide particle. The values are different, but the conclusion is same for all these 100-hour, 90-hour, and 80-hour milled particle. That is, for alkalinity, acidity, and oil and grease test, titanium shows a better result, and dissolved oxygen and chloride test, ferric oxide shows better result. Next is heavy metal testing result. So these two tables shows, and the first table shows the heavy metal testing result when we use titanium dioxide as absorbent, and second table when ferric oxide as absorbent. So the results is shown in this graph, that is cadmium adsorption graph. So this black line shows the result for titanium dioxide and red for ferric oxide particle. So initially we know that in our sample there is 250 milligram per liter of cadmium. So the first dosage, that is 0.05 gram per liter, is added to the wastewater sample. That is, first we can take the example of titanium dioxide. So 0.05 gram per liter titanium dioxide is added. So the value is reduced to 150. Then I added 0.1 gram per liter. So the value increased to 240. Then 0.2, when adding 0.2 gram per liter, the value increased to 370, and 0.3 value increased to 500. So maximum reduction is obtained at 0.05 gram per liter. Similarly, for ferric oxide also, maximum reduction is obtained at 0.05 gram. That is, from 250, the value is reduced to 140. So while comparing titanium and ferric oxide shows better result than titanium oxide in cadmium adsorption. Then next we can look at lead absorption graph. So the similarly black shows for titanium and red for ferric. So initially we had 20 milligram per liter in our wastewater sample. So when I added 0.05 gram per liter of titanium, the value reduced to 16.7. Then for 0.1, the value reduced to 14.3. Then 0.2, for 0.2, the value reduced to 12.5. So in both the ferric and titanium, maximum reduction is obtained when 0.2 gram per liter of the adsorbent is added, and maximum is obtained for ferric oxide, that is 4.2 from 20. The conclusion of the paper is that the particle size of the metal depends on the milling parameters like speed of rotation and milling time. Then as the milling time increases, the particle size reduced. The titanium dioxide and ferric oxide shows absorption towards most of the contaminants. Adsorption depends on type, size, and dosage of adsorbent used. In general water quality test, titanium dioxide shows better performance than ferric oxide in alkalinity, acidity, oil, and grease test. Ferric oxide shows better result in dissolved oxygen and chloride test. But in dissolved sulfate test, titanium shows better result in 0.3 gram per liter, and ferric oxide shows a greater performance in 0.1 gram per liter adsorbent dosage. In heavy metal adsorption, ferric oxide adsorb cadmium and lead up to 44% and 17% at 0.5 gram per liter and 0.2 gram per liter adsorbent dosage respectively. Then ferric oxide showed better adsorption efficiency than titanium dioxide towards heavy metal like cadmium and lead. Also, it is clear that adsorption rate increases to a particular extent and then decreases. From the result, it is evident that adsorption rate decreases as the particle size increases. These are my references. Thank you.
Now the session is open for discussion.
Jishnu, hello?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
അല്ല ലോസ്റ്റ് കണക്ഷൻ എന്താ കാണിക്കുന്നത്, അതാ ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ചത്. ജിഷ്ണുവിന്റെ ലോസ്റ്റ് കണക്ഷൻ.
I think there is a connectivity issue. So can we schedule the next session?
I think Jishnu is available now.
Okay, ma'am.
Jishnu audible now?
Ma'am, I think there is a connectivity issue.
Okay. The next we can start with the next person.
Now I invite Vishnu Priya PP, who will be discussing on preparation of chip type negative temperature coefficient thermal.
Good morning, everyone. Today I am here to present my paper on the topic preparation of chip at negative temperature coefficient thermistor. And my name is Vishnu Priya. I am an MTech Process Control student of Government Engineering College, Thrissur. Thermistor. Thermistor is a solid-state temperature-sensing device whose electrical properties change at different ambient temperatures. And these thermistors are made from different metal oxides or semiconductors. These are mainly classified as positive temperature coefficient thermistor and negative temperature coefficient thermistor. And it is known as negative temperature coefficient thermistor because its resistance varies with temperature as I've already started that the thermistor changes, but for negative temperature coefficient thermistor, this resistor have a negative temperature coefficient, which means that resistance decrease with the increasing temperature, as shown in the graph below. That as the temperature rises, the resistance value of NTC thermistor decreases. The PTC thermistor of positive temperature coefficient thermistor is just opposite of negative temperature thermistor, whose properties will resistance will increase with rising temperature. And these thermistors are primarily used as a resistive temperature sensor and current limiting devices. When we take the advantage of this resistor, it has a temperature sensing coefficient is about 5 times greater than that of silicon temperature sensor and about 10 times greater than those of resistance temperature dictators. And is used in a range from minus 55 degrees Celsius to 200 degrees Celsius. An objective of my paper is to prepare a manganese nickel based negative temperature coefficient thermistor for varying compositions. Materials and methods. Materials and methods. The materials used for this process are manganese carbonate, nickel oxide, copper oxide, cobalt oxide, and lithium carbonate, in which manganese carbonate and nickel oxide are the main component and other three are dopants. I have taken a total of 8 samples in which the composition of manganese carbonate, nickel oxide, cobalt oxide, and lithium carbonate remain same, while the composition of copper oxide varies as 1.8%, 1.5%, 1.6, 1.7, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, etc. While other manganese carbonate remain at 89% for all the 8 samples, nickel oxide percentage remains 11% for the all 8 samples, and for cobalt oxide it remains 0.1% for all the 8 samples, and for lithium carbonate it is 0.2%. And this percentage is weight percentage. And this is the flow diagram that represent the manufacture of chip type NTC thermistor. First, the raw materials are transferred to a ball mill after weighing, and for mixing first the raw materials are taken, that is manganese carbonate, nickel oxide, copper oxide, cobalt oxide, and lithium oxide, and it will be amount of 400 gram, and it was transferred to a ball mixing jar with an equal amount of deionized water and a twice amount of zirconium balls. And this ball mixing is operated for 30 minutes. And after that, ball mixing is done to make a homogeneous mixture. And this discharge from the ball mill is washed thoroughly and dried at a temperature of 90 degrees Celsius for 12 hours in a dryer. And this dried sample is taken out after 12 hours and ground to fine powders using a mixer grinder. and then it is transferred to a pre-firing equipment with a ceramic temperature measuring ring in order to ensure that the pre-firing is happened or not. And the sample is pre-fired at a temperature of 880 degrees Celsius for 2 hours 30 minutes. And during the pre-firing, the color of the sample, it was first of all, its color was black ash. After the pre-firing, its color changes from black ash to no. First of all, its color is creamy color, and then it changes to a black ash color. It's due to the conversion of manganese carbonate into manganese oxide. And after the pre-firing, the pre-fired sample is taken out and is poured into a bowl. Bowl mixing and bowl milling we used same equipment. So we are transferring into again to a bowl milling jar, and into this jar an equal amount of deionized water. After taking from after conducting pre-firing, the sample is weighed accurately in order to choose the amount of deionized water to be added, and the amount equal amount of pre-fired sample. We have poured equal amount of deionized water and a twice amount of zirconium balls and made in a ball bin for 1 hour, and it is at a 400 rpm, 400 rotations per minute. And after 1 hour, the mixture from the milling operation is washed and filtered using a vacuum filtration and is then dried for 12 hours in the same dryer for at a 90 degrees Celsius. And after 12 hours, the dried sample is then powdered and mixed with a 2% PVA solution. And after the mixing, there will be granules. In order to reduce its size, it is powdered and sealed using a 150 mesh to form a uniform mixture. And granulated powder is pressed into a cylindrical shape, and it is sintered at a high temperature between 1000 degrees Celsius and 1400 degrees Celsius. It's for 12 hours to produce a polycrystalline thermistor body. Then, after the sintering, the cylinders are cut into wafers of small thickness and sintered at a high, and again these wafers are sintered at the high temperature. It's also between 1000 degrees Celsius and 1400 degrees Celsius for 12 hours. Then wafers are lapped using slurry in order to ensure the smooth surface. And then after lapping, the surface gets a smooth finish. Then it is gone for silver plating, and the surface is silver plated and dried, and also after drying it is fired. And next stage, this silvered wafers are gone to a aging chamber in order to ensure the aging chamber for 1 week to ensure that no further changes will occur in the value of resistor. Then it is chip cutted according to the calculations from resistance equation, that is R equal to rho L by A. The chips are cutted for a constant resistance value, and again these chips are taken out after chip cutting. It is removed, and the chips are again go for an aging chamber for 1 week. After 1 week, these chips are gone for testing, and a multimeter is used to measure the thermistor's resistance and the beta value. The main parameters are resistance and beta value, and the resistance is calculated using a multimeter, and beta value is estimated from Steinhardt equation. Results and discussion. The electrical property. The typical electrical characterization of a NTC thermistor are usually resistance, resistant versus temperature, RT behavior, material constant or sensitivity index, etc. And the temperature coefficient of resistor alpha. And the electrical resistance here is measured using multimeter. And here we are measuring the resistance at two different temperatures by keeping one at the room temperature and one at the another hot oil bath. And for an NTC thermistor, the temperature increases, resistance also decreases. This is the RT behavior curve, and as shown before, as the temperature increases, the resistance decreases. And the beta value indicates the shape of the curve representing the relation between resistance and temperature of NTC thermistor. And scale and equation.
All presenters are being informed that the presentation has to be for 12 minutes. So stick to the scheduled time. Now the session is open for discussion.
Vishnupriya, hello.
Hello, Miss.
Vishnupriya discussing about resistors. You have discussed two type of resistors, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Negative temperature. Okay. What's the advantage of this negative temperature coefficient resistor? Why we are using this? What's the advantage of it?
Advantage of negative temperature coefficient thermistor, it is more accurate and it is due to its due to its accuracy is critical and due to its high speed of response.
Where we are using this type of negative temperature coefficient resistors?
It is commonly used in coolers, inverters, electric vehicles.
Okay, all electrical appliances. Yes.
Yes.
Then while you are preparing this negative temperature coefficient resistors, you have listed 5 components, manganese, 5 components. Among this, you have discussed major components are manganese carbonate and lithium carbonate, right?
Nickel oxide.
Okay. Nickel oxide. But while in your that is 8 sets some experiment you are conducted, and in that all these compositions, manganese carbonate and lithium oxide, kept it as constant. You are varied all other 3 parameters.
No, ma'am. I only varied one component, copper oxide. Only varied copper oxide, and I remained 4 component constant.
4 component constant. So what about manganese carbonate and other component, lithium, that is major component? Why didn't you vary this manganese carbonate? Only have changed this copper oxide to study this experiment, the coefficient?
Because actually I fixed a beta value for this project. So in order to get that beta value, these compositions are used.
Actually, after the obtaining this result, you are checking the resistance with the help of beta value.
No.
After conducting this, you have
I find beta value.
The beta value. But that is beta. What are the factors affecting the beta value, or how can you vary this beta value for your requirement?
Beta value is found out from Steinhardt equation. It varies according to the resistance relationship, resistant temperature relationship.
That is, you have shown that slide ln R1 by R2. What is R2 and R?
R1 is the resistance of thermistor at temperature T1. It is find out using a multimeter by putting an option ohmmeter there, by placing it in water. So it will be 25 degrees Celsius, and R2 will be the resistance of thermistor at temperature T2. It will be around 120 degree by placing it in a hot oil bath. by placing it
So
using
beta value you can measure only by multimeter. Just electrical resistance you are measuring at different temperature, then you are finding out the beta value.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is mean by material constant?
I don't understand.
But you are analyzing that result, that is electrical resistance by some parameter, checking some parameters.
Yes, ma'am.
What are the parameters? Instead of beta value, other than beta value, what are the other parameters?
Alpha value.
What is alpha value?
It is beta by t square. It's an equation. And it's a electrical. It's electrical coefficient.
Okay. What about your conclusion about the? What about your conclusion on this presentation? Because I didn't see the conclusion because of the time limitation. What is your conclusion?
The conclusion was the thermistors are manufactured using this method, and this characterizations was done, and based as the concentration of as the component changes, the beta value also changes, and and by changing the CO concentration, there will be change in beta values.
Okay. Then you have spent more time in one slide, that is preparation slide. That slide also not seen clearly. That's why you have time like that. Okay, thank you, Vishnu Priya.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sanjana Miss, do you have a question? Okay, we will move on to the next presentation. Thank you, Vishnu Priya. Now we are moving on to the presentation by Suraj C, who will be discussing about mechanical, thermal and morphological characterization of PP, PS, HDPE, ternary immiscible polymer blend for lightweight automotive applications.
Yeah, good day to all of you. And my topic is mechanical, thermal, and morphological characterization of PP, PS, HDPE, ternary immiscible polymer blend for lightweight automotive applications, and presented by myself, a research scholar, Department of Chemical Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Calicut. So coming to the introduction, we know that polymer blends actually used in different fields of engineering with their excellence in mechanical and thermal properties as compared to the raw polymers. So the properties of these blends can be manipulated by changing and appropriate selection of the component polymers into the matrix. So in worldwide, the most commonly used commercial thermoplastic is polypropylene, and other than that, the high density polyethylene and polystyrene were also commonly used. So these polymers, which is having very good properties like chemical resistance, then good toughness, so that they are used in different fields of engineering, and their applications are extended to aerospace, automotive interior and exterior components, then household components like that. Okay, so on. So the polypropylene actually they have very excellent chemical resistance, stiffness and melting point as compared to other other commercial thermoplastics. And the high density polyethylene and polystyrene also shows some critical properties with some blend compositions with other chemical polymers. So for our studies, in our study, actually we used the polypropylene, high density polyethylene and polystyrene for the preparation, and based on that, the properties and all these things, we used the polypropylene as the continuous phase, and we are incorporating HDP and PS into that particular PP matrix, so that HDP and PS were taken as dispersed phase. And we are thoroughly analyzing the mechanical properties and as well as the thermal and morphological characterization of this particular blend, whether it is useful for any applications or like that. Okay, so after different variety of mechanical properties we studied, we are concluding that it is applied for automotive section or automatic field. So the coming to the next thing, that is the materials used here, polypropylene, that is H110 MA, and high density polyethylene HD50 MA 180. These two polymers we are purchased from Reliance Industries, and polystyrene we purchased it from Petrochem Mumbai. Coming to the method and characterization part, firstly we are we are mixing this PP, PS, HDP in a multi-mixing equipment. We're using twin screw extruder, having an operating 180 degrees Celsius, 40 RPM and 8 minutes. And after the processing conditions, we taken the product from that particular machine and we injected it into an injection molding machine given at temperature of 180 degrees Celsius. And from that machine, we have taken the samples as per the STM standards, and we analyzed that particular samples for mechanical properties like tensile strength and modulus, flexural strength and modulus, then impact strength. And the small amount of the sample from the fractured surface is actually taken for analysis of thermal properties as well as the morphological characterization. Okay. Then coming to the blend composition, the samples we were taken as S1, S2, S3, S4 up to S13, and this is the PP weight percentage, and here it is PS weight percentage, and this is HDP weight percentage. And the range of blend compositions are the components we taken as PP, PS, HDP, and the lower weight percentage is for PP is 50 weight percentage, and higher weight percentage for PP is 100 percentage. Okay, so PP is in the continuous phase, and the dispersed phases like PS and HDP are lower is 0 and higher is 25 weight percentage. And this is results and discussion, and firstly we are discussing about the mechanical properties here, and this is the graph that is showing the tensile strength in megapascal, and here on x-axis you can see the S1 to S13 sample compositions, and on y-axis that is the tensile strength, and the maximum the tensile strength that is obtained as 39.72 megapascal, that is actually 475 pp, 18.75 ps and 6.25 HDP. And here that we can see that when you are incorporating the PS into the particular matrix with the balanced composition of HDP and P, we are getting the maximum tensile strength. Okay, so coming to the next section, that is tensile modulus. Here this is the graph that is showing tensile modulus, and the tensile modulus is very high for this same composition, that is for S6 that is sample, that is around 1614.64 megapascal. And the inherent property of the PS is actually the modulus of the PS is very high. So when you are including the PS into the particular PP and HDP blend with their balanced composition or optimized composition, you are getting the maximum tensile modulus here. Then moving to the elongation at break, when we are adding the PP and HDP balanced composition, you are getting the elongation as around maximum 6.63 percentage. But when you are increasing the composition of pH into the particular blend, what happens here is the brittle nature of the pH does not give the particular polymer blend to elongate. So when you are decreasing the amount of PS, what happens is the elongation also increases, but up to some extent. Okay, because we are dealing with the ternary polymer blend of PP, PS, HDP. So a small percentage good composition of PP and HDP shows here a 6.63% of elongation. Okay, then coming to impact strength, here in the case of impact strength, what happens here is when you are incorporating what happens when you are incorporating a brittle nature material like PS into the PP ductile materials like BP and HDP, what happens, the PS shows when you are increasing the conversion of the PS, it shows a decrease in the impact strength, and we got the maximum impact strength for the particular optimized composition, and the maximum strength is around 28.80 kilojoule per meter square. And flexural strength that we maximum we got it for that is for S4 blend, that is around 49.97 megapascal. And the PP Bayard polyblends always from the literature we can see that PP Bayard polyblends always shows the maximum flexural strength, but in this case when you are incorporating the HDP and the PS into the PP blend, we got the maximum value as 49.97 megapascal. And coming to flexural modulus, that is the maximum value that we got is 2048 megapascal. That is for the same composition, that is the S4 sample here. So the maximum value is 2048 megapascal here. And the thermogravimetric analysis, that is the studying the thermal stability of the polymer blends, that is ternary polymer blends. Here you can see the different colors showing different samples that we have taken for our analysis. That is, one is 87.5 pp, 6.25 ps HDP, 6.25. Then second one is 87.5 pp, 0 ps HDP, 12.5. And pp, third one is pp 75, then 18.75, then 18.75 HDP. In all these cases, what we can see is that when you are increasing the compositions of PP into the blend, there is a decrease in the behavior of the thermal stability. But we hope that when you are adding some fillers into the particular polymer blends, definitely it can improve the thermal stability. And this is the scanning electron microscopy characterization picture. Different samples with different scales. One is 20 micrometer, 10 micrometer, and 5 micrometer, and 50 micrometer. So from this study, what we can see that there are different layers that you can see in the picture, and it's concluded that the polymer blends is not in the miscible state. It is immiscible, clearly incompatible, and the PS, the spherical domain of the PS is surrounded in the continuous space that you can see in the here. You can see here. So from the scanning electron microscopy, it is clearly dominated that PS domains are very well surrounded in the continuous phase, and at the same time there are layers that is formed in between the matrices, which clearly mentioned that the polymer blends that we prepared is not a miscible one, so it's an incompatible one. So if you are in a compatibilizing, or if you are mixing it thoroughly using a compatibilizer, then definitely we can get a an improvement in the properties. Then coming to the conclusion, so it was observed that tensile strength of a ternary polymer blends found to be higher than other reported common polymer binary blends, and the impact strength shows a decrease in the behavior as compared to PP-HDP binary blends, and there is an improvement of what happens here is 6.9% of tensile modulus reported for 75 pp, 18.75 ps, 6.25 HDP, and the flexural strength at the modulus of 75 pp, 12.5 ps, and 12.5 HDP has the maximum value of 49.47 megapascal, and it also shows the modulus as 2048 megapascal respectively. And the morphological characteristics supports the enhanced mechanical properties of the ternary polymer blend, but we saw that there is a layers that is forming, so from that we concluded that it is an immiscible type of polymer blend. So definitely we can improve the miscibility by using some compatibilizer into that, and definitely when you are incorporating this type of compatibilizer, the properties will change. So properties will improve. Okay, so from our studies it is observed that Ternary exhibits tailored mechanical properties as compared to the binary polymer blends, and these are the references that we have taken for our studies, and these are also the references. And thank you for your attention.
Now the session is open to discussion.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. You are discussing about the advantage of polystyrene in polymer blend. That is the.
Yeah, right, ma'am.
Okay. Mainly, this conclusion is while you are adding this polystyrene into this blend, its mechanical property increased.
Yeah, it's increased, but in case of impact strength, it shows a decrease in behavior.
Okay. What is the
because the brittle nature of the PS causes that decrease in that nature.
Okay, what is the mechanism behind this to increase? What is the basic mechanism? Anyway, while you are adding polystyrene, almost all the mechanical properties get increased. What is its mechanism actually happening to increase this property?
Yeah, that is when you are incorporating that polystyrene and HDP into the, because PP has showing some higher mechanical properties that we have taken it as in the continuous phase. So when you are incorporating this PS and HDP, but we do not say that all the properties may change, but some of the properties shows a better strength. But due to being oriented on the applications, we can change the compositions. But PS is highly brittle, and when compared to PS, PP and HDP are semi-crystalline polymers. So the amorphous nature of the PS shows some variations in the properties. Like that.
I am asking about whether any physical, chemical property, chemical structure change like that. Some images you have shown some images. That is some changes have been occurred. That's why I asked whether it has any chemical change or a physical change. How it is what is the effect of polystyrene on this blend? Any physical change or chemical change? There should be some change because of that. These properties get increased.
Yes, maybe due to the carbon chain linkage of the polymers, I think so.
Okay. That is the some images showing, I think.
Yeah, but it is from the studies, it is always saying that it is incompatible, because we already know that PPPS HDP are incompatible. So when you are using some compatibilizer or adding some compatibilizer, definitely it can improve the properties.
Okay. When pure solvent is used, what about this mechanical Young's modulus, or what about the pure solvent? That is a PP.
That is, I already mentioned one pure, that is PP blend composition. That is pure PP. I already taken for that study.
Yes.
That is
In
not.
13 experiments
That is
was there.
Yeah. In that experiment, I already taken that 100% PP. So it shows the decrease in behavior. That is as compared to this ternary polymer blend.
What about the percentage change?
That is the tensile strengths that we got it for 37.48 for pure polymer. That at the same time, the ternary polymer got 39.68.
Okay. Marginal change only, I think.
Marginal change, but definitely it can improve, because there are a lot of papers that is connected to binary polymer blends. So I just studied what is the effect of PS on this particular composition. That is I studied.
Okay.
And we are going for a compatibilizing and all these things. But in lightweight automotive applications, there is a lot of hope for this type of blends.
Okay, thank you, Suraj. His presentation is okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Suraj.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, ma'am.
Suraj, I also have the same doubt that impact strength is not a promising one, because for your application side is an automotive, So
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
So
Impact strengths that we got it for 28.80, but it is not up to the mark.
So can you suggest any method to improve the impact strength?
Ma'am, we go for compatibilizer like ZEBS and EPDM for this particular matrix, because EPDM is mostly a compatibilizer for PP-HDP, and so many papers have already written that for PP and PS blends, it is SEPS is more compatible.
Oh,
So we are including these two compatibilizer into this matrix, and we are studying that, ma'am.
okay. Then Suraj, one more
Okay.
question. Why there is a
Yeah.
decrease in thermal stability when PS is added to the matrix?
Ma'am, that is actually PS, that's amorphous nature of the PS. The glass transition temperature of PS is very low. That is actually compared to PP and HDP because it is around 100 degrees Celsius, but for PS and for PP and HDP, it still be higher. So when it reaches to 100 degrees Celsius, what happens is it's already been into the rubbery state and it decomposes. So that is maybe the nature.
Okay, thank you, Suraj. Okay, it was a
Yeah,
good presentation. Thank you.
yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suraj. Now, I invite Mr. Mohammad Afnas, who will be presenting a review on gas generation for application in exploding fire extinguisher ball.
A warm greetings to all. Myself, Mohammad Afnas from TKM College of Engineering, Kollam, Kerala, is here to present the paper titled A Review on Gas Generators for Application in Exploding Fire Extinguisher Balls under RAMPS 2020 with paper ID 518. Gas generators are nothing but some energetic substances which releases gas when triggered by certain means. In this paper, we deal with some of potential gas generators and their properties required for fire extinguishment. As we all know, fire is an exothermic chemical reaction that releases heat, light, and various reaction products like carbon dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, etc. It is said that fire accidents are one of the greatest man-made disasters. Fire is usually represented as tetrahedron in which each phases represent elements necessary for the existence of fire. That is heat, fuel, oxygen, and chain reaction. Earlier, the chain reaction was not considered as a part of fire tetrahedron, and thus the fire tetrahedron was earlier represented as fire triangle. There are many ways to extinguish fire, and theory behind all is to remove one or more of the four elements necessary for the existence of fire. In most of the cases, removal of oxygen or oxide is considered. As per the India Risk Survey 2018, fire outbreak is positioned as third biggest risk. 2019 survey report of accidental deaths and suicide in India reports that about 10,915 Indians were dead because of accidental fire, which averages to about 30 deaths per day. The main reason for the fire accidents is lack of preparedness, delay by firefighters, and cost of fire extinguishers. These are the potential gas generators chosen for the study. That is guanidine nitrate, 5-aminotetrazole, azo dicarbonamide, sodium azide, and potassium nitrate mixture. In case of guanidine nitrate, it is white crystalline solid with low decomposition temperature. It also produces large amount of gas by thermal decomposition, which occurs in three possible routes: deprotonation, preceding by dehydration, and then forms an intermediate product, ammonium nitrate. It is cited from paper that decomposition occurs at around 230 degrees Celsius. Above this temperature, ammonia and water vapor are evolved. The products observed upon complete decomposition are carbon dioxide, urea, nitrogen, hydrogen cyanide, cyanogen, melon, and melon. Most of the products are yet to be identified. The main disadvantage of this compound is being an oxidizer, it has an explosion tendency. In case of 5-aminotetrazole, it is a white powder with decomposition temperature around 600 degrees Celsius, which is quite high. But when we are using a suitable oxidizer, decomposition temperature can be brought down to around 200 degrees Celsius. Upon decomposition, carbon monoxide and nitrogen oxides are also released in case of 5-aminotetrazole. But the presence of carbon monoxide and nitrogen oxides can be altered by changing the oxidizer-fuel ratio. As shown in the figure, 5-aminotetrazole is having different isomeric forms. Most of them are tautomeric form of 5-aminotetrazole. And each of the product yields different byproducts upon decomposition. On complete decomposition, 7 main products formed are hydrozoic acid, nitrogen gas, cyanamide, hydrogen cyanide, ammonia, melamine, and aminotetrazole vapor. In case of azodicarbonamide, which is yellow crystalline solid with decomposition temperature around 225 degrees Celsius, it has high nitrogen content and thus high gas production. Basic cupric nitrate can be used as an oxide and can reduce the combustion heat. Some transition metal oxides can be introduced to decrease toxic gas content. In case of azodicarbonamide alone, it decomposes in 3 stages. In between 200 to 285 degrees Celsius, it is having 3 peaks. And in case of basic cupric nitrate, it has an endothermic curve. And when this ADC and BCN are used together, the combined effect is shown. As per in the graph, we can see that at around 473 Kelvin, which is about 200 degrees Celsius, the mass percentage is getting reduced to around 25%. And similarly, we can see the heat flow diagram where there are 2 peaks. The material is absorbing heat from the fire and it gets increased to around 100. Then it is releasing the heat, which represents the decomposition step. And again, it slightly increase and then decrease again, thereby giving 2 peaks. In case of sodium azide and potassium nitrate, the mixture undergoes decomposition around 300 to 400 degrees Celsius and release moderate amount of nitrogen gas. And from the first graph, which is showing the decomposition of sodium azide in tablet and powder form, it is clear that the powder form is having less decomposition temperature and is around 673 Kelvin. And when sodium azide and potassium nitrate was present in oxygen atmosphere, you can see the second graph, in which it is observed that around 673 there is a sudden peak observed, which represents a decomposition process. Here only single peak is observed because the oxygen from the atmosphere is also consumed by sodium metal formed in the first reaction, first decomposition step of sodium azide, apart from potassium nitrate providing the oxygen. Coming to the material selection, we have compared sodium azide potassium nitrate mixture with guanidine nitrate, tetrazole, and azodicarbonamide. Here we can see sodium azide potassium nitrate mixture is having decomposition temperature around 300 to 400 degrees Celsius, but guanidine nitrate, azodicarbonamide are having lower decomposition temperature of around 200 degrees Celsius, and tetrazole without oxide, it is having around 600 degrees Celsius, but with oxide it is also around 200 degrees Celsius. The heat of reaction is almost similar for all the 4 compounds. Then toxicity is also similar, but aminotetrazole is having quite higher toxicity. Coming to gas evolved, only sodium azide is giving pure nitrogen. Only trace amounts of nitrogen oxides are present in that case. But in other compounds, we can see presence of many other harmful gas products released during the decomposition process. Coming to the gas material ratio, Sodium azide is having 65%, which get the second position among these four things. But comparing to other, it is having a quite high nitrogen content in it. Coming to economic, based on the local availability of the product, we can say sodium azide potassium nitrate mixture is having around 4.53 rupees per gram. The cheapest is the guanidine nitrate, it is having only rupees 0.75 per gram. And the costliest is the aminotetrazole, which is around 1,800 per gram. It is usually used as rocket fuel. That's the reason for higher price. Coming to the airbag technology, this is the basis for our proposal of fire extinguisher. In airbags, sodium azide mixture is placed in a chamber, and when car undergoes head-on collision, a sensor system triggers the mixture by supplying heat via electrical impulse. This triggers a series of reactions in which sodium azide undergoes decomposition and produces sodium metal and nitrogen gas. The potassium nitrate provides oxygen for the sodium metal to convert into sodium oxide, and potassium nitrate get reduced to potassium oxide. In that step also we can see evolution of nitrogen. With the presence of silica get combined with the oxides of sodium and potassium, thereby forming harmless silicates as byproducts. These reactions takes place within 50 milliseconds. The product gas is merely nitrogen, theoretically. In the proposed fire extinguisher, reactions are the same as in case of airbag, but here a shell holds the reaction mixture, and when it is thrown to fire, heat transfer initiates the reaction, which results in decomposition of sodium azide potassium nitrate mixture, and thus release of nitrogen gas, which get accumulated in the shell, resulting in a pressure bitter, which ultimately collapses and gas thrusts out of the shell. This thrusting of gas out of the shell can push away the oxygen near the fire surface, thereby cutting the oxygen supply to the fire. This helps in the extinguishment of fire. Also, there is slight flooding effect. If the condition is like closed condition, like if it is a closed room, then flooding effect will present because there is high amount of nitrogen in the shell. Coming to the conclusion, the main points to be noted are based on selection of good gas generant. Guanidine nitrate is cheapest and has moderate amount of gas release, but its explosive nature makes it unconsiderable. Aminotetrazole has high nitrogen content, but it is having.
The time has exceeded 12 minutes. Now the session is open for.
Hello, Afnas.
Hello, ma'am.
We're discussing about different type of gas generant, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Among what about your conclusion? That is, among these 5 different type of gas generant, which one is
We can conclude that sodium azide and potassium nitrate mixture as the best gas generant among these one.
Okay, because actually, they are generating less, not highly explosive gases. That's right. Because
yes, exactly, ma'am. It is not having a explosive nature, as well as there is no harmful gas release because of that.
Other gases releasing hydrogen cyanide compounds like that.
Exactly, ma'am.
Okay. Then also there's sodium acid has cost wise also it is good.
It is having only 4.54 rupees per gram. Actually,
the air anywhere it is used in this type of gas generant system is anywhere it is using.
Pardon, ma'am?
Proposed one, or it's application level. It is application level.
It is actually not yet applied in this field, ma'am.
Okay.
They're using different kind of like they actually there are experiments going around with guanidine nitrate and 5-aminotetrazole and all, but they have considered sodium azide and potassium nitrate mixture till now, ma'am.
Okay. Coordinates, with that component airbag is available.
Yes, ma'am.
Then you are proposing this mixture, sodium acid and potassium. You are proposing that one.
In case of fire extinguishers, ma'am. Not in airbags. It is actually used in airbags.
Okay, actually, it is used in airbag. You are proposing it to the fire extinguisher. That is the.
Exactly, ma'am.
Okay. Actually, it's an interesting topic. You can do a research work in this topic. Actually, it is a topic.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I got an opportunity in CSIR IIT Roorkee.
Okay.
But due to this COVID situation, I was unable to reach there.
Actually, topic is good, but it's only review. Haven't done any.
Yes, ma'am. We have done experiments related to this sodium azide potassium nitrate mixture, but there is no space for that in this case. Like since it is having only less result contents, like we were not having enough time to conduct enough experiments related to that.
Okay. Thank you, Afras.
Thank you, ma'am.
Benjamin, do you have a
Hello?
question?
Hello, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible, ma'am.
Hafnas, it was a very good topic and very good research area. And
Thank you.
what are is there any safety precautions to be followed while using this?
Like if we are using mild explosive contents, there is no need of any precautions. Like we have conducted this in mechanical laboratory by using sodium azide and potassium nitrate mixture. Like we used open furnace for the explosion, like creating an environment similar to fire. But there was no like harmful effects related to that, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So now I invite Mr. Lijan Thomas, who will be presenting on influence of cryogenic and chemical treatment on thermal and physical properties of hemp fabric.
Hi everyone, greetings for the day. I am Lijan Thomas, a research scholar from TKM College of Engineering, Kollam, under APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University, Kerala, India. Today I am going to give a presentation on a topic from my research work titled Influence of Cryogenic and Chemical Treatment on Thermal and Physical Properties of Hemp Fabric. For introduction, hemp fibers. These are the fibers which are extracted from hemp plant, which is the fastest grown plant on earth, which comes under the species of Cannabis sativa. The main constituents of hemp fibers are cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin, pectin, waxes, and minerals. They are used in FRP applications, fiber reinforced polymer applications, like automobile applications. So physiochemical modifications like chemical treatment, cryogenic treatment are done on hemp fiber and other lignocellulosic natural fibers so that it can enhance the hydrophobic behavior and also interfacial adhesion for FRP application and to increase surface roughness so that the bonding or the attachment with the matrix increases and also to enhance the thermal stability of the material. In our study, we are conducting chemical treatment like alkalization and maleic anhydrous treatment and cryogenic treatment. The objective of the work is to understand and to characterize the behavioral change in the hemp fabric after chemical and cryogenic treatment. A positive outcome from the study can be used for many different engineering applications. Methodology. Initially, alkalization of a hemp fabric is conducted. Then pre-alkalized hemp fabric is treated with maleic anhydrous solution. Then cryogenic treatment of hemp fabric is done. After the treatment of hemp fabrics, all the specimens are undergone physiochemical characterization like Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy to understand the change in functional group after the treatment. To understand the thermal behavior, DTG, differential thermogravimetric analysis, TGA, thermogravimetric analysis, DSC, differential scanning calorimetric analysis are done to understand the thermal behavior after the treatment. The figure 1 and 2, 3 shows the experimental setup for chemical treatment. Initially, the alkalization. Alkalization is done using dipping the specimen in a NaOH solution, 5% NaOH solution for 2 hours at room temperature. Then the pre-alkalized specimen is dipped into a maleic anhydrous solution, 10% weight in toluene for 2 hours at 60 degrees Celsius. Then cryogenic treatment in figure 4 and figure 5 it is same. Cryogenic treatment is done with a liquid nitrogen coolant, 77 degree Kelvin. There are 3 specimens selected for cryogenic treatment based on the duration of the treatment. 10 minute, 60 minute, then 300 minute. So that minute effect as well as hourly effect of cryogenic treatment can be understood. FTIR analysis report or the graph of NaOH treated hemp fabric is compared with untreated. The plot is done with transmittance percentage with wave number. Transmittance is inversely connected to the absorbance. So the graph clearly shows both in group frequency as well as fingerprint frequency. There is an increase in absorbance band, which indicates, according to Beer-Lambert's law, it shows the increase in hydrogen bond within OH functional group of cellulose. That indicates the increase in the stiffness of the material. Whereas peak 1707 to 1800 meter indicates the range of waxes and pectin available in the material. Here in the plot, it is clearly visible in this range, there is a reduction in absorbance band, which indicates the removal of pectin and waxes from the cellulose, which gives more space for OH covalent bonding, increasing the fiber stiffness. Peak 1050 and 1090 has broadened after the treatment, which is visible in the graph, indicating reduction in hemicellulose constituent. FTIR result of maleic anhydrous treated hemp fabric is compared with untreated. Clearly visible, the absorbance band has increased for treated hemp fabric, chemical treated hemp fabric. According to Beer-Lambert's law, this indicates the increase in hydrogen bond within OH of cellulose, as well as it is again evident from peak 2904 per centimeter shifts to 2980 per centimeter after the treatment, indicating higher degree of hydrogen bonding. The broadening of 1445, that is within fingerprint frequency, 1445 per centimeter, represents before the treatment. It is visible only before the treatment, indicating disordered hydrocarbon symmetric bending of cellulose and hemicellulose, which is eradicated after the treatment. The thermal behavior of the chemical treated hemp fabric can be understood by TG analysis and DTG analysis. Before getting into the plot, we have to understand the different stages of degradation of natural fibers. Primary stage indicates the evaporation of the moisture. Secondary stage indicates the degradation of hemicellulose and pectin. Tertiary stage, the highest constituent of the hemp fiber, that is cellulose and lignin degradation, is depicted. Fourth stage represents the oxidative residual burning. So coming to the graph, the TGA graph, thermogravimetric analysis, shows the plot with the degradation weight with respect to the temperature. The plot, the comparison clearly shows in the primary stage degradation, there is a significant increase in the weight that indicates the increase in moisture content after the chemical treatment, indicating the reduction in hydrophobic behavior due to chemical treatment. The thermal stability of the material can be understood by DTG curve, that is derivative weight with respect to temperature. There is no significant change due to chemical treatment. The thermal analysis of cryogenic treated hemp fabric and comparing it with untreated can be done using TGA analysis. 4 plots shows untreated, 10 minutes cryogenic treated, 60 minutes and 300 minutes cryogenic treated specimen. The primary stage degradation clearly shows there is a decrease in weight percentage, degradation weight percentage due to cryogenic treatment. That means moisture content has gone down. That shows the improvement in hydrophobic behavior. Whereas there is a increase in cellulose percentage and decrease in hemicellulose constituent, which is visible in the tertiary stage increase. 54% is getting increased to 55, 57 and 54.38. This indicates increase in the cellulose constant, which increases the stiffness of the material. DTG curve of cryogenic treated hemp fabric is visible in the slide. The derivative weight with respect to temperature shows the peak degradation temperature. For 3 peak degradation temperatures are visible. One secondary stage degradation temperature, second one tertiary stage, third one fourth stage degradation temperature. Secondary and tertiary stage degradation temperature has significantly improved or increased after the cryogenic treatment, which is visible there. It has increased an approximate of 12 degrees Celsius, which clearly states there is an improvement in thermal stability of the material. The DSC curve of cryogenic treated hemp fabric is plotted and compared with the untreated one. Specific heat capacity with respect to the temperature. The data from the plot is put into a table. Crucial values of the data are shown in the table. Enthalpy of degradation and specific heat capacity. It has significantly reduced due to cryogenic treatment, which indicates the amount of energy which is released due to the exothermic degradation process of the hemp fiber has reduced. The energy available for degradation has reduced due to cryogenic treatment, which is clearly visible in the plot. The overall conclusion of the experiment shows chemical treatment like alkalization and maleic anhydride treatment has improved the stiffness of the material but brought down the hydrophobic behavior, and no significant changes have made in thermal stability property. Whereas cryogenic treatment of hemp fabric has improved the hydrophobic behavior and the stiffness of the material by increasing the cellulose content, and significant improvement in thermal stability. That is, the tertiary degradation temperature of untreated 436 degrees Celsius has increased to an approximate 447 degrees Celsius. These are the references used for the presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Now the session is open for discussion.
Hello, Lijin.
Yes, ma'am.
You are discussing chemical treatment and cryogenic treatment to hemp fiber, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Actually, it's a serious one or independent treatment. Whether you have to give first chemical treatment, then cryogenic treatment, or definitely we can, which one is necessary that we are required to do like that.
No, ma'am. We have done it individually. First, we have done chemical treatment, and then some specimen are selected for cryogenic treatment. Then we have compared and analyzed it.
Okay, I'm asking because of this impact is after this chemical treatment, only stiffness increased, hydrophobicity, that is main property required for this fiber, that is decreased. But
Yes,
cryogenic
ma'am.
actually hydrophobicity increased and also increased. So even instead of chemical treatment, you can do the cryogenic treatment alone. Like that, you can plan your experiment like that. I am asking about that one. Whether only cryogenic treatment is required or not. So
So we didn't have any plan before. So to understand what is the impact of chemical treatment and cryogenic treatment, we did the experiment. After the experiment, we got to know that the chemical treatment has brought down these two properties, but cryogenic has increased.
okay, how will you conduct in this cryogenic treatment?
By deep cryogenic treatment, by dipping the specimen into the liquid nitrogen.
Okay. Actually, liquid nitrogen, the temperature is, what is the precautions you are taken to conduct this cryogenic experiment? Because boiling point is very, very, evaporating is at a very, very less temperature. It's cryogenic one. What are the precautions you have to taken to conduct this experiment?
Yeah, we bought the liquid nitrogen in a DUR, and then we took it into the thermocol box. Then we used all the safety precautions like gloves and all.
Okay. Then in TGA results, you have shown some primary, secondary stages like that. Decomposition of moisture, then decomposition, primary stage, secondary stage, third stage, like that. What
That's
are it?
it. Ma'am, the primary stage indicates the evaporation of the moisture content in the material. That is a temperature range in which the moisture gets evaporated. The next stage is a secondary stage in which the constituents like hemicellulose and pectin gets evaporated.
Okay.
That is the temperature at which that gets evaporated. And then the next degraded. Then the next one is a tertiary stage, that is the highest constituent, cellulose and lignin, that gets degraded.
Okay. Then how will you select the working temperature of this one? Can you select the secondary stage or the tertiary stage? What's the working temperature of this?
Working temperature should be more than the tertiary stage temperature.
Tertiary, that's why I'm asking. Or have to select a higher temperature greater than, more than the, how it is possible?
It can withstand the temperature more than 447 degrees Celsius.
Okay.
So the working temperature should be less than
Yes.
that.
Because but after tertiary stage, there is no material is available.
Yes,
okay. So that is okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Lijin, you have shown TGA and you said that there is an increase in cellulose content in one of the.
Yes, ma'am.
How can you justify that?
The percentage degradation weight is shown in the graph, which shows there is an increase in the percentage. 54 is getting increased to 55. So that temperature range shows that the temperature range represents the degradation of cellulose constituent.
Okay, Lijin. And then what are the possible applications of your study?
So the material can be used in FRP applications. So like in automobile outer structures like rear wing as well as door panels and all.
So there should be a compromise in between the quality and the cost, is it not? Because
Yes,
the
ma'am.
cryogenic treatment require a lot of energy,
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Lijin. Okay. Just said.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I invite the chairs to make their conclusion remarks.
We have to declare now itself.
You can say your conclusion remarks, ma'am. Just the remarks for the session.
Because other than only one is the review paper. That is also very good presentation. Most of the presentations are very good. That is now the just last presentation also very good. It's going good actually.
Ranjana, ma'am.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
I also have the same opinion as that of Beulah. Out of the 6 papers presented, the 2 papers were found to be under the practical or experimental based on the experimental studies, and they have come out with the results. And others were review papers. That also agrees with the theme of our ICE test and has got a very good relevance in the area of research. And most of the presentations were also good. And it was a very nice presentations from the participants and informative one. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Baula, Professor, Government Engineering College, Kozhikode, and Dr. Ranjana Devi, Government Engineering College, Thrissur, for chairing this event. Thank you, ma'am. And we will wind up the session for today, and we will restart our session tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you for all your patience. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.